Wrath of the Dragon by Eric Vall. Narrated by Jack Douglas and Maggie Langhorne. An Actors Everywhere production. Chapter 1. I could feel how intensely the sun scorched my face before I opened my eyes. My entire body felt like it was being weighed down by steel anchors, and my head pounded as if I had a brutal hangover, even though I hadn't had a beer in weeks. I tried to speak, but only a guttural groan came out. My arms were heavy as I wiped sweat from my face, and I slowly opened my eyes to squint at the pale, hazy sky above me. As my body started to wake up with my mind, I tried to remember what the hell had happened before I ended up lying on my back in the blistering heat. I had been at the town library. The whole thing had apparently gone up in flames from some freak printer accident. But I had my money on the local youths sneaking a smoke near shitloads of books. I had seen teenagers lighting up there before, and I knew they weren't careful with where they threw their cigarette butts. My department got there as fast as we could, and found the whole damn building crumbling down in a mess of orange flames and rotting wood. I was the first firefighter through the door as we started evacuations, and I remembered carrying two screeching kids over my shoulders just as the place started to fully collapse. I turned to watch as flames engulfed the doorway, and it looked like we had gotten there just in time. Then I saw her. Laura, who worked down at the bakery, raced up to me howling like a dying animal. She screamed that her kid was still inside that burning pile of rubble in the back room. Apparently, he had gone in to grab a book as she went and got some shopping done. I knew she was a kind woman who worked hard to give her son a good life, and he was a sweet kid. By that time, the other officers were trying to calm her down. They told her it was too late and too dangerous to send anyone back inside. I remembered how I looked at the pain on her tear-stained face as she screamed for her son, and I knew I had to go back inside. Captain Wilson saw what I was going to do before I did it, and I could still hear his voice in my head as the scene blurred in my confused mind. "Ryan!" he yelled as I started to run. "Ryan, you're never getting out of there alive if you go back in there. Your air pack's got to be running on fumes by now. It's too late. That's an order." The guy was a good captain, and I knew that what he said was proper protocol. You don't risk your own life to save someone else's. We're only meant to go into buildings when we know damn well we will be able to get back out. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't stand there and know there was a chance the kid was still alive. I wasn't able to just leave him in there to die while his mom's heart shattered outside. So I raced back into the burning library as Wilson tried to tackle me, and I jumped into the maze of flames. The heat was beyond stifling the moment I entered, and I knew I was pushing my luck on my bunker gear. It was still holding up for now, though, and I kept calm as I navigated through the orange fire to the back room of what was once the library. The building was utterly unsafe to be inside, and thick black smoke swirled around the flames. I was damn good at my job, and I knew from one glance that the ceiling would cave in at any moment. I had been a firefighter since my trainee days as a teenager, and I had never been so deep in smoke before in my life. The warning buzzer on my SCBA gear had been going off for a few minutes now, and I knew I was moments from running out of air. But I didn't stop moving as I kept as low as I could to the ground. Then I finally saw a tiny, hunched-over figure up ahead. He was crouched right at the back of the building, which was the only spot still recognizable as a library room. It was going down fast, though, and I knew it would only be a matter of seconds before the whole space was burning. The heat was intense enough to feel through my suit now. The boy's name suddenly popped back into my head, and I coughed as I checked if he was still alive. "Andy!" I spluttered as I surveyed the space. The little boy looked up at me with wide eyes and raced over to hug me. I could tell he was already weak from the fumes, and his eyes had started to close as he gripped onto me. I didn't waste any time scooping the kid up, and I clocked the shattered window way over to the left near the spreading flames. It was the only chance he had to get out. As I carried him over and smashed the last of the glass out, I knew the flames were almost upon us. My legs were scorching hot underneath my suit, and my lungs were struggling to live off the final scraps of oxygen in my tank. I knew right then that he was the only one who would be getting out of the library alive. That didn't matter to me at the moment. Getting Andy out to his mom was the only thing I had to do. I saw Wilson's form far below me as I hauled the kid to the broken window, and the flames started billowing around the window pane on either side of me. One more second of hesitation, and the kid would have sustained serious burns. So I used the final supply of air in my air pack to throw Andy down into the sea of outstretched arms. His mother cried as she ran alongside the crew who were rushing him to the ambulance, but then I finally ran out of air. I tore the SCBA off my face and gasped to fill my lungs, but nothing but smoke and scorching heat siphoned into my windpipe. Then Wilson howled at me to jump. "Come on, Ryan!" he yelled. "Get out of there!" But the fire had the floorboards now. It ate the walls, the windowsill, and every last inch of the room around me, too. The wood snapped under my boots as I heard the ceiling giving way, and the blazing heat finally won out over my bunker gear. Smoke spewed from my suit as I crashed down and grappled to hold onto the flaming windowsill, but the pain was suddenly excruciating. The fire had me now, and in a few seconds, the whole damn place would cave in on top of me. But at least I'd saved everyone I needed to, even if I couldn't save myself. That was the last thing I remembered. So why was I looking at a clear sky with a burning sun right above me? Where the hell was I? Had I somehow made it? I could be laid out on the sidewalk outside the library waiting for an ambulance. I grunted as I tried to push myself up, and my fingers dug into the sand underneath me. Sand? It took a second to prop my aching body up into a sitting position, and I finally managed to open my eyes properly. I blinked heavily as I glanced at the pale blue sky, and then down at the endless land of pure orange desert in front of me. There was nothing but sand for miles and miles, and it was very clear I was nowhere near the town library. To add to the strangeness, I looked down to see I was wearing my jeans, shirt, and boots that I'd worn to the station earlier that day. My bunker gear and station uniform seemed to have disappeared, but that's what I'd had on during the fire, so how the hell was I in my civilian clothes now? I moaned as a cramp hit my foot, and I stretched it out as the sun stung my eyes. Am I dead? I muttered as I slowly got to my feet.
Kind of.
Someone said behind me. I spun around to see a beautiful woman standing there, except she definitely wasn't like any woman I had ever seen before. I rubbed my eyes to check I wasn't hallucinating, and even then I wasn't so sure if I was or not. The woman's ivory skin was speckled with tiny golden flecks, and her entire body glistened under the sun. She had a strong but slim physique that was covered by a glittering golden dress that skimmed her thighs and showed off her impressive cleavage at the top. Glossy waves of burgundy hair tumbled over her shoulders, and her side bangs were pinned back with red clips. Her face was sharp and sculpted with high cheekbones and full red lips, and she studied me with golden eyes that seemed to flicker with orange light. But the strangest thing about her was that she had large, folded wings on her back. They were made of deep maroon feathers and had shimmering golden highlights at the tips. She was the most stunning person I had ever seen in my life, and I was even more confused than I had been a few seconds before. "Hi?" I said after a moment, and I realized how dry my throat was.
Hello.
She sighed in a strong, sultry tone.
I just wanted to check if you were all right, and you are. So let's go.
The burgundy-haired woman started to walk away from me with long, purposeful strides, and she glanced either way as if she was crossing a street. My brain felt like it was going 1,000,000 miles an hour as I tried to process what the hell was going on. But I knew I didn't want to let the winged woman leave without explaining it to me. "Hey!" I yelled as I forced my body to jog after her. Hey, where am I? Is this still Arizona? Who are you? What do you mean I'm sort of dead?" As I caught up with her and fell into her walking pace, she glanced at me with her glowing golden eyes and just raised a dark eyebrow. "I'm Ryan," I said. "Ryan Moore. I'm a firefighter and paramedic for the Tucson Fire Department. Last thing I remember was working at the library, and now I'm here. I have no idea where I am."
I'm Sierra.
The woman said without stopping.
We need to walk faster. I would carry you and fly, but you're too heavy.
I looked around and still couldn't see anything but desert. The sun was scorching the back of my neck, and I had never been so thirsty in my life. Maybe this was what being dead was like. You just had to run after a pretty angel woman and try to figure it out. What did she mean I was dead in that world, but alive in this one? I shook my head and decided I needed to organize my thoughts, or a million jumbled questions would just keep spilling out. It was in my blood to keep calm in stressful, bizarre situations. I had her name, and that was a good start. Sierra, I repeated. That's a nice name. So you're an angel?
Well spotted.
Sierra sighed.
I'm actually a throne angel, so let's remember that part. Put some respect on the title.
What the hell is a throne angel? I asked. I've only learned angels are real in the last 3 seconds. I'm not quite caught up on the different variations. I could have sworn a smile played on her lips at that, but she quickly returned to her straight-faced scowl as she kept striding over the sand.
I'm taking you to the nearest city,
Sierra said.
Then we will go our separate ways.
Thanks, I said. I think. But I could really do with some answers since I just woke up in some fucking desert with no clue how I even got here. Let's start with you. What exactly is a throne angel? Sierra glanced over her winged shoulder, and she surveyed the hazy sky before she answered.
Throne angels are the highest-ranking angels,
She explained.
The gods put us in charge of the most important tasks, and we are responsible for taking care of the mortals in this world. We can travel between other worlds too, if we like, and we deliver messages between them.
Right, I said. And when you say gods...
All angels serve different gods.
Sierra interrupted.
I serve the god of flame. Well, I did before he left. Now I serve myself.
The angel didn't look at me as she spoke. She kept her golden eyes on the horizon, and she kept checking every direction as we walked as if she was expecting someone to leap out of the sand at any moment. I was well trained in emergency situations, and I could tell from every inch of her body language that she felt she was in danger. "Are you okay?" I asked, and she suddenly shot her eyes over to me.
What do you mean?
She asked. "You seemed worried about something," I replied. Is someone trying to hurt you?" The angel laughed, and her bright smile illuminated her face as she looked at me, but she didn't answer. It didn't seem like a joyful laugh particularly, more like I had said something painfully close to the truth. My body was starting to ache less as I moved all my muscles, but my throat was still dry as hell as we walked. I ran a hand through my hair and had never wished for a shower more than in that moment. My heavy boots were not ideal for desert walking, and my jeans were way too thick for the heat. You said your god was the god of flames? I asked, as I eyed her maroon wings. Does that mean you're a flame angel or something?
Fire angel.
Sierra nodded. I was a firefighter, I said. So maybe we have something in common.
We have nothing in common, human.
Sierra pushed her burgundy hair back. Okay, then. I tried not to glance down at her impressive figure as her long legs strode over the sand. I wondered if all angels were as stunning as her, and I tried to reorder the million questions I had. Whatever this woman's story was, it was suddenly becoming even more interesting to me. So, where is he now? I asked. Why did the god of flames leave this place?
They all left,
Sierra said.
All the gods have gone from Dracoria.
Dracoria, I repeated. Is that the name of this place?
That's the name of this whole land.
Sierra nodded.
Well, the lands are all separate now, So Dracoria isn't exactly a united world anymore.
Oh, I said. Why did they all leave?
Because they saw the way the mortals acted.
Cirrus said.
Everyone in Dracoria has magical powers, which makes it a very vibrant place, but they began to constantly war over stupid things like money and land.
I nodded, and I wondered if maybe this new world wasn't so different from my old one after all.
It just became too much.
The angel continued.
With all these different kinds of abilities, it turned into a full-on magical war that never seemed to end. The gods were furious that the mortals would fight when they were in a world with so much opportunity and resources.
So they just left? I asked. That doesn't sound very godlike.
They tried to stop it,
Cirrus said.
They warned everyone that they would punish the whole world if they didn't stop this needless violence and greed.
Let me guess. I sighed. They didn't stop fighting because claiming the biggest bit of land seemed more important than the fate of the world? The red-haired angel raised an eyebrow as she looked at me, and she shot me a half-smile as if she was amused that I'd gotten it so right. I smiled back at her, and she hurriedly looked away with a roll of her eyes. This whole story she was telling me sounded crazy, but it wasn't any crazier than waking up in the desert with a beautiful angel woman.
The people continued to fight.
Sierra nodded eventually.
And so, as a first warning, the gods took away the dragons.
Dragons? I chuckled, and the angel shot me a hardened look. Sorry, I'm just not used to hearing about these things. Please, carry on.
The dragons were a symbol of hope,
Sierra said.
They are creatures of the gods, created to bring mortals of this world good fortune and luck. Each dragon has a different power depending on the gods who created them, just like angels.
Awesome, I grinned. Did you have one as a pet?
A pet?
Sierra gasped, and she swung around to look at me. I was startled again by how beautiful she was, even if she was looking at me like I was the crazy one in this situation. The golden flecks in her skin glistened in a way I'd never seen before under the desert sun, and her golden eyes seemed to have those orange flames burning in them again. I guess not then? I asked.
They're dragons,
Sierra said as she waved her arms expressively.
Ancient, wise, powerful creatures of the gods, not some little moon mouse you can slip in your pocket.
All right, I said and stifled a chuckle. I'm sorry. No offense meant to the dragons. Also, what the hell is a moon mouse?
A little animal,
the angel said.
Furry, big ears, whiskers, glows in the dark.
I nodded, even though what she was saying was too bizarre. I could feel little beads of sweat trickling down my chest. And true to my Arizona upbringing, I did the first thing that came to mind. I pulled my shirt off to tuck it into my pants pocket. Sierra's eyes widened slightly as she looked at my muscular frame and biceps. Then she hurriedly looked away and kept walking again. But I could have sworn she kept checking the horizon in my direction more than usual after that. I knew I was in great shape, since I had to be for my job, but I usually didn't notice my build much until I caught women staring at my biceps. Still, I was a little surprised I could turn an angel's eye, but maybe she'd just never seen a human man's chest before. So, the dragons left, I said. Then what happened?
The gods punished the people,
Sierra said.
They split Dracoria up into different lands and left each of them in a hellish prison of their own design, so to speak. Nobody from each land would be able to leave, and so they couldn't fight anymore.
And the gods? I asked, and a flicker of sadness appeared over Sierra's face.
They left right after that,
she said in a quieter tone.
The gods turned their backs on Dracoria. They left it to perish.
Shit, I said as I glanced up at the hazy sun. What did all the people do?
We tried to help them,
Sierra replied.
The throne angels cared for the mortals we had looked after for so long. I watched my sisters fly all over this land to try and help those ungrateful, those greedy.
As she spoke, her face scrunched up, and her voice lowered. I glanced down to see her ivory fists curled up in tight balls, and her golden eyes sparkled with rage. The red-haired angel quietly seethed, and I wondered if I should take a step away in case she suddenly exploded into a ball of flames or something. I got the impression I did not want to be on the receiving end of that silent anger, and I stayed quiet as she worked through whatever she was feeling. Her bare feet stomped down extra hard on the desert as we walked, and mini sandstorms flew into the air with every step. It was several minutes before she spoke again.
"We wanted to help,"
she said eventually.
"We hated watching the world we had protected fall into ruin, but I knew we should keep our distance from the mortals. I love the people of this world, but I'm not stupid. I have seen why the gods left, and what these mortals are capable of."
At this point, it seemed like Sira was in a flow of narrative that was for her own purposes just as much as it was for my curiosity. I got the impression she hadn't had someone around to vent to for a while. The red-haired angel was flailing wildly as she spoke, and I didn't want to interrupt her as she recalled the story of the gods. Besides, it was fascinating to listen to, and she was a passionate storyteller. The way her eyes flashed was almost mesmerizing.
"So I came down to help,"
she continued with a huff.
"but the mortals had already decided we were their enemies. Angels are workers of the gods, so of course they decided to lump us in with them in their minds."
"Even though you were trying to help," I nodded.
"Exactly."
Sira scoffed.
"They were going crazy and turning on each other yet again. I begged my sisters not to get too close. I warned them these people were too lost in their own egos to accept our help."
She shook her head as she stared out into the distance. We still seemed to be in the absolute middle of nowhere, and I started to wonder exactly how long it was going to take to reach the city, or how long it would be until I could have a drink of water. I still wasn't entirely sure if I was even alive, but I knew I needed to rehydrate soon. "So, what happened to the angels?" I asked gently. "Did they all just leave too?"
"Most did."
Sira said.
"So many of them tried their hardest only to be attacked by the people they wanted to help. They left to be with the gods, and only a few of the more determined angels stayed back."
"Including you?" I asked.
"At that point, it was for my sisters,"
she said a little stiffly.
"I had seen all I needed to of the mortals, but I wanted to make sure my sisters got out safely because I knew something bad was coming."
"Something worse than being abandoned by the gods?" I asked. Sira gave me her sideways glance that I already felt like I knew so well. It was like she was constantly sick of my ignorance, despite the fact I appeared in this world a whole 15 minutes ago.
"Yes, worse."
Sira said simply.
"Demons."
I felt a shudder run through me from the word, despite how boiling hot I was. Suddenly, I had a deep sense of dread for the people of Dracoria, and for myself, if I was about to walk into a city full of demons. Demons? I clarified. Like, real ones? Sira didn't deign to answer the question. She just arched an eyebrow at me, and after I glanced at her very real angel wings, I decided I had my answer. "What did the mortals do?" I asked. "Did the people fight?"
"Some tried."
The angel shrugged.
"But without the gods and angels around to protect this place, nothing could be done. There were too many demons to possibly defeat, especially when they were all led by various demon kings and queens. They devoured this world as quickly as they could, and came in droves to lay claim to the various lands. That's when I knew it was all over. But I tried desperately to save all my sisters."
Sira kicked the sand and shook her head, as though she was trying to stop herself from getting upset. "What happened to your remaining sisters?" I asked. "If it's not too painful to talk about."
"The demons captured them,"
Sira said between gritted teeth.
"Many of them were trapped within their lands by the demon kings and queens. Now they're stuck there, all because they tried to help the mortals who thought of nothing but their own greed."
The angel fell silent, and I watched as her sharp nose scrunched up again. Her usual wild movements got much smaller and static when she was angrier, and it was somehow even more unsettling than if she had just screamed and yelled. I could practically feel the smoldering fury coming off her in waves, and I stepped a few inches further away from her as I realized it made me sweat even more. Then something else managed to drag my attention off the feathered beauty beside me. I thought I heard a distant rumble behind me, but I spun around to see nothing but a stretch of orange sands under a pale blue sky.
What?
Sierra asked as she turned with me. I thought I heard something. I shrugged. It must just be the heat getting to me a bit. Is it much farther to the city? I could really use some water.
We're close.
Sierra said as she narrowed her eyes and studied the desert.
But we need to go faster. Walk quicker.
She spun on her heels and started to tear over the sand as her burgundy waves tumbled behind her. Her feathers glistened as the sun hit them, and I hurriedly followed after her as I wiped my forehead. I was desperate to peel my jeans off, but I decided that might be slightly too much, considering I was with a woman I had just met. As heat stung my skin, I forced myself to think of anything except how warm my legs were. It reminded me too much of my last memories in that fire back home. You said there are other angels left, I said. So what are these lands that they're trapped in like? Is it all desert?
No.
Sierra replied.
We're going to the Nightlands. That's the closest one to us right now. Then there's dozens of other lands in this world. Firelands, waterlands, stormlands. Too many to name.
That's kind of cool, I said. I mean, not any of this horrible stuff that happened, but the fact the lands are all so different. I wouldn't mind seeing them. I'm from Arizona, so other than the rainy weeks, we don't get much weather change. Sierra didn't reply, and I got the feeling she didn't care for my small talk. Why does everyone stay in their lands? I asked. Can't the people leave the demons?
They're all trapped,
Sierra said.
The Nightlands are surrounded by this desert land. It would take me days to fly over it, and I don't need food or water to sustain myself. Anyone else from their lands would be dead within a day.
I took a second to process how impressive it was that this angel woman didn't need sustenance to survive, and I wondered what exactly it was that powered her. That was a low-priority question on my mental list, though, and I tried to keep to the story she was telling me. So the people are all just stuck, I said. They're held prisoner by these insurmountable divides the gods left behind? Sierra nodded curtly. That's a pretty brutal punishment, I muttered. And you're trying to find the trapped angels?
Nisha is the closest,
Sierra said.
She's stuck somewhere in the Nightlands, but I haven't the faintest idea of where to even start. I'll find her, though. I need to find her.
I can help, I offered. I don't exactly have anything else going on right now. And it would probably be easier to have two people on this rescue mission.
I don't need help,
Sierra said.
This is a solo quest to rescue a throne angel. It's not really a group thing, especially a group with a human.
She said this word with obvious disdain, but when her golden eyes shot toward me, they dropped straight to my exposed torso. Then she swiftly looked forward again.
Like I said, when we reach the city, we can go our separate ways.
Sierra concluded. And then you'll just go look for your sister by yourself? I asked.
Yes.
She stated. So, why did you save me? I asked.
What do you mean?
She snorted.
I didn't save you.
Sure you did, I snickered. I woke up in the middle of the desert, and now you are helping guide me to the city.
We are supposed to help mortals.
She sighed as she glanced away from me.
It won't take me much time to show you the way. I'm hardly saving you.
If you say so, I sighed. Despite her objections, the beautiful woman had saved me from wandering the desert and dying. So I didn't want her to go into this demon-filled land alone if people were still against angels. Her angel wings were pretty fucking noticeable, and as feisty as she was, I could tell she cared about the world a little bit. Plus, it was obvious how ferociously loyal she was to her angel sisters. I wasn't sure exactly what I could bring to this new world, but I still had my skills and knowledge as a firefighter and paramedic. That surely would come in useful at some point during her mission. At least, it might save my own ass here. It wasn't as if I had any clue what I would do in the Nightlands anyway. Would everyone actually have wings? Was the whole place going to be dark? I've got medical experience, I said. If your friends are hurt, I might be able to help. I know angel anatomy will probably be different from humans, but it's got to be worth something. Sierra didn't reply, and her golden eyes were wide as she snapped her head each way and stared out into the desert. Her maroon wings twitched, and I followed her gaze over the span of the orange sands.
"We need to run,"
she hissed, and she suddenly broke out in a sprint. "What?" I asked as I started to race after her. "It's kinda hard to run on sand." My feet slipped on the sand as I ran, but it seemed like Sierra's wings were helping her move without a similar problem. The feathers quivered slightly, even though they were still tucked in, and her ivory feet didn't seem to slide into the ground as easily as mine did. "What exactly are we running from?" I asked.
"Don't speak,"
she snapped.
"Use that energy to run. Like I said, you're too big for me to carry."
I did what she said, and we sprinted over the desert as quickly as possible. The blazing sun scorched my bare chest, and it was becoming clear why the people of the Nightlands didn't try to risk escape. I was a much more physically fit guy than most, and I'd lived in Arizona my whole life, so it was virtually impossible for me to even get a sunburn these days. But even I was struggling to keep going in the crazy heat. Anyone smaller or less healthy than me probably would have fallen already. As I took deep breaths, I suddenly heard the same deep rumbling noise from before. This time, it was much closer and obvious, and I knew I hadn't imagined it as Sierra's head spun around toward me.
"We're too late,"
she hissed.
"How are your fighting skills?"
Fighting skills?" I asked. We don't exactly get combat training in the fire department."
"But you're strong?"
she pressed.
"That's going to have to do. They found us."
"Who?" I asked as I looked around.
"The desert monsters,"
Sierra replied, and she suddenly slowed to a halt.
"Stop running. You're going to need every last bit of your strength."
I skidded to a halt and spun around as little clouds of sand flew everywhere. The rumbling sound had grown into more of a stampeding noise, and I could finally see what was making it. Then my stomach dropped as I looked out over the orange sand and saw the distant shapes of an animal herd come into view. They were moving so quickly that it didn't take long for them to be recognizable as something that looked like sand-colored scorpions. Except these scorpions' bodies were each the size of a Mini Cooper, and it looked like they were on stilts. They had legs as tall as my 6-foot frame, and were scurrying towards us in a mini sandstorm. I could see thick tails swaying behind them, and each one had an arrow-shaped stinger pointing up into the sky. "What the fuck?" I whispered. What are those?"
"The desert monsters,"
she sighed. Can't you fly away?" I asked as my heart hammered against my chest. "Save yourself."
"I said I would get you to the city,"
Sierra said.
"That means we do this together. Get ready."
I had no idea how I was supposed to get ready for a herd of giant scorpions. But I curled my hands into fists and stood my ground. I was in a new world with new dangers, and I was going to have to adapt quickly in order to survive. As the desert monsters charged over the sand toward me and Sierra, I readied myself for a fight I had no idea how to win. Chapter 2. I suddenly felt very aware of how unarmed I was. My bare fists didn't feel like enough as the scorpions drew closer, and there wasn't even a single rock lying around that I could grab. I pulled my shirt back on as if the thin material would have any protection against the approaching danger, and the sound of the stampede grew louder. Their long legs scuttled along the sandy ground, and I could hear their giant pincers clicking as they got closer. Sierra scowled at the monsters, and her wings made her look twice the size she was. I glanced down at her slinky golden dress, and hoped she might have some kind of dagger hidden under the material, although there weren't many places it could have been. Do you have any concealed weapons?" I asked.
"Where exactly would I be concealing them?"
Sierra asked. "Yeah." I nodded as I glanced at her exposed legs and arms. You said angels have powers. Are those going to come in useful?"
"Let's hope so,"
the angel replied, and she tucked her burgundy waves behind her ears. It was clear she wasn't about to walk me through any combat tips to tackle the massive monsters, and I tried to think of my best logical chance. These fuckers were as big as me, and there were a lot more of them. It was hard to count in the flurry of sand, but I reckon there were 5. I wasn't exactly someone who got in a lot of fights back home, and I was pretty sure the last time I threw a punch, I was a teenager. It was clear these beasts were going to be a lot tougher contenders than whatever spotty kid I had gotten into a brawl with back then. I was strong, though, and I could already see how skinny the monster's legs were. There was a good chance I could fit one of those limbs in my fist, and I just had to hope they were easy to break. Then I just had to make sure I didn't get in the way of the massive pincers that looked like they could crush me in half. I tried to ignore the blistering heat that pounded against my head, and I rubbed the sweat from my eyes as the desert monsters approached. "Any game plan here?" I asked. "Or are we just throwing ourselves in and hoping for the best?"
Game plan?
Syrah asked.
This is not a game. Our plan is that we try not to die. Well, you do. I can't die.
"You can't die?" I asked. "What is that supposed to mean? I told you to fly away, and you won't." Syrah glanced at me with an eyebrow raised, and I definitely spotted a smirk on her pretty face before she turned back to the herd.
By the way,
she said,
the stingers in the tails are deathly poisonous. Don't let them stab you.
I wanted to reply, but the herd was too close, and I had to be ready for whatever the fuck I was about to do. I knew I had to play to my strengths, and that was about all I had to go off of. As the desert monsters descended on us, I was surprised to see they didn't fan out into a wide line or a circle. If they had done that, then they could have surrounded us easily. So I quickly realized they might not be the smartest of creatures. They stayed in a hurried, haphazard line, and I counted 5 of them as they got closer. I could see from a few feet away that they had horrible beady eyes that looked out of place on the sides of their massive heads. Their mouths opened from the sides and revealed a row of razor-sharp fangs in front of a purple tongue. Their thick pincers clicked menacingly, and a stale, rotten smell wafted toward me. Then Syrah suddenly shot up into the sky, and I couldn't help myself from watching as her maroon wings hid the sun from view. It was a short but amazing release from the constant heat of the sunlight, and it gave me the energy boost I needed. The scorpion beasts were equally startled by the angel's sudden flight, and they stalled as they waved their pincers up at the redhead. And for half a moment, they seemed to forget I was an easy target. I took that chance to leap at the closest one, and I delivered a hard kick right into its knee. I felt something break under my boot and hurriedly steadied myself as I pulled my foot back. The creature let out a chilling hiss as the leg buckled, and I quickly grabbed one of its back legs in my hands, held the skinny stalk in my fists, and snapped it in half. There was a gross sound of bone breaking, and the scorpion cried out louder as the others ran around in a panic with their tails whipping. I dove out of the way as the injured scorpion toppled over onto its back, and it flailed its remaining legs around uselessly as it tried to get back up. I made sure to stay well away from the pincers as they snapped toward me, and I felt a rush of adrenaline as I looked at my first victim. The remaining 4 monsters got mad as fuck, and I rolled out of the way as one of them charged at me with its pincers held out. I skidded to a halt as it just barely missed its claws, and I suddenly heard a loud sizzling noise coming from behind me. I spun around to see another desert monster screeching in pain, and Syrah hovered above it as she pressed a palm down on its back. She was just far away enough that it couldn't reach her with its pincers or tail, and my jaw dropped as she lifted her hand back up. There was a burned patch on the back of the monster's exoskeleton that had turned the bone a charcoal gray. The scorched stretch of skin was spreading slowly over the spine, and there were little flicks of embers inside the gray. I realized I was seeing her angel powers in action, and it was seriously impressive to watch. "Hell yeah!" I cheered as the burned scorpion ran off in a frenzy, and the angel did a loop in the sky. The 3 remaining desert monsters couldn't seem to decide who they wanted to kill more. They tried to reach Syrah with their pincers and swished their tails over toward me as their beady eyes darted from side to side. I used their indecision as a chance to attack, and I charged at the skinny legs of the nearest beast. Now that I knew how easily I could break their legs, I grabbed one thin limb in each hand and quickly snapped them both at the top. The scorpion swung its stinger right toward me as it screeched, and I had to drop onto the hot sand to avoid it. Then I rolled out of the way just before the monster fell over and leapt to my feet to avoid its pincers. Some sand flew into my face, and I coughed as I quickly rubbed my eyes. The two scorpions that were on their backs flailed wildly, and the burned one had started to stumble off into the distance. I could see the burn on its spine had spread right down to its tail, and the tiny dots of orange kept glowing brighter and brighter under the sun. The two remaining creatures swiped their pincers at the sky as Syrah flew over them, and she twirled around as she taunted them. I couldn't help but stare at how the golden flecks in her skin glistened under the sun, and her wings were breathtakingly beautiful in action. Her body moved so gracefully in the sky, and her burgundy hair tumbled behind her as she soared over the orange sand. But I forced myself to snap out of my thoughts of the pretty angel, and I raced around the side of one of the monsters to avoid its tail. The scorpion snapped its head around as it heard me move, and it charged at me with a low hiss. I leapt to the side and tried to kick its legs, but it was too fast. It was clear this beast had a bit more brains than the others, as it quickly spun around and aimed its stinger at my head. The arrow-shaped point came at me in violent stabbing motions, and I had to duck down to avoid it. As I crouched, I used that sudden change in position to take the creature by surprise. I punched up hard, and my fist knocked right under the monster's chin. Then I felt something crack, and I bolted back up and out of the way as the scorpion stumbled. Syrah soared down toward the other monster at the same time, and I heard the same hissing of burning flesh come from behind me. There was a smell of smoke in the air, as the angel fought and made the scorpion's original stench even worse. My scorpion attacker looked pissed, and its beady eyes seemed to narrow as it stayed a safe distance from me. It clicked its pincers menacingly, as it slowly scuttled from side to side, but I stood my ground. The creature looked like it was doing some kind of intimidation tactic, and I kept my feet firmly on the ground as I watched. I knew it would leap at me again, and I had to quickly choose what my plan of action would be. If I just dove to the side, it could slam its tail down at me. I could try to dive underneath and attack from below, but that seemed too risky for a creature that was more wary than the others. I glanced at the upturned desert monster on my left, and I made the split decision to use that as a shield. Then my opponent leapt at me suddenly, and I dove behind its injured herdmate just in time. I quickly raced around the upturned beast and managed to get behind my attacker before it worked out what was going on. And then I dove under the tail and slammed my foot right into the back of one of its left legs. The limb crunched and buckled, and I wasted no time doing the same to the left side leg next. The desert monster's tail went wild while it hissed in pain, and it very nearly grazed my face just as I jumped out of the way. I landed in the sand and quickly got up to see the scorpion's back legs totally give out. But it didn't completely stop the beast, and it started to drag itself toward me with only its front legs still in use. The creature made another horrible, pained hiss as it struggled over the sand, and it was clear the spindly legs were not made for strength. They barely managed to haul the animal's weight, and I could see the limbs shaking from the effort. I glanced over to find Syrah burning the last scorpion's back with her palm, and it cried out as the angel pushed her fingers more firmly against its spine. Then it started to twitch violently, and the angel kept her hand rooted on the sand-colored exoskeleton. The broken-legged scorpion was still trying to reach me with its shattered limbs, sticking out at odd angles at the back. Its beady eyes were fixed on me, and it let out low hisses as it crawled. I wiped the sweat from my forehead and raced around to its side as it swung a thick pincer at me. As the huge claw swiped, I dove right underneath so I could get to its front leg, and I gave the joint a swift kick and felt the bone break under the thick sole of my boot. That was the last straw for the beast, and it collapsed suddenly with its face buried into the sand. It let out a muffled shriek, and sand filled its fanged mouth while it could only lay there and die a miserable death. "Sandy bastard!" I panted as I swiped my sweaty palms on my jeans. Sierra's scorpion was just collapsing onto its back now, and the charred wound she'd inflicted spread rapidly over its body. The creature wobbled around and let out rattling cries as it slowly burned to death, but the beautiful angel just swooped back into the sky without another glance. I looked out at the herd of dying desert monsters while I caught my breath, and I couldn't help grinning when Sierra landed gracefully beside me. My body was still sore, but it had loosened up from the workout, and I felt alive with adrenaline as I pushed my hair back with a warm palm. "Ha! Good teamwork," I said, and I raised a hand for a high five. The angel looked at my palm with a tilted head, and then she cautiously raised her hand in a strange salute. She didn't move and just stood there with her hand held up as she looked at me.
"Is this how your people say, 'well done'?"
she asked, and I burst out laughing. You're meant to slap my hand with yours," I said, "but I like your way too." We dropped our hands, and Sierra's golden eyes studied the corpses in front of us. The smell of burning scorpions stung my nostrils as I looked down at the dying beasts, and I wrinkled my nose. I couldn't quite believe I had just beat the shit out of a herd of desert monsters. For a guy who wasn't used to fighting anyone, let alone monsters, I was pretty pleased with my first try at mythical beast slaying. Maybe I was going to get on okay in my new surroundings.
"That was impressive,"
Sierra said as she put her hands on her hips and surveyed the damage we had done. It was the first time I had heard anything close to a compliment from her, and I gave a little nudge with my elbow. "Impressive?" I asked. "An angel thinks I'm impressive?"
"I said your fighting was impressive, not you specifically, human."
She flicked her burgundy hair and folded her wings back up as she looked out over the desert. "Just doing my best, ma'am," I said with a tip of an invisible hat.
"You have a strange way of talking,"
she said as she looked back at me. "It seems to make you smile." I chuckled.
"Well, yes."
She fought hard against her smirk, and then it finally formed fully on her plump lips. "Damn," I sighed as I stared at her. "You are gorgeous." The fire angel's eyes opened wide for a moment, and then she quickly turned away from me. Do you think there'll be more monsters?" I asked after a few moments.
"There are always more.
Sierra sighed.
But there usually aren't herds too close together, because they fight amongst themselves, so that should have bought us some time at least."
I glanced out across the stretch of orange sand we had walked over, and it just turned into a hazy mist for as far as I could see. If Sierra wasn't with me, I would have no idea which direction we were going in, and I was overwhelmingly grateful that the angel had been around when I woke up. If the sun hadn't killed my ass, the desert monsters probably would have.
"We should continue to the city. It's good to know you can fight well. That makes me feel less guilty about leaving you in the city. You'll be more than capable of handling yourself there. By yourself."
Sierra then turned away from the dying hisses of the scorpions and began to stride over the sand again. I hurried after her and wished I had those huge wings to help cover my neck. I also wished I had some shorts with me, too, or anything that wasn't made of heavy denim. Maybe I would be able to get some new clothes in the city, but I would need to work out how to buy stuff. I reached into my pocket and found I had a crumpled-up $5 bill and a handful of change. Maybe that could work in this world. Can you tell me about this city?" I asked after we had walked in silence for a few minutes.
"It's a mortal city."
She shrugged.
"Filled with mortals."
"You really don't like mortals."
"No,
She sighed.
not really."
"But here you are, walking across the desert to show me the city." She took a deep breath and kicked a bit of sand as she walked.
I'm supposed to help. It was how we served the gods. When I saw you in the sand, I just knew you'd die if I didn't help you. This is just a small bit of time in the grand scheme of things, and I'll be done with this task soon."
"Ah, so I'm just a task," I said. Sierra didn't meet my eyes. She just huffed and seemed to increase her pace. "How much further?" I asked as I squinted ahead.
"Not too long."
she replied.
Providing we don't run into anything else. Like I said, we should be safe from desert monsters at least, but who knows what other kinds of nightmares the demons have unleashed here.
I couldn't help glancing over my shoulder as she spoke, and I noticed the dunes had all fallen still and silent. The orange sand was quiet again, and I suddenly realized there was only one set of footprints left behind as we walked. I looked down at Sierra's legs and was stunned to see her bare feet pull out of the sand and leave a flat surface behind her with each step. It was like when her foot left the ground, the land forgot she had ever been there. Her feet were dainty, but there was no way they would have left no mark. "Your footprints," I said. "Where are they?"
Angels don't leave behind any traces of themselves.
Sierra shrugged.
Footprints, smells, hairs, nothing. It's like we were never there.
"That's awesome," I said. "You would make an amazing criminal."
Criminal?
The angel scoffed.
Why would I want to be one of those? I'm a heroine and a powerful minion of the gods.
"You wouldn't be a criminal, of course," I grinned. "I guess that's why that power was given to angels and not common men like me. Put in the wrong hands, those powers would be pure evil."
Is that what you would use them for?
Sierra asked.
To commit crimes?
No, I chuckled, but I know a hell of a lot of people would. The angel fell silent as we walked, and I couldn't stop looking down at the spotless sand she left behind. Every orange grain just fell back into place, and there was no evidence that she had ever been there. It looked like one lone man had trudged through the desert alone and left only a scorpion graveyard behind him. Sierra's feathers ruffled occasionally as she glanced at the sky, and I wondered if there was something in particular she was looking out for. She really was an incredible creature, and she seemed to have loosened her shoulders since we first met. Her golden eyes still studied every direction carefully, but she didn't send as many suspicious glances my way as she had done before. "Your powers are amazing," I said in an attempt to make some small talk. "That burning thing with your hands was seriously cool."
It was hot, actually.
She gave me a confused look. I laughed. Where I come from, cool means amazing or awesome. It's a compliment."
Thanks,
Sierra said.
I usually use it to heal, but it can be just as deadly as a weapon.
"To heal?" I asked. "Do you mean you use it to mend broken skin back together?"
That's right,
she said.
It obviously doesn't work for everything, but I can use it on most minor wounds at least. It hurts, but it's better than bleeding out.
"So, we're both medics, too," I grinned. "We really do have a lot in common."
"So you keep saying,"
Sierra said as she looked away from me again. As we left the desert monsters behind us, the sun seemed to grow even hotter. It was probably just because I had been exposed to it for so long, but I tried not to slow my pace down as I kept my eyes on the horizon. Being in extreme heat wasn't anything new to me, but even my tolerance was being challenged since no shade was available. I kept hoping we would spot some kind of boulder or even a cactus I could take a break behind, but there was nothing but short sand dunes all around us.
"You're warm?"
Sierra asked as she studied my face.
"You're very sweaty."
"Thanks," I laughed. "I was hoping you would notice how horribly wet my forehead was."
"It doesn't look bad,"
she said.
"Angels don't sweat, so it just looks shiny to me."
Before I could reply, Sierra opened her wings and shot into the sky just a few feet above me, and she used her wings to block out the sun. I had to stop for a second to enjoy the sudden shadow that covered my body, and I let out a grateful sigh as I closed my eyes. It wasn't exactly cold, but just having a break from the constant blazing sunlight was enough. "That feels amazing," I groaned. "Thank you."
"I don't want you to pass out,"
Sierra said.
"Like I said, you're too big to carry, and I'm obligated to make sure you reach the city."
I opened my eyes as I felt my face cool down slightly, and I started to walk again while Sierra soared above me. The angel's large wings were enough to easily cover me as we went, and I found my stamina coming back to me quickly as I cooled down. We were silent for a few minutes as I recovered from the sweltering sun, and I was grateful not to have a constant stream of sweat running down my back. You say it's your job to guard mortals, I said. Are you close with many of them in this world?
No.
Sierra said in a clipped tone.
I keep my distance from the mortals. It's my duty to keep them safe, but I don't trust them.
None of them? I asked. You must have at least one mortal friend.
I don't.
She insisted.
There are some who I don't mind, but that doesn't make us friends. My angel sisters are my friends. I don't need anyone else.
Everyone needs friends, I chuckled. What about me? I think we're bonding pretty well. I looked up as Sierra sighed, and she shook her head as a smile crept over her pale face. There we go, I chuckled. That's the smile I was looking for.
You are silly,
she said, and you are my favorite angel. I'm grateful you saved my life.
As I've already told you,
she muttered.
It is my duty, nothing more.
Well, I'm still thanking you. I was starting to feel much more like myself than I had since I woke up. The shade was giving me a clearer head, and my body didn't ache as much after stretching it all out during the fight. There was a part of me that wondered if this was all some kind of fever dream. Maybe I was going to wake up in a hospital bed at any moment, and I would find out this was all the result of serious burns to the head. I would take a few weeks to recover, maybe a couple months, and then I'd be back to my job at the fire department. What was really strange was how I kind of didn't want that to be true. For some bizarre reason, I wanted to stay walking underneath Sierra's shadow, toward this land of demons and magic. I had no idea why. My life on Earth was great, and I wasn't exactly short on excitement with my job. I like my days off well enough, too. I usually went for a hike and then chilled out with a book on the porch in the evening. Sometimes I had some buddies come over to watch a game, and I got the occasional date thrown in when I wasn't too busy to meet a woman. It was a good life, but something just felt right here. Despite being stuck in a wasteland of orange sand, I felt like I was where I was supposed to be, and I couldn't seem to muster up any panic about my predicament. Maybe it was all those years of training for high-intensity situations, but alive or dead, hallucinating or not, the shit was definitely intriguing. And the company wasn't too bad either. Tell me about Nisha, I said. That's the name of the angel we're going to save, right?
I'm going to save her after I lead you to the city,
Sierra corrected.
Why do you want to know about her?
Because she's your friend, I shrugged. You clearly don't trust many people, so she must be awesome.
She is,
Sierra said.
She's both strong and smart, but in a very calm and gentle way. We would always spend hours together discussing the mortals and what they would get up to. I miss her.
Sierra fell silent, and I didn't push her anymore. It was clearly upsetting to think about her trapped friend, and I felt the overwhelming urge to help her find her again. It was the same feeling I had gotten before I ran into the library for Andy. That strong sense of duty was hardwired into me, and I'd always felt it was my purpose to help rescue people. Why not angels too? I knew I could help Sierra if she would let me. You said the Nightlands are close, I said. How come all I can see is that pale blue sky? I don't see any hint of darkness.
You will,
the angel said.
Once we get over the ridge.
I tried to work out how the sky would change color by going past a ridge, but I decided not to try too hard to figure out the logic in this new world. I had just beaten up giant scorpions with the help of a flying woman who could char creatures with her hands. My normal logic had already gone out the window. Do they have regular guys here? I asked. People that look like me? You said everyone has a power, but I don't have any. Sierra said as she glanced down at me.
That's true. You're extremely ordinary.
Aw, thanks. I chuckled up at her.
You should probably claim you're something else to stop you from standing out.
She continued.
There are people who have your general form, but most aren't as big as you.
Okay, I said. So what exactly should I say? That I'm a wizard or something? You got wizards here? Sierra actually giggled. And it was the first time I had heard such an honestly fun noise escaping her lips. The sound washed over me like music, and I couldn't help smiling up at her as she teased me.
A wizard,
Sierra snorted.
I think that disguise would be over quite quickly when you fail to produce even the smallest of spells. Besides, you don't have a staff. All wizards have a staff. They never go anywhere without it. You're also about 300 years too young to have grown into wizardly powers.
Small details, I said with a wave of my hand. I did an acting class at summer camp. I can wing it.
Not a wizard.
Sierra shook her head.
Something else. Oh, I know. You will be in the Nightlands, so you can say you're a savior. They scour the lands, taking the sick and injured back to the city doctors.
I love it, I said. Sounds like an EMT. What are their powers?
Super strength.
Sierra said.
But you're already quite strong and muscular, so it would be easily believable. Besides, the savior's powers are fading without moonlight, so you're probably even stronger than they are right now.
Got it, I said. I'm a savior to anyone who asks. I'm pretty excited to see the city. All of this sand is driving me crazy.
It's not much further,
Sierra said.
I'll show you down into the market, and you can be on your way.
Are you sure you don't want help? I asked. We did make a pretty good team back there, and it seems like a lonely job to be taking this all on by yourself.
I like being on my own.
Sierra said stiffly.
Most of the time, anyway. It just makes things easier. Having someone else with me would just confuse everything.
Or, I offered, it would give you another pair of hands to fight with every time you came up against something that stood between you and Nisha.
You're very stubborn,
the angel said as she glanced down at me. So are you. I grinned as I met her golden eyes. After a few more minutes, Sierra soared back down to the ground beside me, and I was exposed to the heat of the sun once more. It felt even more intense after being in the shade for so long, and I felt the back of my neck prickle under the heat. No wonder nobody tries to escape, I muttered. I already feel like I'm going mad in this heat, and I've got an angel guide on my side. I can't imagine trying to navigate this place alone.
You'll be wishing for the sun shortly,
Sierra said.
We're just coming up to the ridge now.
Are we? I asked as I looked around. I don't see anything. The stretch of sand ahead did look like it was starting to get smaller, and it looked like we were coming up to a hill or a sudden drop. The sky was still a hazy blue, and I didn't see any hint of night or blackness. Maybe I'd taken the term Nightlands too literally.
Enjoy the sun while it's there,
Sierra sighed.
We're about to go into the darkness, and your eyes might take a little while to adjust to it.
Or not. The angel kept her gaze straight ahead, and I took one last glance back at the stretch of desert behind us. The orange sands seemed to go on forever, and I couldn't even see the mounds of dead scorpions anymore. It was super disorienting to stare at. I wondered how long we had been walking for, and wished I had put my pedometer watch on that morning. As we started to near the last stretch of sand, I realized it sloped steeply upwards. It hadn't been noticeable before because of the haze of the heat in the air, but we started to trek up a serious incline in the sand. Going uphill was even harder than the flat ground, and my fireman stair-climbing fitness came in handy as I forced my tired legs to climb. The heat seemed to get even more intense as I gained ground, and I couldn't think of anything but a huge glass of water. I was too hot to ask, but I had a feeling the temperature really had increased the closer we got to our destination. And I had a feeling this was the work of the pissed-off gods Sierra had mentioned. After a minute or so, Sierra flung a hand out in front of me to stop me, and I came to an abrupt halt at the top of the hill. The angel's strong arm steadied me, and she gestured out to the view below. I had to blink several times to make sure I wasn't seeing things as I looked down. There was only a world of darkness beneath us. My eyes took a few seconds to adjust and see properly, and I couldn't believe what I was looking at. The sky was pitch black, and the only light was coming from thousands of eerie, purple glowing orbs that hung above the land. I could faintly see a stretch of buildings and a maze of streets with figures moving along them. The sky above me was still pale, but if we went down the slope, I could tell it would turn black. Just a few dozen more steps, and we would be swallowed up by the darkness. Sierra turned to me and grinned as she studied my shocked face.
I told you it was dark,
she said.
Ryan Moore, welcome to the Nightlands.
Chapter 3. It was like the entire world had turned off its lights. I barely noticed the heat on the back of my neck as we stared down at the nightlands. The purple orbs that floated above the city were all different sizes, and they gave off a very low, dull hum.
The demons brought those.
Sierra said as she followed my gaze.
They turn the orbs off sometimes, and the whole place becomes pitch black.
Why do they do that? I asked.
To be bastards.
Sierra shrugged.
The people of this land obviously thrive in the night, but not all of them have perfect night vision, and they need the moon and stars to survive. The moonlight charges a lot of their powers, and it basically gives them a day and night cycle. They live by the moonlight and sleep in the pure dark. But the moon and stars have left with the gods, so the orbs are all they have in their skies.
There were a few tiny dots of orange that moved around, and I figured people had made lanterns to carry around with them. Some of them have lights, I said. Why don't they just light big beacons of fire all over the place to light their way?
They tried that,
Sierra said.
The demons destroyed them all and threw the market stall wares into the fires as punishment. They don't seem to care much about the little lanterns, but I still wouldn't want to be seen holding one if a demon strolled by.
I could hear the faint bustle of people moving around below us, and I was suddenly desperate to go down and explore this world. I was fully aware of how dangerous it would be, especially for someone who hadn't the first clue about magic, but I felt ready. After defeating the scorpions, I was prepared to take on whatever this new world threw at me. Let's go, I said, as I rubbed my hands together. Anything I need to know before we head down there? Sierra cocked her head as she looked at me with a faint smile, and she shook her head with a sigh.
You're really excited about this,
she said.
Why are you so excited? Didn't you take in anything I said about the demons?
I did, I assured her. I'm going to be careful and respectful, but I just can't believe I get to see all of this. A completely different world to the one I'm used to. It's amazing.
You are so strange.
The beautiful angel raised an eyebrow, and then she laughed to herself as she shook her head again. I couldn't get over how beautiful her smile was, and her whole face lit up as she laughed. Every second I spent with her just confirmed how much I wanted to go with her on her quest. Can you hide your wings? I asked. You said people don't trust angels, so you can't walk around like that, right?
I can't hide them completely,
Sierra said.
But they can fold up right against my back enough to look flat under a cloak. That's going to be your job.
The angel suddenly reached into the neckline of her golden dress, and I hurriedly looked away as she rustled around for something.
Here,
she said, and I turned back to see her holding a tiny leather pouch. She placed it in my hand, and I pulled the string open to see a pile of golden coins. Where were you keeping this? I asked, and the angel just smirked.
That will be more than enough for 2 cloaks,
she said.
I'll go down with you and wait on the hill. There's a big boulder formation just below us. We can use that as a meeting point.
I stared down into the darkness, but my eyes hadn't adjusted enough to see anything that wasn't lit up by the purple orbs. Okay, I nodded. Let's do this. We started to walk down the dark side of the hill, and I was immediately plunged into a cool darkness. It felt like I had just stepped into a refreshing pool or something, and my entire body was relieved as the burning sun stopped beating against my skin. That feels good, I sighed. You said 2 cloaks. Is one for me?
Yes,
Sierra said.
Your clothes are strange. You'll want to cover them up before you draw too much attention to yourself. If you see any different garments that will fit, then buy them too.
We hurried down the hillside, and the ground turned into short grass instead of sand. I already felt stronger from being out of the sun, and my eyes were slowly getting used to the darkness around us. The sounds of the city were getting louder, and I could hear various voices and footsteps in the marketplace. We reached the large cluster of rocks, and Sierra leaned against the tallest one so she was hidden from the view of the city. I was almost at the bottom of the hill, and I could see the marketplace just a few feet away. There was a gap in the stalls that led inside, and the purple orbs were bright enough for me to finally see clearly. But I couldn't make out much detail from this angle.
Be careful,
Sierra whispered.
Get the clothes, come back here. That's it, okay?
Got it, I said. I'll be back as soon as I can. The angel nodded and folded her arms as the sounds of the marketplace drifted out to us.
Be careful,
she said without looking at me.
I'll feel responsible if something eats you.
I'll try, I grinned. Thanks for worrying about me, your favorite human. The burgundy-haired angel rolled her eyes and gestured for me to hurry up. I started to make my way toward the city, and I quietly snuck between the two market stalls. The smell of hot food hit me, and my stomach rumbled loudly as I took in the sweet scents. I found myself standing on a cobbled street, and there were stalls all around me covered in clothes, food, and a whole bunch of stuff I had never seen before. People were calling out and waving their merchandise in the air, but it wasn't just people I was looking at. There were beings that were very much not human amongst the crowd, and I found myself staring at them all as they shopped. I quickly hurried over to a crowded fabric stall, so I wasn't just in the middle of the street, and I sneakily peered around at the creatures from there. Some of the beings looked almost human. Like Syrah, they had humanoid features, but differences that set them apart. There was a group of 3 full-grown women who sparkled silver, and they had small, iridescent wings that came out of their shoulder blades. They glided over the ground as they chatted, and pale pink hair tumbled down over their shoulders. Then there were creatures that were as far from human as possible. There was something walking about that looked like a dog-sized toad, and I had to force myself to stop staring as it waddled past. Then I spotted a group of tiny humanoids that were the color of an oil slick, with black, hollow eyes. They raced under the feet of shoppers, and one of them leapt up to a food stall and swiped a loaf of bread. Nobody at the stall seemed to notice, and the little inky black creatures raced off into the crowd, with their stolen food clutched close. I shook my head, turned back to the clothing stall I was at, and studied the fabrics that were laid out in neat piles. There were cloaks hung up on a rack to my right beside the stall, and I quickly looked through them. There were various colors with bright trims, and some that were just plain black. I picked a black one for myself, and found a black one with gold stitching for Syrah. They both had thick hoods, deep pockets, and small clasps at the front, and I figured the darker hue would be more useful for avoiding attention in the Nightlands. I grabbed them from the rack and studied the rest of the options on the table. There were loads of pants and shirts, and I figured I should get something that didn't stand out as much as denim in this crowd. The elderly woman behind the stall had wild white hair and bright green eyes. She smiled at me as I caught her eye, and she carried on her conversation with another old woman who was examining a dress. I picked up a couple of pairs of black pants until I found one that looked the right size. Plain pants and a cloak would be enough for me not to stick out so much, and I gave the stall owner a smile as I waved my picks toward her.
"Is that all, honey?"
she asked in a raspy voice, and I glanced at the bags hanging up behind her. It would probably be handy to have something to store my old clothes in, so I pointed to a black leather satchel. That too, please," I said, and the woman handed me the bag.
"That's 7 gold in total, honey,"
she said, and I pulled out the gold coins from my pouch. The woman nodded as I handed over the gold, and I hurriedly took my bundle of goods and rushed back out of the busy marketplace. I made my way back up to the boulders, and I grinned as I handed Syrah her cloak.
"Thanks,"
she said.
"Did you get everything you need?"
"I did," I said. "I should fit in better now." I started to pull off my jeans, and Syrah busied herself with her cloak as I changed into my new pants. The angel's maroon wings seemed to somehow halve themselves in size as they pressed up against her back, and she swung her new cloak around to cover them up completely. "Looks good," I said. "The stitching matches your freckles." Syrah smiled as she fastened the clasp and shook her burgundy hair over the top of the cloak. I pulled mine on too, and was surprised at how light it felt around my shoulders. Then I stuffed my jeans into the leather bag and pulled it over my arm. "Ready to blend in," I grinned. "Do I look like a local?" I swished my cloak dramatically and pulled up the hood right over my eyebrows. I'd never been a cloak man, but I'd seen enough films to know this was the generally ominous vibe guys usually went for with cloaks. I felt like fucking Aragorn, and I honestly didn't mind too much. Syrah said as she tilted her head.
"You definitely don't stick out as much, so that's good." What about me?
The redhead looked gorgeous. The black of the cloak made her pale skin almost glow, and her burgundy hair stood out against the dark fabric. The clip fastened the fabric just above her cleavage, and her golden dress still sparkled despite the darkness. "Yeah, you look beautiful," I mumbled as I dragged my eyes off her freckled skin. "Perfect."
I meant my wings.
Syrah snickered.
Are they well concealed?
"Oh," I chuckled. Yes, all good. So, what now? What's the plan?"
I'm going to show you around a bit.
Syrah replied.
Once you've got your bearings, I can leave you to it.
She didn't meet my eyes as she spoke, and her tone wasn't as certain as it had been before. I wondered if she was having second thoughts about going on her quest alone, and I couldn't help getting slightly excited at the idea. A mission to rescue an angel trapped by a demon king? That sounded like an opportunity I wasn't likely to get again anytime soon. "Let's go then," I said. "There are some weird animals I definitely need a second look at."
Don't stare too much.
Syrah grinned.
There are some species I wouldn't like to rub the wrong way.
"More dangerous than desert monsters?" I asked as we started to walk.
Pfft.
Syrah snorted.
You have no idea how deadly things can get around here, especially in the Nightlands. Come on, let me show you how to survive in this place.
The red-haired angel led me back toward the gap in the stalls, and we stepped back into the bustling world of the city. My stomach rumbled again, and Syrah grinned at me as she put her hood up.
Hungry?
She asked, and my belly growled again, like it was trying to answer for me. "Apparently so," I said. "I know you don't need it, but you must have some idea of what's good around here."
You want to avoid most of the meat.
Syrah said.
The hunting conditions have gotten so bad that there's very little rabbits or deer going around. It's mostly snake, and no amount of seasoning can make that taste good.
"Noted," I said as I wrinkled my nose.
The marketplace is a big square.
Syrah said.
We can go straight ahead or to the right, but they'll both loop around the same way anyway. Make sure that money pouch is somewhere safe. I can put it back in my dress if you'd like.
I had to force myself not to glance down at Syrah's impressive cleavage, as I decided to pass her the coin purse, and the angel slipped it back into wherever it resided. "How do you know so much about the Nightlands?" I asked after a moment. "I mean, without the cloak, I doubt you've been walking around here too often."
I have not since the demons took over, but I've lingered in the outskirts to watch.
She admitted. "Planning your rescue mission?" I asked. Syrah smirked at me.
Something like that.
There was a strong smell of incense as we walked through the busy street, and the air was full of shouting as people called out the price of their goods. We walked past several stalls that were cooking various meats on small stoves, and my stomach churned as I watched a huge man chop the scales off snakes before throwing them into a pan.
There.
Syrah said as she pointed to a stall with a faded pink covering.
You could get some food from that place.
As we walked over, the sweet smell of vanilla and orange wafted toward me, and I was pleased to see there weren't any snakes on display. Behind the stall was one of the winged women I had seen earlier. She had shimmering silver skin and a cropped pink pixie cut. Her face was dainty and beautiful, and her eyes were a deep silver color.
She's a Luna,
Syrah whispered.
They're fairy folk, usually really kind.
The Luna had an array of breads and cakes laid out on her stall counter, and she had made up some sandwiches with what looked like a cheese salad filling. "Hello," I said as we hurried toward the stall. "Smells good over here."
Thank you.
The Luna smiled.
I have some night goat cheese in my rolls today. It's delicious and filling.
"That sounds great," I said. "I'll take one of those, please. And I'll take, My eyes scanned the food, and I had no idea what to pick. I knew I should take something else to have in my bag, but the delicious smells were overwhelming.
We'll take an orange loaf, too.
Syrah said.
Thanks.
The Luna nodded and picked up a thick loaf of what looked like bread before she folded it up in brown paper and tied it up with a string.
1 orange loaf.
She said as she handed the food over.
And 1 filled roll. That's 2 golds, please.
Syrah handed her the coins, and I noticed the Luna's eyes flicker to the angel's back.
Thank you,
Syrah said hurriedly, and she spun on her heels and hurried off into the crowd. I smiled at the stall owner, and she smiled back before her eyes darted after the angel once more. Even if she did suspect something, the Luna didn't call out or say anything. She just smoothed down her apron and turned to serve her next customer. "You good?" I muttered to Sira when I reached her side.
"Yes,"
she said stiffly.
I don't think she could see my wings, but she suspected.
"How?" I asked as I bit into my sandwich, and I was amazed at how delicious it was. The bread was sweet and warm, and the cheese was the freshest I had ever tasted.
"Probably my skin and eyes,"
Sira said in a quieter tone.
"I look too warm to be from the Nightlands. This is why I have been mostly sticking to the surrounding desert."
I nodded in understanding, but since the angel didn't seem too nervous, I carried on with our stroll and acted as natural as possible. I savored every bite of my food as I took in the sights of the market, and Sira pointed out various stalls and vendors. It was hard to take in everything I was seeing. But Sira was an excellent tour guide. We passed a dream elf who sold various teas that would affect your sleep, more Lunas who fluttered along on their iridescent wings, and a group of men with dark red skin and the legs of horses. "Are any of these demons?" I whispered to Sira, and she shook her head.
"No. You'll know when you see one,"
she said quietly. We walked past a stall that sold a whole armory of weapons, and I slowed down as I peered over at the various blades and arrows. They were infinitely more impressive than the replicas I'd seen people using at festivals when my department was standing by for events. Each piece was distinctly different from the next, and I would have been happy to carry any of them, especially back when those scorpions attacked.
"I will buy you a weapon,"
she said. "Really?" I raised an eyebrow. "That would be really helpful." "I knew I was your favorite human."
"Do you want one or not?"
she huffed. "Maybe I should get something," I said, "if I'm going to be wandering around a demon-infested world I don't know anything about. Then I should probably have some kind of weapon to protect myself with."
"Not a bad idea."
Sira nodded as we walked toward the stall.
"Something you can conceal easily is always the best bet. Anything you can attach to a belt would be good."
There was a short man behind the stall with a thick, brown beard. He was sharpening a dagger as he hummed to himself, and Sira leaned in close to me.
"Dwarf,"
she hissed.
"They're pretty nice usually. Just don't try to start any arguments and you'll be fine."
I nodded as we came to a halt at the stall, and I examined the daggers that were lined up on a dark green cloth. Each one had a unique design on their hilts, and the blades varied in length, but they all shone with a dark gray glow. "You won't find a better blade," the dwarf grunted. "Each of those I made myself. Finest onyx you can find inset in the hilts brings them good luck." "They're beautifully made," I said, as I carefully picked one of the daggers up. "Wow, really light, too." "You've got a good eye," the dwarf said as he puffed out his chest. "In the market for something particular, young man?" Not really," I said. Just something I can carry around easily."
"Something that can draw blood quickly,"
Sira added. The dwarf grinned at Sira, and then he looked me up and down as he nodded slowly. "What business are you in, lad?" he asked. "I'm a savior," I said coolly. "Makes sense." The dwarf grunted and eyed my broad shoulders. "You're certainly built for it, although your powers must be suffering a fair bit, no? Been so long since we've seen that moonlight." The bearded man sighed as he glared up at the purple-hued sky, and I wondered what his magical power was.
"It must be tough for you too,"
Sira said.
"Moon mining can't be easy in these conditions."
"It's been a nightmare," the dwarf grumbled. "Our mining abilities are becoming weaker every day. Just one night of moonlight would top us right back up. Not likely that will ever happen now. Damn gods!" The gruff dwarf slumped his shoulders and sighed as he looked down at his stall. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Sira's lips purse, but she held her tongue. "Which one would you recommend?" I asked, "for someone my size." The dwarf stroked his beard as he eyed me, and then he muttered to himself as he rummaged around under the table. "Here," he grunted. I reckon this might just be what you're after. He pulled out a long dagger with a glistening black blade and a bronze hilt with 3 black gems arranged along the center. The dwarf handed me the weapon, and I weighed it in my hand as I examined it. It was weighty without being too heavy, and the blade gleamed under the purple light of the orbs. "This is beautiful," I said.
It really is.
Sira agreed.
How much is it?
20 golds, the dwarf grunted. The angel nodded and scooped coins out of her pouch to hand to the bearded man. He quickly slipped them into his pocket and handed over a fitted sheath with a belt attachment. "Thank you," I said. "I'll take good care of it." "Good luck out there, savior." The dwarf nodded and scratched his chin under the mountain of his beard. I attached the sheath to my hip and carefully slid the dagger inside. Then I smiled at the bearded stall owner and started to stroll back into the bustle of the street.
So,
Sira said,
everything you really need to survive you can get here. Food, clothing, there's a tavern where you could stay the night.
"Get off!" someone in the crowd yelled. "Get out of here, you filthy demon bastards!" The crowd quickly parted, and I could see a stocky red-haired man who was standing in front of his stall. The guy must have been about the same age as me, and he was holding up his fists in a not very threatening way. He wore simple brown pants, along with a navy tunic, and his round face was flushed pink under his red curls. The guy was clearly trying to defend his stall against something, and he puffed his chest out as he stood his ground. Then I saw my very first demons. There were 2 of them, and they were about 5 feet tall, with dark purple skin. They stood on 2 legs and had spindly tails that swung from side to side. Each of them had short horns sticking out of their skulls, and they had sharp, pointed faces. Glowing red eyes sat above their hooked noses, and yellowing fangs stuck out of their mouths at odd angles. Both of them held roughly made spears, and they shook their weapons toward the stall owner. The red-haired man was putting himself between the demons and his stall, and I could already tell it wasn't going to end well. The crowd seemed to be trying to get as far away from the scene as possible, and the man trembled slightly as he looked the demons in their eyes. "That's my merchandise!" He spat with a shaky voice. "You can't be doing that! Getting all dirty and messing it up! How the hell am I meant to sell any of it like this?" The 2 demons snarled at the man and shook their spears, but I couldn't understand what they were saying. Then one of them leapt forward and slashed the guy's arm with a sharp talon before they turned on their heels and strode off. The man howled in pain, and he gripped his arm tightly as the demons turned around the corner. "Assholes!" I growled, and I raced over toward the guy as blood dripped from his wound.
Ryan!
Sira hissed as she followed.
What are you doing?
"He's hurt," I said. "I need to help."
We can't trust anyone.
"Well, we have to," I said. "Otherwise, we'll never find your friend." I glanced at the angel as we ran over the cobblestones, and she looked surprised, but didn't argue. The 2 people on either side of the human had hurriedly lowered cloth curtains over their stalls to block them from view, and the red-haired man stood alone as he cursed under his breath and examined his wound. I quickly bent down and tore a length off the leg of my new pants, as I knew the material was clean, and I held it up to the guy. That looks pretty deep," I said. "Can I help you put this on? It'll stop the bleeding." The red-haired man shot his blue eyes up to mine, and he looked me up and down slowly. Then he took a step backward and glared at Sira before he replied. "Who are you?" he asked as he clutched his arm. "My name's Ryan," I said. "This is Sira. I like the way you stood up to those demons. That was pretty ballsy." The red-haired man narrowed his eyes, and blood kept falling onto the ground from his oozing gash. I gestured with the cloth again, and the man reluctantly nodded as he held out his arm. Then I quickly made a neat little bandage around his wound and held it firmly as I applied pressure. The wound began to stop oozing as much after a moment, and I tightly secured the bandage. "You should clean it the first chance you get," I said. "Fresh water and maybe an antiseptic." I trailed off as I had no idea if that was something this world had. But the red-haired man nodded as he studied his bandage. "I'm in the right business for that, luckily," he said as he gestured to his stall. I looked over at his stand to see a black cloth that was covered in poppy-sized white flowers. They had long, emerald-green stems, and their pearl-like petals glistened from the light of a lantern at the back of the table.
Moonflowers,
Sierra said.
Are you a moon farmer?
The red-haired man nodded, and I tried to picture what exactly a moon farmer did. Why are you helping me? The man asked. What do you want? Nothing, I said. It just really seems like we need to be helping each other out right now, more than ever. Sierra raised an eyebrow, but the red-haired man nodded. He sighed as he looked at the blood on the ground and ran a hand through his curly hair. I'm Landon, he said. Like I said, I'm a moon farmer. What's your line of work? Savior, I said simply, and he nodded. Makes sense? He grunted as he gestured at my arms. Good to see you're still strong. I know you folks have been losing power with every day we're in this darkness. It's been tough, I said. How's business for you? Before he could reply, Landon spun around and swatted at a dark corner behind his stall. He made angry shooing noises, and as I stared at the empty shadows, I wondered if he might be lightheaded. Then there was a sharp cackle, and two of the little inky black creatures I'd seen earlier raced away with their arms thrown up in the air. Bloody ink imps, Landon spat. Trying to get my flowers. They don't even eat them, you know. They just like ripping the petals off. Bastard fucks. How did you see that? I asked. I didn't even notice them. Landon and Sierra both looked at me, and I knew I had said something wrong as I glanced at the angel. Moon farmer? Landon said. Remember? Of course, I quickly replied. Sorry, I wasn't thinking straight. So, moon farmers must have some kind of ultra-good seeing in the dark gift. I noted this to myself. That was an awesome skill to have in this land. That's fading as well, of course, Landon sighed. Every day that we go without the moon, this whole land gets weaker. If I don't get some more black water soon, my whole business is over. The crowds began to mill past again, and I looked around to try and see where the demons had gone. It seemed like they had moved on, and I couldn't spot any more of the purple creatures in the street. Landon started to rearrange his moonflowers, and I wondered if he would have any idea where the Demon King's headquarters was. He was clearly not a fan of theirs, and a farmer sounded like the kind of guy who would know the land well. I felt bad for the man that his honest living was in danger, and that familiar sense of duty kicked in as I watched him work. I wanted to help him, and maybe he would be able to help us in return.
Let's go,
Sierra whispered, but I held up my hand to gesture for her to wait. You said you need black water, I said. Is it in short supply? The red-haired man looked me up and down once more, but I was relieved to see a smile spread over his round face. Have you been knocked on the head? He laughed. All that carrying of folk must have taken you out of the city for a while to forget all this. That's right, I chuckled. Remind me. The demons are rationing the black water, Landon said. When I say rationing, I mean holding it hostage. There's no shortage of the stuff. Never has been, as you know. It's just a power play to keep us under their thumbs. Sierra tapped her foot impatiently as she watched me. But I was curious now, and I could tell Landon was trustworthy. And you need the black water for your flowers, I nodded. So your work's suffering. That's right? The curly-haired man nodded back. If I was as strong as you, I would storm over to the well myself and kick them all down into it. Well, not really. That would ruin the supply, but you know what I mean. I can help, I said, and the farmer narrowed his eyes. What? The man scoffed.
What?
Sierra hissed a split second after. Why would you take a risk, just to help me? Landon asked. You spend all day saving folks. Don't you think you've done enough, yeah? Well, like you said, my powers have been weakening lately, I replied, so I haven't been able to help as much. This is a way for me to feel like I'm making a difference again. I was pretty proud of that thinking on my feet, and it seemed to satisfy Landon as he nodded slowly. I can understand that, the farmer sighed. Honestly, if I could just get a bottle full of black water, that would save my crops. The flowers just need the tiniest drop each, you see. Landon stroked his chin as he studied his flowers, and I saw a chance to strike up a bargain. You seem to pay attention to what's been happening here near the city, I said as I lowered my voice a bit. Any chance you know where the demons have set up their base? The farmer's blue eyes widened as he glanced around hurriedly, and Syrah shot me a glare as she folded her arms. What are you needing that information for? Landon hissed. You could get in a lot of trouble asking those sorts of questions. I know, I said even more quietly, which is why I'm asking the man who stood up to the demons. Landon studied my face carefully and took a step closer so I could smell his earthy scent. His blue eyes darted into every shadowy corner around us, and he slowly nodded, almost imperceptibly. I know someone, he whispered. Someone who has the information you seek. I can point you in her direction, but it's risky. Hell, I'm risking a lot just helping you out, but if I could bring you some black water, I cut in, would you be willing to take that risk? Landon's eyes almost glazed over. I would. No doubt about that.
That's really not...
Syrah began, but I stuck out my hand to Landon. Deal. I nodded. The farmer gripped my hand and firmly shook it as he gave me a sly grin. Then he hurried around the back of his stall, and he came back with a white ceramic bottle that had a cork stopper in it. Yeah, if you could just fill this, I'll be set, he said. I really do appreciate this, Ryan. We need to stick together, I said, as I took the bottle and slipped it into my bag. Syrah rubbed her temples like she had a headache, and I gave her a playful nudge with my elbow. The angel sighed as she glared up at me, and the corners of her mouth twitched as she shook her head. Nice to see you've got a lady apprentice, Landon said. I always reckoned they should get more women in your business. Yes, I grinned. She's doing such a good job. I'm very proud of her. I teasingly patted Syrah on the head, and I could tell from her golden eyes how badly she wanted to smack my hand away. Very cute couple. Landon chuckled.
Couple?
Syrah choked out. Aye, the man said. I can tell you both are deeply in love. We most definitely are, I said as I wrapped my arm around Syrah's shoulders. My heart is overflowing with love for her, but my affection pales in comparison to the love she feels for me. In fact, every night when we lie together...
I am going to punch you,
Syrah hissed in my ear. She tells me of how she wishes we could grow our family more. You know how women are. Hi, I do. Landon laughed. As I said, you both are adorable. Now, the Blackwater Well. It's just outside the city over in the west. If you head past the church, then it's just a short walk from the cemetery.
I know where it is,
Syrah said, and it was my turn to raise an eyebrow. It looks like we're ready to go then, I said. I'm counting on you to keep your word in this deal. Of course. Landon held his hand to his chest. I'm a man of honor. Like you said, we need to stick together in these dark times. Dark. He chuckled to himself, and his warm laugh was infectious as I found myself grinning. We'll see you soon, I said, and I gave the farmer a wave as I started to head off into the crowd. Landon nodded at me, but then he hurried back behind a stall as Aluna came over to examine his flowers.
Ryan?
Syrah said as we left the farmer.
What exactly do you think you're doing?
Helping, I said. I take it you're coming with me? He thought we made a cute couple, so we should stick together, eh? The angel glared at me, but I knew the information we would gain was vital to saving Nisha. She knew it too.
You're very annoying,
she finally sighed. That's no way for an apprentice to speak to her master, or a wife to speak to her husband, I deadpanned.
Fine.
The angel shoved me playfully.
I'll come and make sure you don't die, but only because I need this information to find Nisha.
Of course, I said. Glad to have you on board. A hero always needs an awesome sidekick.
You are incorrigible.
The red-haired angel face-palmed as she led me through the marketplace, and we took a left down a quieter street that led away from the noise and smells. Only then did Syrah lower her hood, and she flicked her burgundy hair as she glanced around the street. Houses lined each side of the road, and everyone who passed kept their heads lowered as if they were afraid of making eye contact with anyone. The purple orbs glowed above us, and I could see the spire of a church up ahead. "Are the churches still open?" I asked, and Syrah shook her head.
Nobody uses them anymore,
she replied.
When the gods left, many of them got burned down in anger and protest. Any that are still up are basically abandoned. People will still visit the graves around them, but there's probably not anything more than some wildlife inside.
The church came into view properly on our right-hand side, and it looked very similar to the ones on Earth. It was made of a dark stone, and it had broken stained-glass windows on each side. There was one tall spire with missing tiles, and it looked like someone had tried to start a fire at the large doorway. There was an overgrown cemetery all around the building, and I spotted a jet-black fox slinking around the gravestones. As we passed a pile of stained glass that was strewn all over the cobblestones, Syrah bent down and grabbed one of the larger pieces. It was shaped into a deadly point, and she slid it into her cloak pocket.
It might come in handy,
she said.
I can't have you being the only one with a weapon.
You should have bought something from the dwarf, I pointed out, but the angel curled her lip in disgust.
I don't need anything from these mortals.
She almost growled. Right, powerful angel and all, I muttered, and I let the conversation drop. We walked past the church, and the road turned from cobblestones into dirt as we left the city. This land around us became more rural very quickly, and we were surrounded by tall trees and the distant chirping of birds. It was hard to say how many different types of trees there were. I had never seen anything like it in Arizona. Firs, pines, and huge oaks grew side by side with trees I couldn't even place, and some leaves I spotted looked to be purple instead of green. I felt comforted to have my new dagger on my belt, and I scanned the darkness between the trees as we hurried down the dirt path. I saw the occasional pair of glowing eyes moving around, but nothing that seemed interested in approaching us. After a few minutes, Syrah began to slow down, and I could hear a distant rumbling noise.
We're close,
she whispered.
It sounds like there's a lot of them guarding the well.
Shit, I said under my breath. I rested my hand on my dagger's hilt as we moved, and we approached a small hill where the road seemed to just disappear and become a mound of grass. I could hear the rumbling more clearly, and it was easier now to hear that it was several croaky voices all talking over each other. There were shuffling footsteps, too, and I had a feeling we were about to walk into something more dangerous than anything I had seen in this land so far. I gestured to a particularly thick tree over on our left, and Syrah nodded before we hurried over behind it. We stood shielded by the trunk, and I slowly peeked my head around so I could just see over the hill to the land below us. My stomach dropped as I looked down to see at least 15 demons shuffling around the grassy clearing, and a large well right in the middle of their group. Each demon held a spear, and they snarled and spat at each other as they moved around. I gripped my dagger as I watched the horrific creatures below me, and I knew I was about to enter a whole new world of danger. Chapter 4. The snarls of the demons echoed around the clearing, and a large purple orb hung directly above them and illuminated the black water in the well. The demons were all roughly the same size as the ones from the market, and I could see their red eyes glowing brighter under the light of the orbs. They didn't seem overly interested in the well as they mingled around it, but they gripped their spears as they shuffled back and forth, and they dragged their feet as they went. They really were grotesque creatures, and I could smell their putrid stench from our spot behind the tree.
There's more of them than I thought there would be,
Syrah whispered as we stared down at the demons.
This is not going to be easy.
There's about 20, I said as I counted them. How likely is it that they fight well?
They're just underlings,
Syrah said.
That doesn't mean we should underestimate them, though, especially when they're in a group this size.
Underlings? I asked, and the angel nodded.
There's 3 rankings of demons.
She explained.
Underlings are the bumbling idiots of the demon world. They just go wherever they're told to, and they're the ones you see patrolling all over the place.
Okay, I said. Then there's 2 more ranks above them?
The 2nd tier is deadly,
Syrah said.
Those ones are double the size of the underlings, with 3 times the teeth. Then you have the kings and queens, and frankly, no one who has attempted to fight them has lived to tell the tale.
Except the angels? I said, and I knew my tone was more uneasy than I wanted it to be.
Yes.
Syrah kept her gaze straight ahead.
I can sense my sisters. I know they are alive. They have to be.
I didn't know whether to be relieved that these were underlings or worried that there were 2 more deadly rankings of demons above them. If I went with Syrah on her quest, then I was going to have to meet the big fuckers eventually. Maybe taking on a round of the underlings would give me an idea of what I would be coming up against. Although I was bigger than the purple beasts, I had seen what those talons could do to human skin. We are also vastly outnumbered. And even though they were poorly made, the spears looked like they could slice flesh well enough. Giant claws and spears would be enough to cause a shitload of damage. I just had to make sure we made smarter moves than they did. Do they have any weak spots? I asked. Or do we just barge in and slice whatever we can?
We're just going to have to go in,
Syrah said.
Underling flesh is pretty similar to humans, but we need to make sure none of them get away. They could report back to their higher-ups, and then we would really be in trouble.
Got it, I said. So I run and you fly?
You really do just race into danger, don't you?
The angel asked.
I don't think I've ever met anyone like you before.
Thanks, I grinned. It's kind of what I'm trained for. The angel smiled at me, and then spread her wings so her cloak bunched up at her shoulders. I pulled out my dagger and gripped it tightly as I peered around the tree. I hadn't ever used any kind of blade in a fight before, but I figured it couldn't be too hard to get used to. As long as the dagger was going into demon flesh somewhere, then I would be happy. A couple of demons leaned against the well, and one of them had its eyes closed as it swayed back and forth. The rest of them aimlessly paced around and snarled at each other with raspy voices. I reckon I can sneak up on one of those, I said, as I pointed to a couple of the purple beasts. They were at the back of the group near the trees, and they didn't seem to be paying attention to anything other than their own conversation, if you could call it a conversation. It really just sounded like a spitting contest with the occasional gurgle.
We'll take one each,
Syrah said.
Grab them and slice open their throats before they can draw any attention to us.
She pulled out the shard of stained glass from her pocket and held it carefully in her pale hand. Be careful with that, I said. I don't want you to be the one who ends up bleeding.
I'll be fine,
Syrah said with a flick of her hair.
I'm an angel.
Then let's go, I muttered, and we started to run along the trees and down the hill. I kept crouched low as I moved, and I made sure to avoid any twigs and leaves underfoot. The last thing we needed was the snapping of a branch giving us away. My work in the firefighting department had made me surprisingly light on my feet when I was in a hurry, though. It took skill to navigate around a burning building with all the weight of my gear on me. If I stepped on the wrong spot, then I would find myself falling through a crumbling floor. And needless to say, I wasn't getting paid to fuck up that bad. As we snuck around the clearing, I could hear the demons' voices more clearly. Whatever language they used wasn't anything like English, and they spat violently as they spoke. Their red eyes glowed in the dull clearing, and we slowed down as we neared the back of the grassy area. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up as we approached the demons, and I could smell burning sulfur once we got closer. Beside me, Syrah was completely silent on her feet, and she pointed to the creature on the left as we snuck up to the closest demons. I nodded and took a step to the right, and then I readied myself to grab the purple creature. There was a tree directly behind the 2 demons, and the beasts snapped and snorted at each other as we silently approached. Once we stood behind the tree, I nodded at Syrah, and I leapt forward as quickly and silently as I could. We both grabbed our targets at the same time. I threw an arm around the demon, clamped his spear arm against his chest in the same movement, and pulled him close into me. Then I swiped my dagger across the beast's neck, and he didn't even have a chance to cry out before he went limp in my arms. Blood poured from the gaping wound in its neck as I dragged it back into the woods and gently placed the corpse down onto the grass. Sarah had used her stained glass in the same way, and she laid her dead demon next to mine. They were even more gross to look at up close, and there were dark tufts of hair coming out of their pointed noses. I could see just how thick their talons were, too, and I made a mental note to try and stay as far away from those as possible in the coming fight. None of the others had noticed anything as they continued to babble away at each other, and I studied the clearing to work out our next moves. 18 left. They were spread out so much that there didn't look like there was any way to get in unnoticed. But there was another pair a little further into the clearing that had their backs to us, and I figured that would be the safest next step for our attack. I pointed at the two beasts, and Sarah nodded. Her pretty face was scrunched into a determined scowl, and she clutched her stained glass carefully as her golden eyes studied the clearing. Her maroon feathers twitched as she eyed her prey, and I had to drag my gaze away from the beautiful angel. For a celestial being, she sure looked lethal as hell. Still, I didn't want to put her in danger, but I knew she was a capable fighter. The way she had handled the desert monsters was incredible, and I knew she had the advantage of flight over me and the demons. Plus, I'd learned from experience that you had to trust your teammates if you wanted to win, and I didn't doubt mine for a second. I raised 3 fingers to count down and lowered them silently. On the count of 1, we both hurtled out into the clearing without a second thought. My heart pounded in my chest as we raced toward the closest demons, and I leapt onto the right side one just as it started to turn around. I slit its throat in less than a second, and as Sarah did the same to her prey, they slumped down onto the grass while dark blood stained my hands. That was when we were spotted. A demon to my right spun around and screeched as it pointed at me, and the rest of them turned to look at their new attackers. A sea of red eyes suddenly faced me, and my ears rang with the horrific screeches of the beasts. There were 16 left. I didn't have time to think up a plan. I just charged at the whistleblower with my dagger held up as Sarah shot into the air. That seemed to distract the demons for a second, and the red eyes followed her into the sky. I launched myself at the demon, and its red eyes flashed at me as it went to move its spear. But I was too fast for it, and I slammed my blade right into its jugular with one brutal movement. The dagger ripped through the purple flesh easily, and blood poured out as I retracted my weapon. Then the demon flopped onto the ground in a puddle of its own blood, and I spun around as I heard others approaching. 2 more of the purple fuckers charged at me, and their spears suddenly looked a hell of a lot sharper when they were aimed at my face. As the demons reached me, I kicked as hard as I could at the spear on my left, and felt the wooden handle snap under my boot. Then I grabbed the other weapon in my hand and yanked it out of the demon's grip easily. The 2 creatures hissed and leapt forward with their talons extended toward my chest, but I threw the spear into one of their throats and slashed the second over the face with my dagger. The black blade sliced across the creature's cheek with an unpleasant squishing sensation, and the demon stumbled forward with its arms outstretched as its blood-drenched face howled. Then I slammed my blade right into its eye socket, and I felt the weapon pierce through the thin bone and into its brain. The demon went limp as it died instantly. I pulled the blade back out as the creature slumped onto the ground, and I turned my attention to the fight around me. Sarah swooped in and slashed one of the demons across the throat, and she managed to get another right in the back of the head. Both monsters gurgled wetly before they collapsed onto the ground, and we were down to 11 of the purple bastards. "Nice!" I yelled. "We're fucking naturals at this!"
Yes, it's kind of what I'm trained for.
Sarah snickered, and she flashed me a deadly grin. Then I spun around as 3 more demons raced toward me, and I stood my ground as I eyed them up and down. Sarah flew down as they charged, and kicked 2 of them square in their heads so they stumbled. I didn't miss a beat. Then I used their distraction to leap forward and kick the middle one square in the chest. As it fell backward, I slashed the one on the right across the throat and quickly swung my blade over to the one on the left. Both demons stumbled as blood erupted from their necks, and they slipped on the wet grass as they slowly died. I slammed my boot down on the head of the fallen demon and felt its skull crush under my foot. Fucking nasty, I groaned as I yanked my boot out of the gore. Then I glanced up to see Sira bringing her makeshift weapon down onto another demon's head, and she placed her palm on another skull for a second before it started to burn. The purple skin turned gray as the embers spread over it, and the demon dropped its spear as it clutched its head and howled. The forest clearing had turned very quickly into a demon graveyard, and I cheered as Sira slammed her hand down on yet another demon's skull. Then I charged at the demon closest to me and narrowly missed the swing of its spear. The beast snarled and leapt at me with its yellow fangs bared, but I managed to grab onto its spear handle before the point could reach me, and I brought my own blade violently upward right underneath the demon's chin. My black dagger pierced the purple flesh, and dark blood fell onto my hand as I shoved the blade up and further in. The demon choked, and its red eyes rolled back into its head.
Ryan!
Sira shrieked behind me, and I yanked my dagger out of the dead demon. I spun around to see the angel had been pulled down into the grips of the remaining 4 demons, and they raced along toward the well as she kicked and screamed. "Sira!" I yelled as I sprinted over the grass, and my heart was in my throat as the purple beasts clawed at her. They had thrown their spears aside and howled menacingly as they dragged the angel toward the well. Sira thrusted and kicked, but they had a tight hold of each limb. It was clear they wanted to throw her into the black water, and I had no idea what kind of damage that would do to a fire angel. I wasn't about to wait around and find out. Her shrieks were enough to convince me I had to get my ass in gear. Adrenaline took over every inch of my body, and I felt red-hot with fury as I watched Sira's scared face in the glow of the orbs above. "Hey, fuckers!" I shouted, and a couple of the demons glanced my way with narrowed red eyes. I didn't have much time to plan a graceful rescue, so I just leapt into the pile of demons with a howl and slammed my dagger down into the nearest one's face. The blade punctured its skin and slammed right through its nose into its brain. I tried not to gag as I pulled my dagger back, and bits of goop flew everywhere out of the gaping hole in the demon's face. The other 3 still had a tight hold of Sira, so I brought my boot up and slammed the demon opposite me square in the chest. The purple beast buckled and stumbled backward as it let go of Sira. Its talons scraped her pale skin, but it was enough for the angel to free her upper half. The remaining 2 demons each clung to her feet, and they looked at me with wide eyes as I raised my dagger. Then I brought it down onto the right demon's skull, and Sira swung her glass shard down onto the left one. We slammed our weapons into the purple beasts' heads in a synchronized movement, and there was an eruption of blood. The 2 demons fell onto the ground with a dull thud, and I was left holding my blood-soaked dagger as I looked down at the mess. "Are you okay?" I panted. Before I could blink, Sira flung herself into my arms. I took a second to realize she was hugging me, and I gently stroked her soft hair as we caught our breaths. She buried her head into my shoulder, and she seemed to fit against me perfectly. I barely even noticed my own pain as I held her close, and all I could think of was how thankful I was that she was okay. She smelled like bonfires and sweet apples, and I smiled as she pulled back and looked at me.
Sorry.
She said hurriedly as she took a step back.
Thanks for saving me.
That's okay, I said gently. Are you hurt? The angel shook her head and glanced down at her grazed arm. The demon hadn't broken the skin, and she looked as perfect as before.
Okay.
Sira said as she folded her arms.
So maybe you wouldn't be completely useless to have along on my quest to rescue Nisha.
A grin spread over my face, and the angel rolled her eyes. "Oh, really?" I laughed. "Thank you so much for finally realizing that. What an honor it would be, my lady." I snickered at the words leaving my mouth, but I couldn't help teasing her. and this cloak I was wearing made it feel like the right thing to say.
Don't get all flattered.
Syrah groaned.
It's just that you're slightly more useful than going it all alone. It really wouldn't have been good if I got thrown in that water.
She glared at the well with her golden eyes, and I pulled the bottle out of my satchel. What happens if you touch water? I asked. Does it hurt?
If I'm submerged in it,
She nodded.
it weakens my powers, too, so I can barely fight back.
What if it rains? I asked.
I can use my wings as a shield.
Syrah replied.
Now, let's get that black water back to the farmer.
I pulled the cork from the bottle and leaned over the side of the well. The black water looked like it had tiny bits of silver throughout it, and I carefully filled the bottle up to the top. The purple orb hummed above us, and I looked around at the pile of dead demons as I closed up the container. You said these were underlings, I said. They were still tough as hell, though.
They're strong in numbers,
Syrah said.
and there are hundreds of thousands of them. Just wait until you meet the higher-ups.
Oh, I can't wait, I sighed. Let's go before any of their buddies stroll by and notice the graveyard. Syrah bent down and grabbed a demon horn that had been torn off when she'd smashed the bastard's skull earlier. It had a portion of tattered, purple flesh still connected to it, and blood oozed down into her hand as she clutched the horn. Souvenir? I asked with a raised eyebrow.
So the farmer believes us.
Syrah said.
He might not take our word that the path's been cleared to this well. I probably wouldn't.
Good call, I said. But you need to remember that not everyone is as blindly distrusting as you are. I tried not to step in too much blood as we hurried back over the clearing, and Syrah flew over the bodies to avoid them. I didn't want to leave any bloody footprints behind in case any more demons came by and tried to track us down. Then I spun around as I heard movement behind us. But it was just a dark gray deer, cautiously sniffing the corpses. The creature looked so oddly familiar in every way. But its color was much darker than any deer I'd seen before. It had silver speckles all over its fur, and it pranced away when it noticed me watching it from across the clearing. I gave one last glance at the pile of purple corpses, and wiped my bloody palms off on my cloak before we hurried back over the hill. And I kept my dagger out until the road became cobbled again. I glanced up at the sky every now and then, and I kept expecting to see stars. But only the glowing, buzzing purple orbs were up there. I had no way of knowing how long it had been since I woke up in the desert, but I guessed it didn't matter. It wasn't like I had anywhere else to be. Syrah folded her wings back up so they were flat against her back, and her pale skin was speckled with red as well as gold now. You might want to wipe off your face, I said. You're a bit bloody. The pretty angel rubbed the red stains off her pale cheek, and she reached up to my face to do the same. She wiped my chin with her palm and glanced down at my ripped pants from when I had helped Landon.
You're already a mess,
she sighed.
You've only been in this world for a few hours, and you're covered in blood and ruined clothes.
I laughed as we walked past the church, and a flock of tiny little black birds flew up from the cemetery. We strode back into the middle of the marketplace, and it was just as busy as when we'd left it. I kept my bag close to my side as we made our way back to Landon's stall, and he was with a customer as we approached him. A Luna with neatly pleated pink hair stood at his stall, and she giggled as he spoke to her. What do Lunas do? I asked as we got closer. What's their power?
Dreamscapes.
Syrah replied.
They can create illusions or even just make everything around you seem soft and dreamy. Usually they use it to help sick people or calm people down if they're anxious.
Oh, that's pretty sweet, I said. I wonder how long it's going to be before everyone loses their powers for good. Syrah glanced warily at the purple sky, and we made our way over to Landon's stall just as the Luna waved goodbye. She smiled at the farmer before she disappeared back into the crowd, and Landon seemed to be in his own little world as he stared after her. I smirked at Syrah as we waited for him to notice us, but then I decided to clear my throat to help him along. Oh, you're back, he said as he swung around. That was so fast. Was it? I asked. Or does time just fly when you're in love? Sierra snorted, and the moon farmer's face turned as red as his hair. Not exactly love, he mumbled. I haven't worked up the nerve to even ask her out. Give her a bunch of moonflowers. I laughed. I'm sure she'll be putty in your hands.
Or wine,
Sierra said.
Women like that too.
I grinned at the angel, and she flicked her hair with a smug expression. Landon looked too sheepish to even consider the idea, but then he frowned as he eyed our bloody clothing. You can't have been there and back in that time, Landon said. Did you really get to the well? Was it the right one? I pulled out the bottle from my bag and handed it over to him. The farmer carefully uncorked the container and gasped sharply as he peered inside. He hurriedly sealed it back up and held it close to his chest as he glanced around. What about the demons? He whispered. What happened to them? Sierra replied by throwing the amputated horn at his feet, and he jumped backwards. Blood oozed along the cobblestones, and the faint stench of sulfur wafted up to me. They're all dead, I said. The path to the well is clear.
For now,
Sierra added.
You might want to go stock up as much as you can. Who knows how long it will be until a new group takes over. Although, with the stupidity of the underlings, you probably have a few days.
Landon stared down at the horn as he clutched his water bottle, and his blue eyes were wide as a grin spread across his face. I can't believe it, he whispered. I didn't think you were actually going to do it. My crops are going to be saved. The farm is going to be okay. He hurriedly kicked the demon horn from under his stall and held his arm out to mine. I shook his hand and found he had a surprisingly firm grip. Landon offered his hand to Sierra next, but she gave a polite wave instead. I figured that shaking someone's hand was maybe too familiar a gesture to share with mortals she refused to trust, but Landon didn't seem to be insulted. The farmer kept his water bottle clutched closely as he studied my face, and his eyes flickered down to my arms. Maybe your powers aren't fading, he said. This is unbelievable. I really owe you, Ryan. It felt good to bring so much happiness to someone who had been suffering. I wished I could do the same for everyone in the Nightlands who had lost so much. Despite the tails, wings, and horns, most of the people here seemed like they were just ordinary folks trying to get by and live their lives peacefully. Just like the people I used to help back in my old world.
So you'll tell us where the Demon King's headquarters is?
Sierra asked quietly. I didn't say that I personally knew, Landon said. But I know somebody who will. She knows everything, really. She'll be able to help you. You're sure? I asked, and Landon nodded solemnly. You have my word, he replied. I wouldn't lie to you after what you've done for me. I'm going to close up shop right now and head for the well with some friends. We can get stocked up and have a hidden supply of black water. The red-haired farmer started to carefully lift his moonflowers off the stall counter and placed them delicately in a large wooden chest. He stowed the water bottle under the table as he worked. And Sierra began to tap her foot impatiently.
So,
she said,
the place that we're going?
Oh, sorry, he chuckled. I was just transported off into a world of my own there. You really can't imagine what this well means to us all. So much good fortune. And it's all come on so suddenly. Okay, so how well do you know these lands? Pretty well, I lied. But just make the directions as thorough as possible so we don't waste our time. Landon looked around and then shuffled close to us, as if there was someone nearby straining their ears to listen in. I know how impressive his eyesight was, so I wasn't worried about anyone eavesdropping without him noticing. Okay, he whispered. She lives right by the Night Lake.
That's not too far.
Sierra nodded.
So we'll head north?
Right through the forest, Landon said. Should take less than a day of travel for your long legs. She lives in a hut on the edge of the woods that looks out over the lake. It's sometimes hard to spot, but you just need to know where to look. Why is it hard to spot? I asked. Is it camouflaged or something? Landon looked around again, and shuffled so close that his face was basically smushed against my ear. "It's hidden because of who lives there," he hissed. "She's a genuine night witch." He flailed his arms dramatically as he spoke, and then nodded slowly, as if he expected me to react. "Oh," I said. Right. Is she nice?" The red-haired farmer stood back and folded his arms with a frown. "Nice?" he asked. "That's not normally the first thing people want to know about witches." Syrah smirked at me, and it was clear she wasn't coming to my aid anytime soon with any local knowledge this time. The angel clearly liked to put me on the spot, and I tried to put a more intrigued expression on. I mean, is she powerful?" I tried, and that seemed to satisfy Landon. "Very," he nodded. "She's an old friend of my mother's, so I've known her since I was little. I haven't really heard much from her recently, but she'll be there. It's a remote spot. She likes being away from everything."
"And she'll definitely have the information we need?"
Syrah asked.
"She'll be able to tell us where the demon's headquarters are?"
"I'd bet my life on it." Landon nodded. "But you'll need to be careful around those parts, of course. I hear the creatures in the forest are starting to go mad from the lack of moonlight." "Oh, what do you mean?" I asked. "We're all struggling," Landon said. "But the folks who are suffering the most seem to set out into the woods to get as far away from the demons and their orbs as possible. I've heard some of the species aren't doing well." "Well, we'll be careful," I said. "Do you think this night witch will mind having visitors?" "Tell her I sent you," Landon said. "Let her know you helped me, and she'll be fine with you. Just watch out when you first meet her. Make sure she doesn't get startled, or she might throw some kind of a curse at you." "Noted," I said. What do we call her?" "I don't even know that," Landon laughed. "Witches are very secretive about their names. They believe knowing someone's name gives them power over you. She's a bit odd like that, but you'll get used to it quickly." "We should get going then," I said. "Thanks, Landon. This is really helpful." "Just be careful," he warned. "Whatever it is you folks are trying to do out there, I'm guessing it isn't safe." Not exactly," I admitted. But we're going to be fine, I promise." "Good luck," he said. "Both of you." The moon farmer gave us each a swift nod, and then carried on packing up his stall. I glanced around to make sure nobody had been listening in, but it seemed that the crowd was milling around as usual.
"Come on,"
Syrah urged.
"Every second matters."
We left Landon, and I followed the beautiful angel through the crowd as she hurried down the street. She went a different way to the path we had taken before, and led us down curved streets that were surrounded by various shops and houses. I tried to take it all in as we walked, and it seemed that the Nightlands had a lot of closed-down businesses. There was a bakery and a butcher shop that had broken windows, and their signs were turned to closed on the doors. A florist looked like it was still going, and an old woman arranged a bouquet behind a counter dimly lit with candles. "Shops don't seem to be doing well," I said. "The only open one I've seen didn't have any customers."
"The market is much better for businesses."
Syrah nodded.
"The mortals seem to feel safer shopping in big crowds. Even if it means there's a bigger risk of theft, at least you can't be cornered by demons as easily if you glance at one the wrong way."
"Safety in numbers," I said. "That makes sense. I just feel so bad for everyone here." "What was it like before the night god left?"
"The goddess of night."
Syrah corrected me.
"This place was alive constantly. It was a real hotspot for tourists."
"Tourists?" I asked.
"Remember, the various beings of this world were not always separated by such impossible divides."
Syrah replied.
"Not geographical ones, anyway. But the Nightlands was famous worldwide for its landscape, because all the night scenery is so beautiful when it's lit up by the moon and stars. The water especially is something amazing. But I doubt you'll ever be able to see that for yourself."
The streets became quieter and quieter as we left the marketplace behind us. The air had a stale smell to it that reminded me of smoke, and I wondered if the orbs were causing it. I took in everything around me that I could. It felt like I had already done so much in my short time in this new world, and I couldn't take my eyes off the different creatures that went past. The buildings were all hugely varied in style and color, too, but most of them were shrouded in darkness, as the purple orbs became fewer on the outskirts of the city. Sierra kept her head down and her hood up as we walked, and I did the same. The constant darkness was making me tired. I already felt disoriented by the lack of a changing sky, so I couldn't even imagine how it felt to live like this constantly. I didn't blame anyone who went slightly loopy with no way to tell the days apart. It was like being in a giant, dark prison cell. The road became narrower as we reached the end of the city, and we passed a little bungalow which seemed to be the last house for a while. The road became dirt again as trees started to surround each side, and it looked like it was well trodden with horses and carts. "Into the forest," I said, as I looked up at the trees. "I feel pretty disoriented. This is north?"
That's right.
Sierra nodded as she finally slipped down her hood.
This north track goes right through the woods and eventually up into the mountains. I had a feeling the demon headquarters might be over there, but I couldn't be sure.
Something flew over our heads, and I glanced up to see a flock of silver bats zigzagging across the dark sky. They made faint clicking sounds as they flew, and as they got further away, they almost looked like little stars against the blackness. I could see a particularly large orb in the distance, and wondered if they used those for more populated areas to keep an eye on everyone. "Are you sure your angel friend will be there?" I asked after a long moment of silence, and Sierra's golden eyes darted to mine.
"Positive,"
she said.
"A demon king or queen is the only thing powerful enough to snare an angel. We're beings of the gods. Mortals can't keep us in cages. I just hate to think about her being trapped."
"But you're certain she's trapped?" I said carefully. "And not—"
"They wouldn't destroy her entirely,"
Sierra said through gritted teeth, and I could have sworn her eyes flashed with flames in the darkness.
"Demons are torturers. They may have the ability to kill celestial beings, but they don't waste an opportunity like this. They'll keep her alive as long as they can, just to enjoy themselves."
The angel went quiet and bit her lip as she slipped her hood back up. She kept her gaze focused straight ahead, and her eyebrows knitted together with worry. I didn't ask her to elaborate on the enjoy themselves part. "We're going to save her," I said. "I've only been in this place a few hours, and we've already slaughtered a whole bunch of demons. By the time we get to the headquarters, I bet I'll be an expert in everything to do with this world." Sierra's mouth twitched, and she glanced at me with a raised eyebrow. "I mean it," I said. "That demon asshole will be quivering the second I step foot in his stupid headquarters."
"Why are you like this?"
she whispered. "Like what?"
"Well, you are confident and positive,"
she murmured.
"It's odd."
"Just some American blue-collar can-do attitude." I laughed. What exactly should we be expecting with this place anyway? Headquarters makes it sound like it's rigged up with security systems and cameras.
"Cameras?"
The angel studied my face.
"Which world did you say you came from?"
I didn't. I chuckled. "I'm from Arizona. It's a place on Earth."
"Ah."
Sierra nodded like this made perfect sense to her.
"No cameras here. That's an Earth thing. There will be security systems, just not ones you'll be used to."
"Booby traps," I said, and Sierra snorted at the phrase. I watched the angel as she studied the sky, and I wondered what her life used to be like. The people of the Nightlands were suffering, but Sierra must have been hurting just as much lately, if not more. She had been left behind by her own god, and attacked by the people she tried to protect. It must have been hellish when the gods left, even before the demons took over. I must have been staring at her a bit too obviously, because Sierra shot me some side-eye and waved her hand.
Are you okay?
She asked.
You're looking at me strangely.
I was just thinking, I said. I can understand why you want to get Nisha so badly. It must be so lonely being in a world of people who turn their backs on you. The angel didn't respond at first, and for a second I'd thought she'd turn hostile again, like when we'd first met. But then she cleared her throat and spoke in a quiet tone.
It's been tough,
she said.
Especially without my God to lead me and give me any advice. Angels, we can survive more than you could possibly imagine, but we aren't meant to walk the worlds alone. We thrive when we serve our gods. It's been a bit less lonely today, though.
She looked down at her bare feet, and I could have sworn her pale cheeks were tinged with pink. I'm glad to have been even slightly useful, I said. Good thing I landed on my feet and woke up with an angel on my side.
Yes. Although, technically, you landed splat on your back when you arrived.
Sira smiled, and we walked in silence for a while as the road carried on into the forest. The trees around us became denser and taller, and I was glad to have my dagger on my side as something rustled around in the leaves nearby. Do you think the gods will ever come back? I asked.
No,
Sira replied.
I think they're gone for good. I don't really know what that means for me. What's the point of an angel without a god?
Maybe now you can choose your own fate, I pointed out. Not having someone to serve doesn't mean you don't have a purpose or can't thrive. You're smart, tough as nails, and kind of okay to look at. I'm confident you can do whatever you want to and succeed.
You're different from the other mortals,
Sira said as she glanced my way.
You speak very openly, you run toward danger, and you don't fear things that are different. It's sort of admirable.
Stop! You'll make me blush. I chuckled. But it's strange how comfortable I feel in this world. It's like I was always meant to be here. Or, at the very least, built to adapt to it. And that's been my training, though, I guess. Never hesitate longer than it takes to assess a situation. Then dive the hell in.
An interesting motto.
Sira laughed. We turned a long corner that brought us around a group of 20-foot-tall pines, and I stopped in my tracks as I saw something huge and glistening in the distance. It was a strange mix of navy blue and gold, and it rippled like a mirage under the dark sky. Is that the lake? I asked as I ran a hand through my hair.
That's right,
Sira said.
The Night Lake. I suppose you will get to see some beautiful waters after all.
We stood in silence for a moment as I took in the view ahead, and Sira took a step closer to me as she lowered her hood again. Sorry, I said. We can keep moving. I was just blown away by how amazing it looks. I bet it's even better up close. Sira smiled at me, and her golden eyes glittered even more brightly than the lake did. Then her beautiful face broke into a blinding smile, and she reached up and pressed her lips against mine. Chapter 5. I pulled Sira close to me and gripped her slim hips as her arms snaked around my shoulders. My whole body seemed to light up at her touch, and we kissed until the world beneath me began to spin.
You make me feel safe,
Sira whispered when she finally pulled back. Really? I asked as I stroked her burgundy hair, and my heart hammered in my chest. The angel gave me a small nod.
I haven't ever felt like this with a mortal before.
Well, I'll always protect you, I murmured. She reached up to kiss me again, and this time it was more hungry and urgent as her tongue danced into my mouth. I could feel her large breasts press into my chest, and my cock was rock hard as I kissed the beautiful angel. My hands gripped her small waist, and she gave a little groan as I held her like this. Nothing else in the world mattered other than her in that moment, and I could hardly believe how soft and eager she felt as we explored one another. The fiery angel had been so hostile when I first met her, but she was suddenly as warm and willing as anyone I'd ever slept with. More so, actually. because her skin was noticeably a few degrees warmer than any human woman I knew.
Why don't we go into the trees?
Sira asked as she stroked my arm.
Away from the road?
Seriously? I asked, and she nodded eagerly. I like the sound of that. I couldn't think of anything other than her perfect body as we walked hand in hand into the depths of the woods. I made sure we could still see the road so we didn't get lost, but the light dimmed, and only small parts of the ground were illuminated by the distant orbs. An owl hooted in the trees as I stopped beside a huge oak tree, and Sira quickly pulled off my cloak. I grinned as she eagerly pulled off my shirt next, and her golden eyes widened as she took in my muscular chest. She slowly ran a hand over my abs like she'd been thinking about doing this a few times today, and she gave me a longing sigh as she felt my biceps.
Oh, you feel so strong,
she murmured.
I like your muscles.
Thanks, I chuckled. You can touch them all you like. Sira bit her lip as she squeezed my forearm, and I couldn't wait any longer to see her beautiful body in all its glory. Your turn, I chuckled, and I started to help undress her. Her cloak fell to the ground, and I took a second to admire her smile, before I carefully pulled her golden dress up over her head. The angel wiggled out of the silky fabric, and I was met with the sight of her perfect, naked form. Her body was slim and toned, and she had large breasts with pale pink nipples. Her long legs sparkled with golden freckles, and her pussy had the smallest wisp of blonde hair above it. Sira's wings were folded up against her back, and her burgundy hair tumbled down over her shoulders. I was absolutely speechless as the angel stood naked before me. Her body was the ideal mix of slim but strong. She was perfect. Sira quickly broke me out of my thoughts as she hurriedly pulled off my boots and socks. Then she yanked my pants down to reveal my rock-hard cock. I kicked my pants to the side and grinned as the beautiful angel stared at my erection.
Oh my.
She gasped as her eyes widened.
I didn't know mortals could be so well endowed.
I wanted to give her every compliment in the world, but I knew in that moment I wanted nothing more than to make her feel pleasure. I had to touch every inch of her beautiful body. I ran my hands down her hips and reached back to feel her perfectly sculpted ass. Then I squeezed her firm cheeks, and Sira gripped my bicep muscles with a purr. "You are so beautiful," I murmured. I leaned forward and kissed her neck, and Sira moaned as I ran a hand up to her full tits. I squeezed her soft flesh and ran my thumb over her pert nipples, while her hands roamed over my shoulders and across my chest. And I felt her shudder as I moved my hand down her flat stomach. Then I stroked her warm thighs and slowly ran my fingertips up toward her beautiful pussy.
Oh,
she breathed as I gently moved my fingers onto her labia and pressed a finger inside her slowly. She was already soaked, and I groaned at how warm her juices felt on my hand. I couldn't resist sliding a second finger inside her warmth, and I began to slowly move in and out of her sex. Sira gripped my shoulders and gasped as we stood pressed against each other. I rubbed her clit with my thumb, and the angel shuddered as she let out a soft groan. Then I sped up the pace of my fingers and heard her breathing quicken.
Ryan,
she gasped.
Oh, that feels so good.
I kept fucking her with my fingers and enjoying the sight of her full tits rising and falling with her quick breaths. I kissed her deeply as I rubbed her clit with my thumb, and she suddenly shuddered as her pussy walls clenched around my fingers.
Oh!
She cried as her orgasm washed over her, and I held her as her body shook. Her beautiful face was glowing, and she gripped onto me tightly as she shuddered. Watching her climax drove me wild, and I smiled as she buried her head in my chest with a low groan. Once she caught her breath, I slowly slid my fingers out of her pussy. The beautiful angel stared up at me with wide eyes, and I kissed her forehead softly. Her cheeks were flushed and dewy, and her golden freckles glowed in the darkness.
I've never felt like that before,
she whispered.
Ryan, you made my whole body feel amazing.
Wait, you've never had an orgasm? I asked in bewilderment. You've never come before? Are you sure? Sierra dropped her gaze like she was embarrassed, but I tilted her chin back up, so she had to look me in the eye to answer.
Angels don't normally give themselves so fully to others,
Sierra said.
Some do, but I've always considered myself above such things.
Let me guess, I said with a smirk. Not many people you'd trust enough?
To be fair, before the gods abandoned us, abandoned this world, I didn't need to think much about who to trust.
Sierra sighed.
I did my work, I served my God, and I didn't waver in my focus on my duties. Now, though, I haven't known what to do with myself lately. I don't like feeling so untethered to anything. Then I saw you appear in the desert and... Oh, I don't want to talk so much.
The angel was suddenly kissing me again, and I let her have her way as her tongue roved through my mouth. Eventually I pulled away, and I chuckled at the determined look on her face.
I want to give myself fully to you, Ryan.
Sierra said breathlessly, and my chuckle abruptly ended.
I want to give everything to you. I want to climax again with you inside of me.
I couldn't quite believe I'd just given an angel her first orgasm, but the idea drove me wild. My cock was aching at the thought, and I gasped as Sierra placed her soft hand on my shaft. She gripped my erection tightly, and I felt a wave of pleasure run through me at her touch. If she wanted another orgasm while I was inside of her, she was sure as hell going to get it. I gripped her curved hips and gave her a quick kiss before I led her over to the large tree near us. Then I helped her down onto the ground, and I sat with my back against the thick trunk. Here, I said. Let me make you feel even more amazing. I swung the angel's leg over me and positioned her so she was hovered over my cock. She looked down at me as she bit her lip, and I teasingly ran a finger along her soaked pussy lips.
Ryan.
She gasped.
Please. I have never felt like this before. I can't explain how badly I need to feel more of you.
You've really never done this before? I asked.
No.
She shook her head.
I can't believe we're doing this now. You make me feel frustrated, but warm and loved. Make me feel more. Please?
I will, I said. This will feel wonderful. We'll go at your pace. Just slide your entrance over my cock until you can take me.
Okay.
Sierra nodded eagerly and rubbed her soaked pussy lips over the tip of my erection like she couldn't help herself. I shuddered at the feeling of it, and she grinned at my reaction. Then I held her waist as she started to slowly lower herself down, and the head of my cock slipped into her tight pussy. We both gasped, and I took a second to make sure she was comfortable. Does that feel good? I asked, and she nodded quickly.
I need more.
She whispered.
Please, let me have your cock, Ryan.
Who am I to argue with an angel? I grinned and helped her move further down as I slowly guided her by the waist. Her warm walls eagerly clutched my dick, and electricity raced through me as we fully connected. Sierra's pussy felt truly angelic, in a way I couldn't even describe. She was so warm and wet, and tighter than anything I'd experienced before, and her sheath was like hot velvet as she slid around my shaft. Her pretty face was flushed as she straddled me, and I slowly began to thrust upward until I was fully inside the angel. Fuck! I hissed. You're so tight. Sierra seemed incapable of speaking for a moment as she moaned, and I began to fuck her slowly. Her large tits bounced as I moved, and she gasped as I began to speed up my pace. She moved with me, and I groaned at how deep inside her I was. I gripped her tits and leaned down to take a nipple into my mouth.
Oh, Ryan.
Sierra groaned.
This feels so fucking good. You're so deep.
You feel amazing, I breathed. Your body is perfect. The angel started to bounce up and down even faster, and her pussy gripped my cock tightly as we fucked. My whole body felt alive with pleasure, and I pulled her face toward mine to kiss her. Our lips hungrily met, and she whimpered as I bit her bottom lip softly. Then I slammed my cock as deep inside her as I could manage, and she shuddered.
I want you to release inside me,
she gasped.
Please, Ryan, bond with me.
You want me to come inside you? I breathed. Are you sure?
Please,
she begged.
Fill me up with your seed.
Her pleading words made me feel lightheaded with lust, and I fucked her as hard as I could as she writhed around on top of me. The warmth of her body overran all my senses, and the dark world seemed to spin around us as I fucked her deeply. Her tunnel walls were so tight, I had to grip my teeth just to keep my shit together. And I knew I was about to be hit with the orgasm of my life.
Yes!
Sierra breathed as she threw her head back.
Yes, Ryan, I'm going to climax.
Come for me, I growled, and slammed my cock as deep as I could inside her once more. I gasped as her pussy tightened even more. But the angel's orgasm pushed me over the edge, and I felt my entire body light up as I came inside her. Flashes of gold seemed to spark all around me, while I shot streams of cum deep into her pussy. And the world felt like it was spinning faster and faster as my entire body suddenly blazed red hot. I was lightheaded as my orgasm washed over every inch of me, and there was a strange tingling sensation in my veins that I had never experienced before. The tingling was even hotter than my skin felt, but in a pleasant way. Like tiny firecrackers were bursting in my bloodstream. Each explosion sent a jolt of dopamine through me that just kept building and building, and I was lost in the euphoria of it all for several seconds, while my cock kept pumping inside of the angel. Then Sierra collapsed into me as she caught her breath, and I held her tightly while I kept seeing stars everywhere in the dark scenery. There was no doubt that it was the most mind-blowing orgasm I had ever had, but my body felt distinctly powerful all of a sudden, stronger and more jacked up than ever before. And I wondered if sex with angels was always this fantastic. That was amazing. I breathed as Sierra slowly slid off my lap. You are fucking incredible. The pretty angel grinned as she pushed her hair back, and she leaned in to kiss my cheek.
Thank you,
she said,
for giving me that gift.
I'd argue that I'm the lucky one here. I chuckled, and Sierra giggled quietly.
No, you've given me more.
She insisted.
I feel steady again. I feel whole, alive. I feel wonderful.
You've really never had an orgasm before? I asked, and she shook her head.
You gave me my first.
She smiled.
I knew there was a reason I brought you along.
I laughed as the angel winked, and she looked perfect as her freckles sparkled gently. Then I helped Sierra to her feet, but the world still felt like it was spinning, and I wobbled a little on my feet. Still, I couldn't stop smiling, and my entire body was brimming with this new sense of power that the strange firecrackers seemed to have left behind. I figured it must have just been the adrenaline from sex, but it wasn't something I had ever felt before. Then again, I had never had sex with a celestial being before either, and I tried to wrap my head around the fact that I'd just been inside an actual angel, and that I'd made her climax for the first time in her existence. Holy shit! I half chuckled to myself. Sierra slipped into my arms, and we stood cradled in each other's bodies under the gentle purple glow through the leaves. You're just amazing. I breathed as I kissed the top of her head. I feel powerful.
Powerful?
The angel giggled.
That's funny because my legs currently feel the opposite of powerful.
I did my job then. I chuckled as we started to get dressed. But I'm being serious. Maybe sex in this world is just extra intense, or sex with an angel is. It's like my entire body is on fire or made of fucking lightning.
I must have done my job too.
Sierra smirked as she flicked her hair.
I suppose I'm a natural. Angels are known to be good at everything they do.
I would agree with that. I chuckled. I pulled on my pants and shirt and slipped on my boots as Syrah wiggled into her dress. The red-haired angel smiled at me as she swung her cloak around her shoulders, and then she stopped suddenly as a frown settled on her forehead. "What's wrong?" I asked. "Are you okay?"
Yes.
She said hesitantly.
You said you feel powerful, like there's something new inside you?
I thought about this phrasing for a moment, but she'd really hit the nail on the head here. The tingling and sparking in my veins was incredible, but it didn't feel like it was just my own body having a victory lap. It was like our shared climax awakened something else entirely inside of me, and it was running rampant in my system now. "That's exactly it," I said. Is that normal? Is that just what happens when a mortal sleeps with an angel?"
I wouldn't know.
Syrah admitted.
I can't be certain, but I'm pretty sure you're the first to ever experience that dynamic.
"So, why do you look confused?" I asked.
I just wanted to know how you felt.
She shrugged.
Our kind have only mated with other celestials. It's no wonder you feel so good. You probably got a little taste of immortality when we,
When we shared mind-blowing orgasms together? I grinned. I picked up Syrah and threw her over my shoulder in a fireman's lift. She shrieked as I spun her around, and I gave her ass a playful slap. I was pleased to feel her relaxing into my hold, as if I'd done this to her a dozen times before. But it actually felt completely natural to me, too. I felt connected to her in a whole new way, and it was like we had some kind of unbreakable bond. My mind reeled at the idea as I carefully placed her down, and I gave her a swift kiss on the cheek. "So," I said, "I thought you didn't like mortals, but you kinda seem to like me. A lot. Just based on those moans back there." Syrah groaned with a smile.
I like you, okay? A lot. Shut up.
The pretty angel gave me a playful nudge, and I could tell she was as happy as I was. Both of us were practically buzzing after our moment together in the woods, and I suddenly realized I couldn't be more thankful to have woken up in this new world, even if I did have to burn alive to get here. There were clearly some perks to self-sacrifice. "That is so lucky," I told the angel, "because I like you too. A lot. I also like whatever the hell this post-sex high is. I've never felt more alive."
You're welcome.
Syrah chuckled. We started to walk back toward the road and began to head for the night lake again. Purple light reflected off the hazy water from the orbs above, and I wondered how it felt to swim in the black waters. I doubted it would feel as fantastic as having sex with an angel, but I was willing to try just about anything now, just to test it out. As we got closer, it became clear how huge the lake actually was. It would take a good hour to walk around it by the looks of it, and I tried to scan the area for a house.
Keep your wits about you.
Syrah said.
As we get further north, the creatures might start to get stranger. The moon farmer said they were getting restless too, so we need to be ready to fight.
"Landon," I corrected as I eyed the trees around us, and ran a hand over the hilt of my dagger for reassurance. The moon farmer's name was Landon.
So?
The angel muttered. "So, he was helpful," I chuckled. "He provided us with crucial information for your quest. He kept his bargain with us, and he seems trustworthy. Don't you think remembering his name is a simple courtesy?"
It's a mortal courtesy.
Syrah replied with a dismissive wave of her hand. "Right," I snorted. "So, what are we likely to meet out here? What's the most dangerous thing in the woods?"
Too many to name.
Syrah said.
Being trapped here together has made many species more vicious. I don't blame them, really. It's a big land, but they're still being held prisoner by the desert. Any captive is bound to get a little testy.
There was a distant howl, and I looked over my shoulder as the sound echoed out over the trees.
Probably a werewolf.
Syrah said in an answer to my questioning glance.
You don't want to get on the wrong side of them.
"A werewolf?" I asked. "Seriously, those are real?"
Very.
Sierra replied.
They're vicious when they're hungry especially. Vampires will be around these parts too. Night larks are growing in population, which is good, so we might spot one of them if we're lucky.
My mind raced as I tried to process this information, and I wondered if any of the vampire movies I'd seen as a kid would be accurate to the real thing. The werewolves didn't sound like a group I particularly wanted to run into, but I was still intrigued to see what they were like. Tell me about other creatures, I said. I want to know everything about this world.
Do you?
Sierra grinned. The only way to survive is to be prepared, I replied.
Okay. Well, have you ever heard of foxes?
Foxes? I snorted. Yes, we have those on Earth. You can go between all the worlds. You should know that.
I can't keep track of every single animal.
Sierra said with a wave of her hand.
Fine, how about dark goblins?
That is definitely new to me, I said. Do they live in the woods too?
In caves, usually.
Sierra answered.
They're absolutely foul creatures. They were awful even before the gods left. Their skin is dark green and covered in slime, and they eat any animal they can get their sharp little hands on.
They sound fun. I chuckled. Okay, so I'll make sure not to do too much cave exploration on our trip.
Look!
Sierra suddenly breathed, and she pointed into the darkness of the trees. Even in the dim light, I could see the huge shape move slowly through the woods, and I realized I was looking at a massive bear. Its fur was a light gray that seemed to occasionally shine with silver when the orb's light caught it.
A night bear,
Sierra whispered. Damn, I muttered. Now that, I've never seen.
They're so beautiful, but they're quite rare now,
Sierra explained.
The demons hunted them for fun, and there aren't many left anymore.
Shame, I said as I noticed a small shape bound alongside the bear, and I squinted to see a little cub. The cub was ridiculously adorable, and its head looked too big for its body. Its silvery fur was much fluffier looking than the adults, and it waddled slightly as it ran.
A baby!
Sierra gasped.
Oh, that's brilliant! They're mating again. I suppose all is not lost in this world.
We watched as the two creatures made their way deeper into the woods, and Sierra sighed as they vanished from sight.
From what I've gathered, the folks of the forest are very protective of the bears.
The angel said.
It might be the only thing they would rally together for. Everyone was so furious at the demons for hunting them.
They're gorgeous, I said. I hope we get to see one up close at some point. We started to walk again, and I couldn't stop thinking about the endless possibilities in this world. Even something as simple as a bear was so incredibly different from what I knew, and I kept my eyes open wide as I scanned the darkened landscape for anything out of the ordinary. We eventually reached the edge of the lake after what felt like another half hour of walking, and I couldn't believe how alive it looked. Every inch of the navy blue surface glittered with gold, and it rippled gently back and forth. I wondered what kind of creatures lived down in the depths, but I decided going for a swim probably wasn't the best idea. Not if this place had goblins and crazy shit like werewolves around.
It really is gorgeous,
Sierra said after a moment of silence.
But you should see it under a full moon. It's perfect. I used to come here to visit with Nisha, and we'd sit beside the lake together for hours without being able to take our eyes off it.
I'll bet, I said. I stopped as something behind me rustled, and I spun around to stare into the dense woodland. It was so hard to see properly between all the trees since the dim purple glow didn't illuminate much of the ground through the branches. I slowly reached for my dagger and gripped the hilt as I stared into the woods. It was reassuring to know I was capable of slitting throats with my weapon, and the remaining sensation like firecrackers in my veins heightened my confidence a bit.
What is it?
Sierra whispered. I thought I heard something, I muttered, but then something suddenly flew out of the trees. I was relieved to see it was just another bat, but this one wasn't silver like the ones we had seen earlier. It was a bluish-black color, and it was much bigger, too. Then there was another rustle, and a group of people clothed in black appeared from the forest and strolled forward to surround us. I knew what they were before Syrah whispered to me. It was a group of fucking vampires. Chapter 6. The vampires were a mix of men and women, and their skin was so white it seemed to glow. They all had jet black hair and dark velvet outfits. The women wore deep purple dresses with lace trim, and the men wore black pants with emerald shirts. Even in the dim purple light, I could tell their eyes were a faded blue, and every one of them had sharp cheekbones. I pulled my dagger out as Syrah looked ready to pounce, but none of the vampires moved. They just stared at us in silence, and I got the impression they weren't about to attack. Nothing about their body language looked aggressive. Hello, I said after a moment. Can we help you?
Don't speak to them,
Syrah hissed.
You can't trust anyone in the woods, remember?
One of the vampire men took a slight step forward and looked me up and down as he adjusted his shirt collar. I was ready to leap at the slightest provocation and kept my eyes fixed on him as he studied my face. I might have been more trusting than Syrah, but I wasn't about to be jumped by some goth guy in the woods. You do not come from these lands, the vampire said in a slow, deep voice. Where do you travel from? I couldn't tell if he was faking the friendliness, but I decided to go along with the conversation for now. I could feel Syrah tense up beside me, and I knew at least one of us had to navigate this with a cool head. I'm from here, I lied. I just wander around a lot because I'm a savior. Ah, the vampire said with a nod. This explains why we do not recognize you. The vampires all nodded in unison, and I noticed how slim they all were. They looked half-starved, and I wondered if the whole blood-sucking thing was actually true, and if so, then should we really just attack them before they try to attack us for food? You look uneasy, the vampire man said. Do not fear us. We have been free of human blood for many, many years.
Seriously?
Syrah asked.
Isn't that what you have to consume to survive?
Any blood will suffice, the vampire replied. Our ancestors moved on to animal blood when we started to trade with humans, as a courtesy. We wanted to be welcome at the marketplace, and so our diet changed. Oh, I felt a smirk spread across my face. That was considerate. Quite. The vampire bowed his head slightly. So these were vampires who only drank woodland creature blood. Or maybe just goblins, or whoever else wasn't human out here. Either way, they were basically the magical version of vegans, and I tried not to chuckle as I recalled some cheesy vampire movie I'd seen on a date once. Something about a moody vampire dude who didn't drink his girlfriend's blood. I couldn't quite recall. But suddenly, these guys didn't seem even remotely threatening. Not to me, at least. Syrah was still scowling and eyeing the group carefully. Where are you traveling to? The vampire man asked. The woods are becoming unsafe. North is a perilous direction to travel, and the demons we have seen here recently are not to be underestimated. Demons? I asked. Are there many around here just now? More every day, the pale man said. Not just the underlings either. We have seen the larger of the species come through here and causing terror among the people of the forest. This land is not the place it used to be. Nobody is safe. I'm sorry to hear that, I said. Thanks for the heads up. We'll be careful. The vampires nodded, but didn't move, and I started to wonder if they really did have more sinister intentions. Maybe the whole non-human blood thing was a lie to get us relaxed. I didn't want to become paranoid, but I had to keep my wits about me. I was still brand new to this world, and I had a hell of a lot to learn. I decided to introduce myself, and hopefully they would move on quickly with whatever the hell vampires did as they floated around the forest. "I'm Ryan," I said. "Are you the man in charge of this group?"
"None of us are in charge,"
the vampire said slowly.
"But I am often the spokesperson for our group, I suppose. It is pleasant to meet you, Ryan. I am Jasper."
His pale eyes flickered to Syrah, but he didn't ask for her name, and she didn't offer it. It was eerie how quiet the rest of the group were, and their pale eyes didn't seem to blink as they stared at us.
"You haven't told us where you are going," Jasper said. "Do you seek the witch?"
"Yes, actually," I said. Do you know her?"
Ryan.
Syrah hissed, but I kept my focus on the vampires.
"We do," Jasper nodded. "She is a kind woman, but she has been having troubles with the demons lately. They seem very angry with her about something."
Jasper fell silent, and I had a strong suspicion he knew exactly what the demons were angry about, but clearly wasn't going to tell us. I looked over the glistening lake, but I couldn't see the house yet. Landon had said it would be tricky to spot, but I thought it would be noticeable from right by the lake. The orbs that hung over the trees flickered slightly, as if they were light bulbs running out of juice, and I hoped the demons didn't decide to use their scare tactics and turn them off anytime soon. That sure as hell would complicate this leg of the journey.
"It is right around the other side,"
Jasper said, as if he could tell what I'd been wondering.
"You will see the house only when you are standing in front of it. You will not find it if you don't know what you are seeking. One of the witch's many charms that keep her safe, you see. So, keep a stone house with a crooked roof in mind. That will aid you in your search."
Thanks, that's helpful," I said. "Well, we should probably be on our way."
"Indeed,"
Jasper agreed.
"We will let you pass, but do keep your eyes out for demons. The people of the forest have stopped protecting each other like they used to. A pity."
We'll do that," I said. "And I think the forest will go back to the way it was eventually. I've heard so many wonderful stories about the folks who live here. I think you'll pull through."
"You speak strangely,"
Jasper said, and Syrah snorted. "It was nice to meet you," I said quickly. "Maybe we'll see each other around."
"You will only see us if we decide to be seen,"
Jasper replied in the same slow cadence.
"We can see all and hear all. We are lucky creatures in that regard. The demons will have a hard time finding us when we are in our creature forms."
The vampires all laughed quietly at that, and it was an unsettling sound that sounded very forced. They were definitely creepy, but I reckoned they were harmless enough, unless you were a rabbit or a deer. I had a feeling they probably wouldn't be much of a threat, and if they wanted to eat the goblins, that was fine by me. Jasper gave me a low bow, and I smiled as he started to leave. The vampires began to move back into the forest with him, and they moved so lightly on the ground that it looked like they were floating. They drifted back into the darkness alarmingly fast, and I was left staring at the trees as if they had never been there at all. "They were odd," I said. "Nice, though."
They give me the creeps.
Syrah said as we started to walk again. "It's good we met them," I pointed out. "Now we know what we're looking for, and we're on speaking terms, so we can help each other out if it ever comes to it."
Really?
Syrah sighed.
Why are you so keen on speaking to everyone?
"Not everyone," I said. "I promise if I see a night goblin, or whatever they are, I will not be stopping to chat. But it's good to have allies. Having people on your side is important when things take a turn for the worse.
So you keep saying,
Syrah said. It's worked out for you and I, hasn't it? I teased, and the angel grinned as she caught the wink I sent her.
I suppose you're right in that respect.
She allowed.
But you are different. You're...
Syrah trailed off as she eyed me with another blush on her cheeks, and I chuckled when she failed to find the correct words. Then I leaned over and placed a kiss in her burgundy hair, and all the tension that had showed up in her shoulders when we met the vampires seemed to melt away. As we walked around the night lake, I kept my dagger held in my hand. If there had been sightings of higher-up demons, then I wasn't going to take any chances. After a while of walking, I noticed that my skin felt warmer than usual, but not in the usual way from exertion. I didn't feel sick or uncomfortable either. I felt capable of taking on anything, and I smirked to myself as I eyed the sexy angel beside me. One tryst with her seemed to have literally fueled my body like smoldering coals were burning in my veins, and I definitely didn't mind. I couldn't shut off the feeling of hot power that was still coursing through me, and I felt weirdly confident that I was ready for whatever the hell this world threw at me next. I tried to pinpoint exactly where the power felt like it was coming from, but I couldn't be sure. Maybe all the sparks were centralized in my hands or my legs. It didn't seem to have a particular source, though. It was as if my whole body felt new. Maybe it was some kind of holy stamina I had gained from penetrating the angel. Which sounded fucking crazy to me. But this whole day had been crazy enough that the idea didn't seem too out there to be true. The view of the lake was amazing from every angle, and I could see why someone who enjoyed solitude would want to live there. It was quiet, and the only sounds were the distant hoots of owls and the low buzzing of the orbs. I kept an eye out for the witch's house, but there was no sign of anything but trees beside the water. As we walked around the lake, I slowed down so I could scan the forest properly. Jasper had said the house was only visible if you knew it was there, and I was certain we would find it if I kept the idea of a stone house and a crooked roof in mind. I narrowed my eyes as I studied each space between the oaks and pines, and I wondered if we would need more light to see.
There,
Syrah said as she swung her arm in front of me, and I looked into the woods to see a small, black house. It was alarming to suddenly see a building I hadn't been able to spot just seconds before. I was sure I had looked right at that spot and seen nothing. But it was very clearly a house. The building was made out of dark stone, and was only 1 story tall, with a crooked roof. A stream of dark smoke was coming out of the chimney, and the door also somehow looked lopsided. It had a golden knocker, and no sign of any number or house name. The windows were covered over with black curtains, and there was only a faint glow of light that peeked out from a small crack in the curtains. At the doorstep, there was a large, dead plant in a pot, alongside a very worn-down welcome mat. Ivy had started to grow up one side of the wall, and it certainly looked witchy to me. "This must be the place," I said. "Let's go see if she's home." "I'm guessing so by the smoke and light."
be careful.
Syrah said warily as we approached the house.
We don't know for sure if we can...
"Trust her?" I grinned. "How many good people will you meet before you start to have a less bleak outlook on the world?" The angel raised an eyebrow at me as we reached the front door, but she didn't respond. I could smell spicy incense coming from inside, but I couldn't see any form of doorbell, so I knocked quickly with the golden handle. There was a silence for a moment as we waited, and I leaned in closer to see if I could hear anything.
Maybe she's left.
Syrah said.
Or she could be ignoring us.
"Hello?" I called as I knocked again. "We're here to see the Night Witch. I know Landon, the moon farmer. He pointed us in your direction. We just need to speak with you for a moment." The door suddenly swung open, and I found myself face to face with the witch. She looked middle-aged and had wild black hair that was pinned up in a messy bun. Her face was pale and pointed, and her eyes were bright green. She wore a black dress and had silver rings on each of her fingers.
Who are you?
She asked as she eyed me suspiciously.
What do you want? You can't just be standing outside my house shouting like that.
We know Landon, I repeated. He said if we came—
I don't have time for this.
The witch interrupted.
Come in if you want, but shut the door, and don't draw any attention to us.
She spun around and hurried back into the house, and we were left standing on her doorstep. Sarah shrugged, and I stepped into the witch's house. Then Sarah followed in as she scanned our surroundings, and I closed the door behind her. The house was lit by lanterns hung on the wall, and the floor was dark hardwood that stretched down a corridor in front of us. I walked down the small hall into the kitchen where the witch was, and the room was overflowing with plants. There were piles of books on every available surface, cracked pots piled on top of a stove, and a fat frog on the highest shelf above the window. The witch rushed about muttering to herself as she shoved various bottles into a bag, and it looked like she was packing up in a serious hurry. She grabbed books and threw them into the pack, and then she wrapped up some very stale-looking bread. "Are you going somewhere?" I asked. The witch glanced up at me, but she didn't reply. She just kept rushing around, opening all her cupboards and filling up her bag. The bottles she picked up all had old labels on them, and seemed to be full of different-colored liquids that all had a faint glow to them. I wanted to ask about all of them, but it didn't seem like we had much time to find out what was going on. Then I heard a hissing noise, and looked down to see a scrawny black cat under the table. It had sleek fur and huge green eyes that almost matched the witch's perfectly. The cat just stared up at me, and it seemed very unimpressed with my presence. "I'm Ryan," I said to the witch and her cat. "This is Sierra. Is there anything we can do to help you? We really just wanted to have a talk with you." The witch stopped in her tracks and frowned at me. She stared at Sierra for a moment, and then shook her head in an almost hopeless way.
They're after me,
she said quietly.
But I won't do it, I won't.
She started to hurry around again and manically throw things into her bag. The cat hissed under her feet, and I could tell that the witch was far too stressed to have any kind of helpful conversation. "Who is after you?" I asked. "The demons?"
Shh!
The witch hissed.
Yes, of course. Who else could it be? Why are they after you?
Sierra asked.
What did you do?
The witch opened the cupboard under the sink and pulled out something that looked like a crystal ball. It was a gray orb that fit in the palm of her hand, and she stared into it with narrowed eyes, before she slipped it into her pocket.
I tried to help.
The witch sighed.
I knew how badly some of the forest folk were suffering, so I thought maybe just a little more light would improve things just for a short while.
She stopped rushing around and leaned against the sink as she looked at me. Her green eyes were wide, and she suddenly looked like a lost child as she pulled nervously at a strand of black hair. If I was going to get any information from her, then I would need to help calm her down somehow.
So you tried to create more light?
Sierra asked.
With a spell? Yes,
the witch said.
I thought if I could give everyone just a little shred of moonlight, then everyone would be happier. I hate seeing everyone fighting. I knew I could cast a spell that would mimic moonlight for a few minutes and everyone would be able to recharge their powers.
That was a really good thing to do, I said. But I take it the demons didn't like it?
They attacked me,
she said, and she rolled up her sleeve to show a deep scar right up the length of her forearm. It looked like it had healed well enough, but I could tell how deep and painful it must have been when it was fresh. "Ah, that's horrible," I muttered. "I'm so sorry that happened to you. We've had a run-in with some demons, so I know how vicious they can be."
They didn't stop there,
she said.
They told me they were going to kill me if I didn't use my magic to help them. Help them?
Sierra asked.
What do you mean?
The witch's eyes welled up with tears, and she bent down to scoop the black cat into her arms. The creature didn't look very pleased with this, but it sat quietly as she stroked its silky fur and held it close.
They wanted me to cast spells,
she said.
They wanted me to make life as miserable as possible for the people of the forest. They wanted me to create a potion to poison the water supply, so anyone who bathed in the lake or drank from the stream would die slowly and painfully.
Fuck, I hissed. That's awful. Absolute bastards.
Did you do it?
Sarah asked as she folded her arms.
Of course not.
The witch scoffed.
That's why I need to leave. I created a potion that looked deadly, but it didn't do anything other than add some color to whatever water it was added to.
And they have it now? I asked. The demons have used it.
They picked it up this morning.
The witch said.
Well, a few hours ago. Who even knows what morning is anymore? Without the moon rising and falling, I can't even tell.
And they'll have realized by now, I concluded. They'll have noticed that the water hasn't been poisoned. And you're scared they're coming for you?
That's right.
The witch said.
So, I'm sorry, but I really can't help anyone right now. You'll have to leave. We just need information.
Sarah stepped forward.
We need to know where the demon headquarters is.
The witch didn't seem to acknowledge what Sarah said. She gently placed the cat down on the table and started to close up her bag. Then she pushed her wild hair behind her ear and struggled to close the bulging bag. I can help you, I offered. If I help you get out of here safely, will you tell us the location of the headquarters?
They're coming.
The witch muttered as quietly as she could.
I can't tell you that. They'll hear me, and I'll be dead in seconds. Get out! I should never have let you in.
Sarah sighed as she looked at me, and I could tell how frustrated the angel was. The witch was so scared that it seemed like no amount of reasoning was going to convince her she would be safe. But maybe if I could help her through the forest to a safe place, then she would share what she knew? It was worth a shot. I had to try, for Sarah and her angel friend. Do you have somewhere to go? I asked. You can't just wander around in the forest without a plan. The vampires told us the demons are growing in numbers in the woods.
I have another hut.
The witch said.
They don't know about it. I haven't been there since they came. It's small, but it's safe, and the enchantment around it is much stronger than this one. They'll never be able to find me there.
Great, I said with a grin. We'll help you get there, okay? Then, once you're safely hidden, you can tell us about the location we need. The witch suddenly looked at me with narrowed green eyes, and she took a careful step backward. Then her hand slowly reached behind her and picked up a knife from the sink. Shit, I did not want to piss off a witch.
How do I know you're not one of them?
She demanded.
Demons have their own powers, you know. You could be in disguise. Maybe you work for them and bring people back to their lair.
I promise I'm not a demon, I said. I'm a savior. I'm just a guy who helps people. There's nothing more to it.
No, I can sense it.
The witch said with a skeptical glance between Sarah and me.
There's something immortal about both of you. Neither of you are who you say you are.
The witch waved the knife in front of her with a trembling hand. And I knew we had to defuse the situation before we found out just how powerful her spells could be. Sarah pulled her cloak tightly around her shoulders, and the witch stared at her for a moment in silence. I wondered if we should just admit that Sarah was an angel for full transparency. If the witch could sense Sarah's immortality, then there probably wasn't much point in hiding it. I am very much a mortal, I assured the woman. I actually...
Do not lie to me.
The witch hissed.
I may be in danger right now, but I am a powerful witch, and I will always trust my senses. You are more than a man, and I won't trust a word out of your mouth unless you tell me what you are.
I wondered if she could sense that I was originally from Earth. If she could tell Sarah wasn't mortal, then she could surely sense that I wasn't from this world. Maybe having slept with Sarah made my energy more blurred or something. I wasn't exactly an expert on witches' intuition or angel sex, but I had a feeling she must know I was a newcomer to this land. Listen. I spoke carefully in the tone I used in emergencies, when I needed to calm civilians down. I promise, we are not here to hurt you. Like I said, we know Landon. We met him at the market.
Do you know him?
The witch hissed.
Or did you hurt him too? Did you torture him into giving out my location?
We helped him, I insisted. We got him black water for his crops. The witch snarled, and her green eyes were so wide that they seemed to take up half of her head.
You need to calm down,
Syrah spat.
If we wanted to hurt you, then we would have done it by now. We would have taken you by surprise when you had your back to us. If you can tell I'm not mortal, then you should be able to sense my intentions too.
Her words were slightly harsh, but they seemed to get through to the witch. The older woman studied Syrah and muttered something to herself as she looked the angel up and down. Then she slowly lowered the knife and laid it back down on the table. I smiled approvingly at Syrah, and the angel flicked her hair.
You're right,
the witch said eventually.
I can sense something of your intentions, but your intentions seem hostile.
Syrah opened her mouth like she was about to argue, but then she clamped it shut again. Well, that's just Syrah, I muttered to the witch. Hostility is different than ill intentions, though.
Aye.
The night witch nodded reluctantly.
Truth is, I don't think you're really working for the demons. But I can't tell you where the king is. They'll know. Somehow, they'll know.
So it's a king, I said. A demon king. It's really important that we find out where his base is. We need to save someone who's being held captive there. If you just give us this one bit of information, then we can save a life.
I'm leaving,
the witch said as she shook her head.
I'm sorry, but I'm trying to save my life too.
She picked up the cat and swung her bag over her shoulder, and I was about to argue when I heard a spine-chilling sound echo outside. It was a high-pitched cackle, followed by a deep series of howls.
They're here,
the witch whispered.
I'm too late. They've come for me.
Hide, I said. Take your cat and hide. The witch stood like a statue as her cat hissed, and I raced back to the front door with Syrah behind me. Hide! I yelled over my shoulder. I mean it! The witch scurried off into another room, and Syrah grabbed my arm.
Ryan,
she growled.
Wait!
We need to protect her, I insisted. I know she hasn't been helpful, but we can't just leave her here to die. I swung the door open and stepped out to see a group of demons running around the lake. They were deep purple like the ones we had seen before, but it was clear that this was the next level up of the hellish creatures. The demons were twice the size of the underlings in width and height. They must have been about 9 feet tall, and their bodies were thick and muscular. Curled horns stuck out of their heads, and they had a row of spikes running along their spines and down to their thick tails. They ran on 4 legs like dogs, and they had axes strapped onto belts, which told me they could probably also stand on their back 2 legs in a fight. I could see 11 of the beasts in total, and a deep sense of dread filled my chest. I was furious that these bastards were on their way to kill someone who had tried to help others. I knew I had to stop them. It felt like the whole reason I had woken up in this new world was to stop these fuckers and help the people of the Nightlands break free from this bullshit. The sparking feeling of heat and strength I'd been experiencing started to build all over my body, and the prickly heat raced down the back of my neck.
Ryan,
Syrah hissed.
What are we meant to do?
I looked at the pretty angel to answer, but as my eyes locked with her fiery eyes, I was suddenly overcome with the need to protect her. The howls of the demons were fast approaching, and something inside me was clawing at my skin to be unleashed. Then my body exploded. I couldn't describe it in any other way. My entire being erupted into the air, and I became something bigger, something that burned with righteous determination. I was suddenly high above the witch's house, in a body that was mine, but was also completely different from my human form. But I felt complete. I felt truly alive. Then I looked down to the night lake, and my reflection stared back up at me. I was 20 feet long, and my entire body glowed with burning orange and red scales. I had enormous wings that spanned nearly the length of the lake, and my glowing yellow eyes could see every detail of the trees below me. I had a sharp snout filled with fire, and an aching burn in my throat that needed to be unleashed. And as I raised my face up to the sky, I spat flames into the wind. The dark sky was illuminated by the glow of my fire breath and smoldering body. And I could see colors of the land that had been hidden for so long by the endless darkness. It was as if the whole of the Nightlands had woken up, and the deep forest was finally covered in warm and fiery light. That's when I realized the witch had actually been right. I was no longer just a mortal man. I was a fucking fire-breathing dragon. Chapter 7. Sira shot up into the sky to join me, and the angel's face was glowing as she smiled from ear to ear. Her burgundy hair danced around her, and the golden highlights in her wings glowed from the light of my burning body. The freckles on her skin looked like they were on fire, and her sparkling eyes were opened wide.
Ryan!
She screamed.
You're a dragon! I haven't seen a dragon in hundreds of years. I can't believe this. How? How is this possible?
I feel so... I don't know. Complete,
I said, and I was surprised to hear my deep voice coming from my new body. Then I glanced down at the lake and swung my tail from side to side as I admired the golden glow I gave off. It looked like my scales were on fire, and I was as bright as a sun as I glided through the dark sky.
I can't believe this is real.
Sira yelled.
Ryan, this has never happened before. You're a fucking dragon!
I was happy the angel seemed just as excited as I was, and she couldn't seem to keep her eyes off me as she laughed and cheered. I spun around in the sky and was amazed at how naturally flight had come to me. My wings just seemed to know exactly what to do, and the air felt cool on my scales. Then I looked down to see the demons had stopped running and seemed frozen as they stared up at the sky. Suddenly, I didn't feel threatened at all by the arrival of the higher-ranking demons, and I knew I was about to put my fire-breathing powers to good use. That was something else I just seemed to know how to do. It was like taking a deep breath, but the sensation filled my whole body with warmth, and the release of my flames sent a surge of dopamine through me. Sira was just staring at me in midair, and the angel seemed to have forgotten that we had company on the ground below. I couldn't exactly blame her, though. It was a hell of a lot to take in.
You're so calm!
She yelled.
How are you so calm? I'm losing my mind here, and have about 1,000 questions I'm guessing nobody will be able to answer.
I'm not calm.
I laughed.
I just feel fucking fantastic. Everything feels right. It's like I was always supposed to be this. Now, let's deal with these assholes so we can find out where Nisha is being held. We can ask questions afterwards.
The mention of her friend's name seemed to shake Sira from her shock, and she nodded determinedly as she looked down at the demons.
Demons can't be hurt with fire,
Sira said.
Unless... Well, there's a special type of flame that the gods created, but it hasn't been around in hundreds of years.
Neither have dragons, I said. I don't think the rules of the world are strict anymore. I don't know how to explain it, but I just know I can hurt these bastards with my fire.
Only one way to find out,
Sira said.
Let's go and fuck up some demons.
The angel started to dive down toward the lake, and I followed her with a rumbling roar that sent sparks flying from my maw. I dove toward the demons, and it took only a couple of seconds to get close enough to see their ugly faces. They all had thick eyebrows and giant fangs that stuck out of their jaws, and they swung up onto their hind legs and grabbed the axes from their belts. Then I opened my mouth as the demons started to swing their weapons wildly, and I spat fire right into the center of the group. A few of them managed to race away in time, but my stream of flames enveloped most of the beasts. The fire clung to their bodies, and they screeched as their purple skin was scorched off and their bodies started to blacken. They fell onto the ground in a chaotic tide of screeches, and one of them jumped into the lake, but it was too late. Their bodies continued to crumble as I swooped back up into the sky, and the flesh on their faces was stripped down until they were left with bare skulls and eyeballs. It was grotesque to watch how the fire worked, but it was clear these demons were not immune to my powers. These bastards didn't stand a chance. Only 3 of the demons had managed to escape the flames, and they raced toward the witch's house. But I dove down at them as the surge of power built up in my smoldering chest. Then I spewed fire down onto their skulls, and the orange flames made their purple skin melt away from their bones. They let out a series of gurgled howls as they fell in agony to the ground. And Sira punched the air in triumph as the demons were cremated in front of us. I quickly scanned the ground to make sure I had gotten all of them, but then the angel hollered to get my attention.
You have it!
Sira screamed.
You have angel fire!
I have what?
I belted back.
It's the most powerful form of flame power.
Sira panted as she soared closer to me.
Demons are not immune to it. This is incredible. How is this happening?
I don't know, but I think I'm going to like having angel fire.
I laughed. I knew I should change back into my human form, but I took one last moment to swirl around in the air and take in the view. In the light of my smoldering scales, I could see far over the trees to the distant hills, and I realized I was probably visible all the way back in the city. Then I swooped down toward the ground and focused hard on my human form. As I reached the grassy land by the witch's house, I felt myself changing, and I landed slightly ungracefully on my feet. I steadied myself as Sira landed beside me, and I looked down to see myself back in my human body. There were a million thoughts and questions racing through my mind, but all I could think about was how right it all felt. I probably should have been freaking out, or desperately trying to understand how this all came to be, but I just couldn't stop grinning. I was a fucking dragon, man! Sira leapt into my arms and planted a kiss on my lips. I picked her up and spun her around while we both laughed deliriously, and she giggled as I placed her back down on the grass.
A dragon!
She breathed.
Ryan, this is more incredible than I ever could have imagined.
I still feel like I'm flying, I said. I breathed fire. Fucking fire!
It just doesn't make sense,
Sira said.
I thought you were human.
I am human, I laughed. Just a human. You've made that perfectly clear, remember?
But how?
The angel panted as she clutched my arms. You tell me. You're the expert in all this crazy otherworld shit. Sira furrowed her brow as she stared intently at me, and she kept her hands clutched around my biceps. My own hands were snug around the slim tuck of her waist, and as I pulled her even tighter against me, her eyes sparked with something like understanding.
There have always been stories,
the angel murmured,
about what can happen if an angel were to be with another celestial in the most intimate way. It's called binding, but it is meant to only happen between 2 immortals.
Binding, I repeated. What does that mean exactly?
It's an ancient legend,
Sira replied.
The stories were all slightly different. The ones I heard said that if an angel bound herself to another, then he would absorb her powers and unlock both their greatest potential. How could it be, though? You're immortal!
I stared at Sira as a million thoughts raced through my head. So, this has never happened before? I asked. It's only meant to happen with celestial beings.
That's right,
Sira said.
That's why I didn't mention it after we joined together. It's not something that happens, it just isn't.
The angel looked both confused and impressed. She folded her arms as she stared at me, and her golden eyes flickered all over my body as she studied me. I looked down at my hand and carefully held it up to the purple light of the orbs in the sky. It looked the same as before, but I certainly didn't feel the same. I was apparently the first mortal man to absorb celestial powers. But why me? Was I even mortal anymore? A dragon. It was too much to take in properly. But no matter how crazy it all sounds, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was all somehow right.
I'm lucky I found you,
Sira said softly, and I refocused to find her looking at me intently.
I still can't believe this is real. As far as I know, I am the first angel to bind with a mortal, but I don't think you're exactly mortal anymore. I suppose I can't be certain of anything in this. I'm so confused, but so happy too.
Same, I said. That feeling of flying, breathing fire, it just all felt so natural. I can't explain how or why this happened to me, but I'm so glad it did.
It looked pretty impressive, too.
Sierra grinned.
We should probably bond again soon, just in case we need to top off your powers.
The angel shrugged innocently and shot me a sly look with her golden eyes. I think that's a good idea, I chuckled. We wouldn't want the powers fading or anything.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
Sierra laughed.
A dragon! A real dragon! For a moment there, it was like having a god back. I didn't feel unguided. I felt steady and like I wasn't alone here.
You aren't alone, I said and cupped her cheek. Not anymore.
Not now that I've bound myself to you,
she whispered, and her voice shook like it was almost too good to be true. There was a slow creak as the witch's door opened, and she came out to join us with her green eyes wide open. But she didn't look as scared as she had before, and the cat walked beside her as it meowed up at me.
You are a dragon,
the witch said.
I knew you weren't immortal, but I never would have guessed this. How can it be? And you're an angel?
Sierra nodded as she swung her cloak back over her wings. I hoped the witch wasn't going to try and start any kind of fight.
Thank you,
the old woman said with obvious relief.
I mean it. You saved my life.
You should still leave, I said as I glanced over the river. I know there will be a lot of people who saw me in the sky, and I have a feeling there will be more demons on their way in no time.
He's right.
Sierra nodded.
You should go to that other house while the way is clear. Besides, those demons are going to stink the whole lake up as they rot.
I glanced over at the piles of charred corpses, and I could already smell a strong whiff of sulfur and decay.
One moment,
the witch said, and she hurried back indoors.
The whole forest is going to be talking about this,
Sierra whispered with a touch of awe.
The way you glowed made it feel like the stars were back, Ryan.
Then people are going to have a lot of questions, I said. I know I have plenty.
I don't have all the answers,
Sierra said.
I never could have dreamed that this would happen.
Well, we'll figure it out together, I assured her. Then the witch appeared again, and she handed a rolled-up bit of parchment to Sierra.
This is my map,
the witch said.
I can show you the route that will take you to the Demon King.
You will? I asked as a grin spread across my face. The witch smirked at me.
After all you've done for me, I feel I'll owe you for all my life.
That won't be necessary, I chuckled.
But we won't deny you the option,
Sierra muttered under her breath. Then the angel hurriedly unrolled the paper, and I saw that the map had been hand-drawn with an amazing attention to detail. There were little notes in neat handwriting that labeled every area, and the witch pointed to a thin blue line that led through the forest from the lake. The line reached right up past the woods and stopped at a large square that was colored in black. Beneath the square there was a label, the King's Lair.
That's where she is,
Sierra breathed.
She's trapped there. It's so far away.
We're going to get her, I promised. Now that we have a map, nothing can stop us. Thank you so much for this. The witch nodded as she studied my face, and I heard a distant cry that was unmistakably a demon. Shit, they're coming, I said. You need to get out of here. If they find a group of dead demons outside your house, I don't think it'll end well. Will you be okay on your own?
I know the people of the forest.
The witch nodded.
The vampires sometimes come by to see me. They'll be around if I need help.
The witch rummaged in her bag and pulled out 2 small bottles she handed to me. One of them had a swirling pink liquid inside, and the other seemed to just contain black mist. Are these potions? I asked as I held them up.
Yes, I hope they help you,
the witch answered.
It's the least I can do after what you just did for me. The pink one is a sleeping potion, and the other is a smoke bomb. Now, you must remember these are single-use spells, so only use them when you have absolutely no other options.
This is amazing, I breathed. Magic potions?
You just turned into a dragon,
Sierra snorted.
I would say that was pretty magical, too. Are you a god?
The witch asked as I slipped the potions into my bag.
Have they returned at last?
A god? I asked. I'm not exactly sure what to call myself with this new power, but I'm definitely not a god. There was another howl that sounded much closer, and it was clearly time to go. The witch scooped her cat up and placed it on her shoulder.
Be safe,
the old woman said.
Your journey will be dangerous, even with your powers.
Thank you for everything, I said. The map and the potions are life-saving. Take care, okay? The witch nodded, and then she turned and hurried off to the left-hand side of the lake. The glow of the cat's eyes was the last thing to vanish as they hurried off into the trees, and I glanced down at the map in Sierra's hands. Looks like we're headed the other way, I said. Come on, let's go before this place is crawling with those purple fuckers. We hurried off into the forest, and I took one last look at the glistening navy-blue lake. It really was a beautiful place to live, and I hoped the witch would be able to come back to it someday without living in fear.
So,
Sierra said as she rolled up the map.
How does it feel to be a dragon? Or a man-dragon? A part man, part dragon?
That's a mouthful, I laughed. Honestly, it feels nothing like I've ever experienced. When I was in the sky in that body, everything just seemed to fall into place. It was like I was always meant to fly. But that sounds crazy.
I still can't believe it.
The angel grinned.
You have angel fire. I know this world is all new to you, but I need you to understand how incredible that is. I've never seen something like this before. I only know it from legends.
And this angel fire came from you? I asked. What did you mean before about the greatest potential of your powers?
Well, there is obviously only so much I can do.
Sierra replied.
I'm no goddess, Ryan. I'm only a throne angel. My fire abilities are rare and powerful, but limited. Their potential is within me, though, as it is with all angels. We're the embodiment of our God's might, and it's said that when we bind with other celestials, we are opening that part of ourselves to them. They alone can bring out the very most of our abilities.
Holy shit, I muttered, as I tried to process the weight of that much responsibility. But the witch thought I was a god. Why would she ever think that? All the gods have gone, and I'm just...
Because you're a dragon,
Sierra said as she threw her hands up.
Dragons are ancient creatures of the gods that vanished without a trace. The fact that you're traveling with an angel adds to that, too.
You've got a point, I allowed. The woods around us became gradually darker as the treetops became more dense, and the glow of the purple orbs only faintly lit the way. I held my dagger as we walked, but the knowledge that I could turn into a fire-breathing beast was a much more reassuring feeling. My head was still spinning as I relived the memory of flying over and over again, and I gave myself a hard pinch on the arm, just in case this was all some insane dream. You said there's all different angel types, I said. Does that mean if I binded with another angel, then I wouldn't have the dragon powers?
Hard to say.
Sierra shrugged.
Maybe you would still have gotten a dragon form, but the powers would be different. Like you would have something else in place of the fire breathing. Why? Are you planning on binding with every angel you meet?
No, I spluttered. I mean, I was just curious. Sierra laughed, and I was relieved to hear that her tone was light and joking, rather than jealous. I couldn't even fathom the idea of meeting anyone I wanted to sleep with as much as Sierra, but it was good to know she wasn't paranoid or jealous at the mention of it. I'm going to protect you, I said in a more sober tone. That's all I know for sure. You're so important to me, Sierra, and I'm going to use my powers to make sure you are always safe.
I'm glad you care for me that way.
Sierra smiled at me.
I suppose it was lucky I found you out in the desert lands. Who knows how quickly you would have died without me.
Oh, really? I laughed. Because I think I would have done pretty well on my own. Although I wouldn't have unlocked this power without you, I guess.
Let's just say we're both lucky,
Sierra said with a sly smile.
It's been a while since I felt anything like good luck around here.
We could still hear the occasional demonic cry far behind us as we walked, but luckily it didn't seem like they were tracking us. I wondered how big the king would be compared to his minions, and if his skin would burn as easily as theirs did. Then I realized I would need to make sure I didn't get carried away with my new powers. We were surrounded by dense trees and plant life, and if I made one wrong move, I could end up setting the whole forest ablaze, which put my hackles up just thinking about it. I didn't spend over 3 months training to help out with the wildfires in Arizona just to come set a whole other world on fire. Not to mention how much attention I would draw to myself as a fire dragon lighting up the dark sky of the Nightlands. I wouldn't be surprised if the king had already sent out an army to try and find me. Having a dragon set loose in this world would be threatening on its own, but that bastard would find out his demons were burned to a crisp soon enough. After the scene I'd made in the sky, it wouldn't take him long to put 2 and 2 together, which meant our cards were kind of out on the table. The Demon King would know what kind of power might be unleashed on him and his followers. He could prepare a counterattack if he suspected we were coming his way, but we still had no idea what we were up against. I decided I would only use my dragon form when it was absolutely necessary. Maybe then we'd be able to keep some kind of element of surprise.
I hope she's okay.
Sierra said after several moments.
I can't stand the thought of Nisha trapped by those horrible creatures.
She won't be for much longer, I said. We have a map, and I have my new powers. There's nothing that can stop us.
Don't let anyone hear that.
Sierra laughed.
The creatures of the forest might take it as a challenge.
There was a nearby howl, and it didn't sound like the demons, but it was certainly something big.
Maybe we should just fly,
Sierra said.
It would be so much faster, and we wouldn't have to deal with all the creatures of the woods.
It's too risky, I said. My dragon form burns so brightly that it would be impossible to get anywhere near the demon headquarters unnoticed. Besides, if I fly up through the trees, then I'll set the whole damn forest on fire.
You're right.
Sierra sighed.
We should walk for now, but it was amazing to see you in that form. For a moment, I almost thought you had become some kind of god. That's the impact dragons have, even on us angels.
Another howl came from the darkness, and it sounded much closer than the first. Should we be concerned about that? I muttered.
It might be nothing.
Sierra said warily.
There are thousands of different creatures in the woods. It might just be a fox having a fight or doing a mating call.
It could be, I said. But now that we know the animals of the forest are losing their minds, we need to always be ready for a fight.
Maybe we should have recruited some vampires,
Sierra said.
But if we just keep following the map, then we should get through the woods in no time.
The red-haired angel yawned, and I tried to work out how long I had been awake in my new world. So much had happened, but it had probably been less than a day since I'd woken up in the desert. And in that time, I had met a beautiful angel, had sex with her, absorbed her fire powers, and shifted into a massive dragon. And not to mention kicking dozens of demons flat on their asses, and making a few strange friends along the way. Not a bad first day in my new life. Do angels need sleep? I asked. We can stop whenever you need a break.
We do need rest,
Sierra said.
But we don't need as much sleep as mortals do. I'm okay just now. I don't want to stop somewhere so exposed.
As we walked, we occasionally checked the map to cement the route in our heads. But I also had a better understanding of the land's layout after seeing it from up high. Some more silver bats flew past us eventually, and it had been a good while since we heard any howls.
I hope the witch reached safety,
Sierra said.
She turned out to be quite nice, I suppose. Those potions are good to have on us, too.
She just needed a reason to trust us, I said. Like anyone, really. She certainly wasn't as hard to win over as someone else I know. Sierra rolled her eyes, and I reached out to grab her slim waist. I pulled her in close and kissed her as she slipped her arms over my shoulders. Then she gave a soft moan as I squeezed her ass. And I had to fight every urge in my body not to pull her down onto the ground for more mind-blowing sex.
What was that for?
Sierra grinned as we started to walk again. I just like kissing you, I said. Is that okay with you?
I'll allow it.
She smirked. We walked for a few more minutes before I randomly started to feel uneasy. The hairs on the back of my neck were suddenly standing up, and I had an intense feeling that we were being watched. I couldn't see anything around us, but the feeling was deep in the pit of my stomach.
What's wrong?
Syrah asked as I looked around. I think there's something close by, I muttered. I can't explain it, but I can just sense it. There's someone watching us. The red-haired angel peered into the darkness around us, and I tried to strain my ears for any hint of sound.
I can't hear anything,
she whispered.
Are you sure?
I'm sure, I muttered. But maybe it's just some deer or rabbits. Suddenly, something leaped out of the trees in front of us, and I jumped ahead of Syrah. I threw my arms back to shield the angel, and a smell of fish and rotten meat suddenly filled the air. Then several more shapes emerged from the darkness, and my stomach flipped as I stared at the creatures. Ragged clothes hung off their huge bodies, and as they snarled and surrounded us, I saw that they were almost human men, but they had various features of wolves. Some of them had human faces, and some had furry snouts. They all stood upright, but a few of the men had brown furry legs and dark tails. It was like if a wolf and human created life. It would turn out something like this, but the mix seemed oddly mismatched. Like the gods weren't paying attention and got the details skewed on these guys. The ones with wolf-like snouts had razor-sharp teeth crammed into their mouths, but every single one of the strange beasts had their eyes fixed on me.
Ryan?
Syrah whispered behind me.
Don't move a muscle. They're werewolves.
Chapter 8. First vampires and now werewolves? I hissed as I held up my dagger, but none of the werewolves made a move. They drooled as they stared at us, and I tried to keep an eye on as many of them as I could at once. Are you the one who lit up the sky? One of the wolfmen snarled. He was the biggest of the group, and his whole torso was that of a wolf before he became a man at his legs. But the top half of his face was human too. He had dark, messy hair, and halfway down his nose, his face became wolf-like. His dark fur was matted, and it was bizarre hearing a human voice come out of a creature like that. I decided that admitting to being a dragon might give us some leverage, considering how much it had turned the witch's attitude around. It also couldn't hurt to show some dominance with these creatures, in case they wanted to fucking maul us. That was me, I nodded. We're just passing through. The werewolf's eyes flickered to Syrah behind me, and he sniffed the air as if he could work out who we were from our scents. I figured he probably could, to some extent. What are you? He asked, and the other wolfmen grunted in agreement.
He's a dragon,
Syrah said proudly, and I tried not to smirk at her bragging tone.
So you really don't want to be getting into any trouble with him.
The dragon, he snarled. That's not possible. The gods took them away years ago.
Well, he is,
Syrah said.
The first dragon to grace the sky in centuries, so don't try anything.
The werewolves growled, and the leader guy held up a hairy paw to silence them.
Do not threaten us, he snarled. We are not looking to harm anyone who is not looking to harm us. A whisper was carried to us by the vampires that you killed the demons. Many demons.
That's true, I said. We've left their corpses back at the lake, so we're trying to put distance between us and them as quickly as possible. The werewolf didn't say anything, but a couple of the others barked and snarled as they took a step closer.
We will not hurt you, the leader said. Ease up, boys. They have slain the enemy. Any killer of demons is on our side. Especially if he is what he claims to be.
Thanks, I said with a nod. My name's Ryan, and this is Syrah. It's good to meet some of the creatures of the forest. I know it's been a rough time lately.
I'm Derek,
the leader growled, and the name seemed weirdly normal to me with his face stuck somewhere between wolf and man.
Things have been getting worse and worse lately. We're turning against each other, and more demons have been patrolling these parts.
You're werewolves,
Sierra said.
Isn't turning against others the norm for you?
The werewolves all bristled at the words, and their snarls made it clear she'd insulted them.
You know nothing of our kind,
the leader said with a gurgling growl behind his words.
Well, I've met werewolves before,
Sierra countered.
Why aren't you fully men or wolves? Are you defective?
We are like this because of the gods,
Derek spat.
When they took away the moon, it had just risen its fall, and we were all stuck mid-transformation.
Shit, I breathed. So, you stayed like this ever since?
It's painful as hell,
Derek snarled.
Every moment is pure agony when we cannot be fully ourselves in either form. But we had to learn to live with it.
Damn, I said. The people of the Nightlands have really been through the shittiest times. The werewolves nodded and snarled, and I suddenly understood their grisly demeanors a lot more. If I was constantly in a painful mid-transformation phase, I would probably be grouchy too. Now that I looked more closely, all these guys stood in an awkward way, like they were bracing themselves against the agony of the half-states they were locked in.
You don't want to keep going this way, Derek said. You should turn around before the route gets too dangerous.
We need to go this way,
Sierra said.
We're traveling to save my friend, and the witch gave us a map.
The witch?
Derek asked.
She's not normally one to share her secrets and knowledge.
We helped her out, I said, so she returned the favor. Sierra unrolled the parchment and showed it to Derek, and she pointed to the pink route that had been drawn out for us.
This is where we're heading,
she explained.
If we take any other way, then it would add days onto the journey. We can't afford to waste any time. The demons are probably already being sent after us as we speak.
You need to change plans,
Derek said as he scratched his paw against his wolf snout.
There is a whole colony of shadow serpents that have taken over this part of the forest.
Shit,
Sierra groaned.
Are you sure?
Seen them myself.
Derek nodded.
There were at least 3 of them. Probably more now, by the rate they breed at.
What's a shadow serpent? I asked, and Derek scowled as he looked at me.
How do you not know of the shadow serpents? He asked. They're some of the most dangerous beasts in this whole land.
He's used to staying in the city,
Sierra said, and that seemed to satisfy the wolfman.
They're giant worms, Derek said, but they can devour you in a second, and their fangs are laced with the most deadly poison you'll ever find. They normally live deep underground, but because the world is so dark now, they've started to come up to the surface. They're spreading like a damn plague.
You do not want to mess with them, another werewolf agreed. Even if you have powers, there's no chance the 2 of you could pass through safely. I looked at Sierra, and she bit her lip as the rest of the wolfmen snarled in agreement. I could see in her golden eyes that she was worrying about adding any time onto our journey, and I wondered if there was some way to get help with the serpents. Then I glanced back at the beasts in front of us. The werewolves looked like they would be brutal fighters, judging by their sharp talons and teeth. It was clear that they weren't happy with having the serpents here either, and I knew there must be something we could do to recruit them. You look like you guys can fight, I said. How about we come to some kind of arrangement? Is there any way we could recruit your services in fighting through the serpents? The werewolves snarled and looked at each other, and Derek raised his bushy eyebrows. At first, I expected them to flat out refuse to put their pack in that kind of danger. But then the wolfmen all started muttering to each other and eyeing me and Sierra more closely. It was clear there was something they all had in mind.
There is something we want, Derek said. Or rather, something we need. Desperately. We would ask this of you in return for our services.
Okay. I crossed my arms, and Sierra let out a barely audible sigh behind me. What's your price?
First, you should know there's a reason we haven't gone to get it ourselves, Derek replied. It's a dangerous route.
What is it? I asked.
A moonstone, Derek said,
and there was an excited murmur around the men.
Moonstone?
Sierra asked.
I did not know there were any left in this world. Did you and your night creatures not war over them for decades? Only to mine too many all at once.
They are rare now, Derek said. But we know there's one deep inside the caves. The problem is that the caves are a crumbling system. If you take a wrong turn, then you'll end up under a pile of dust and rubble.
I can do it, I said with a nod. I'm used to navigating through dangerous buildings. I can get you that stone.
This sounds really dangerous,
Sierra muttered.
Are you sure about this?
We need to get to Nisha, I said. I'll do everything I can to get us there as soon as possible. The angel smiled up at me, and that was all the reassurance I needed that I was doing the right thing. I had spent years making my way through burning buildings and racing through structures that were barely hanging on by a thread. Maybe it was my new dragon powers that were hyping me up, but I felt certain I would be able to get that moonstone. What does it do? I asked. The stone.
It holds concentrated moonlight, Derek said. If we can get exposed to its powers for just a moment, then we can fully transform. We can be put out of this suffering and reclaim our full strength.
Let's do it then, I said. If we get you the moonstone, then you'll come with us to fight our way through the shadow serpents.
Agreed, Derek snarled. We are men of our word. If you can get us the moonstone, then we'll help clear the path through the serpents.
Deal, I said. Show us to the cave. The werewolves snarled excitedly and swung around as Derek started to run. They raced off into the darkness, and I began to sprint after them.
Are you sure about this?
Sierra asked.
Ryan, maybe we should just go around and find another way.
No, I said firmly. This is the fastest way to get to the Demon King's headquarters. Besides, we'll get to help the werewolves too, so it's a win-win.
Why don't we just fly?
Sierra hissed.
Now that you have your dragon powers, we can just go through the air. Just until we cross over the serpents.
We can't do that, I said. I've already lit the whole sky up once. If we do it again, then our path will be obvious. The demons could easily work out where we're going, and they could hurt Nisha before we can even get there.
You're right.
Sierra sighed.
If they figure it out, then they might try to do something terrible to her as a punishment. We can't give our location away.
I really want to help these guys too, I said. Being stuck mid-transformation sounds fucking horrendous.
It does look really painful.
Sierra agreed as we ran.
But you need to promise me that you'll be able to get us through these caves alive.
Us? I asked. You don't need to go in. You can wait outside.
Not a chance,
Sierra said.
If you're going inside, then so am I.
Sierra, I sighed.
No arguments,
the angel said.
We're in this together, okay? We're bound together now, Ryan. Your fight is my fight.
I sent a grateful smile to the gorgeous angel, and she returned it with a fierce grin that proved she was already fully dedicated to our next task. I felt pumped full of adrenaline as we raced after the werewolves, and even on just 2 feet, they were amazingly fast. We only just managed to keep up with them, and they led us deeper and deeper into the dense woodlands as the ground got darker and darker. Eventually, the men slowed down, and we came to a stop in a small clearing. There was a cave entrance that wasn't much taller than me that led down into the forest ground, and I could hardly see a thing as I peered inside.
We should make a torch,
Sierra said as she looked around, and she grabbed a thick stick that was the length of a staff. Then she pressed her hand against it, and the wood began to flicker with orange flames. Okay, I said as I turned to the wolfmen. Do you have any idea where it is? How big is the cave system?
We only know that it's down there, Derek said. The legend is that you can hear it calling to you. But that might only be for werewolves.
Right, I said with a raised eyebrow. So let's say I can't hear it calling. Does it glow in the dark?
It does.
The wolfman nodded.
You'll know it when you see it.
It wasn't exactly a lot of detailed information to go on, but the tunnel ahead looked perfectly sturdy and pitch black. How hard could it be to find a glowing stone in there? Let's go, I said. We'll be back with the moonstone.
Good luck,
Derek growled.
We will be endlessly in your debt if you can bring the stone to us.
That won't be necessary, I started to say, but Sira interrupted.
Yes, you will.
She agreed, and she tipped her chin up as she strutted forward. I sighed as I followed suit, but having a group of vicious, buff wolfmen in my debt did seem like it'd be a smart move. If we were going to get through the shadow serpents, then I would much rather do it with a bunch of guys who looked like they could kill you with one bite. I stepped into the cave entrance, and Sira took her post directly behind me with her torch held up high. I took a moment to study the ceiling, and I couldn't see any deep cracks or crumbling debris. "I look safe enough for now," I said. "Come on." As we walked deeper into the cave, the lingering glow of the purple orbs vanished, and we were left with only the light of the torch. The tunnel was wide enough for us to walk side by side, and there was a very damp smell in the air, which did not fill me with confidence. If there was dampness anywhere in this maze of tunnels, then that could cause some real damage to the walls.
So,
Sira said.
we just wander around in the dark looking for a moonstone.
"Do you have a better idea?" I asked. "This is the only way we're going to have any hope of getting through the Shadow Serpent's lair. You're an angel. You should be able to sense a stone like this, right?"
Why would I be able to do that?
Sira asked.
I'm not an angel of the night.
"Right," I muttered. "I guess that makes sense." As we turned around a bend in the tunnel, we were met with a fork in the road that had 3 different path options. "Fuck," I groaned. It would be so nice if either of us could sense the call of a moonstone down any of these.
Why don't we take one each and meet back here?
Sira suggested. "No," I said firmly. "This isn't a Scooby-Doo episode."
A what?
It's way too risky to split up. I chuckled.
Good point.
The angel said.
Okay, well, you were the one who could tell we were being watched before. You seem to have a strong sense for things. Maybe your new powers can help guide us.
I hummed. I glanced down each dark tunnel, and I had a vague instinct to take the left-hand side option. It wasn't a strong gut feeling like I had experienced before the werewolves came out, but it would have to do for now. "Let's go this way," I said. "If it's wrong, then we can double back. Let's just keep track of where we come from. I don't want to get lost in here." We started to head down the tunnel, and I scanned the walls for any signs of a moonstone. Our footsteps echoed around the gray walls, and the only other sound was a faint dripping of water somewhere in the distance. Then there was a sudden crunch underfoot, and I glanced down to see that I had just stepped on the bones of a small animal skeleton. It looked like some kind of rat, and its skull was a good few feet away from the rest of its body. "Let's hope we don't meet whatever did that," I said grimly as I shook my foot. "You mentioned that goblins live in caves. Should we be worried about that?"
Not yet.
Sira frowned.
Goblin lairs are always marked on the entrance walls. They use their gross slime to mark their territory.
"Nasty." Ugh. I snorted as I studied the walls, but there wasn't any sign of slime. We walked slowly, and I eyed every inch of the cave tunnel along the way. It seemed to go on forever, and I noticed the path was starting to get narrower. "Be careful," I said. "I think I see something on the ground ahead." As we shuffled forward, I could see the cave floor suddenly drop away into nothingness. There were narrow stepping stones sticking out of the right-hand side wall, and the tunnel became just wide enough for my shoulders to squeeze through.
Where do you think that goes?
Sira asked as she peered down over the edge. "I don't want to know," I replied as I studied the ledges. "It looks like someone made a way over, though."
There's not even enough room to spread my wings.
Sira said with a frown.
Let's go then.
She reached out a foot toward the first stepping stone, but I grabbed her arm before she could go. "Wait," I said. "Let me go in front. I think I can see some weak spots on some of these little ledges." I placed one foot on the first step and pressed down slightly before I put my full weight on it. The rock stayed sturdy, and I looked over at the next one carefully. I examined the spot where it was joined onto the wall, and it looked the same as the first. "Okay," I called over my shoulder. "The first 2 seem fine. Come on." I heard Sierra climb onto the step behind me, and I took a large step over to the second. It stayed sturdy under my feet, and I tried not to look down into the black cavern below us. The third step looked almost identical to the others, but there was the tiniest crack that ran down the connecting spot at the wall. I knew it was going to break the moment someone stepped on it. But there was one more stepping stone past it, and the tunnel became solid ground again. "The third step doesn't look stable," I said. "I think we're going to have to jump over it."
Jump over it?
Sierra asked.
To the fourth one. I can't leap that far without my wings to assist me.
I noticed the walls were slightly wider at the third step before the tunnel opened back into its normal size at the fourth. "I think you'll be able to fly over that last part," I said. "Look, the space widens out to what it was before."
Well, that works for me.
She agreed.
But what about you?
"I can make the jump," I shrugged. "I've done this before in fires. I'm used to working with crumbling floors."
That's way too far.
Sierra objected.
Ryan, it's too dangerous.
I studied the distance, and I knew that if I used the third step as a jumping-off point, then I could make it to the fourth. "I'm going to use the questionable step as leverage," I decided. "I just need to get one foot on it, and I can leap forward before it crumbles."
Ryan,
Sierra groaned.
this is crazy. How will we get back?
"No idea," I admitted. "There might be an equally deadly route back, but we'll find a way. We have to do this." I focused on the jump ahead, instead of the anxious sigh the angel behind me let out, and I took a few deep breaths to ready myself. If I just didn't think about the deep cavern below, then the distance wasn't that bad. I just had to make sure I landed in exactly the right spot, or I would fall to my doom in a hellish pit of darkness. Easy. I thought back to my firefighting days, and how I worked better when I didn't get too in my head about things. My instincts had gotten me through countless burning buildings, and I just had to trust myself to keep my reflexes cocked and loaded. Without another thought, I leapt forward with a grunt. I flew over the empty ground and readied myself for the fast landing. My right boot hit the third stone, and I only stayed on it for a millisecond before I propelled myself forward again. My foot left the rock right as it crumbled, and the whole ledge fell down into the cavern. But I'd done what I needed to do. I hit the fourth step and steadied myself, as Sierra gasped from behind me. Then I held the rocky wall, and relief washed over my whole body, as I realized how close I was to the solid ground. I jumped forward and landed on the tunnel floor as Sierra cheered from the second step. A moment later, she leapt from her perch and only just managed to spread her wings wide enough to soar over to me. Her maroon feathers scraped the cave walls, and she quickly tucked them in as her bare feet landed safely on the ground. I grabbed her waist to pull her away from the edge, and she reached up to plant a soft kiss on my cheek.
Nice work, Dragon.
She grinned. I smiled as I looked back down the tunnel, but I was sure I could hear something moving around in the cavern below. "Let's keep going," I said hastily. While we walked around the endless bends and twists of the cave, I started to wonder exactly how deep the tunnels went. We were on a gradual downward slope, and there was no end in sight as Sierra held her torch up.
This goes on forever.
The angel muttered.
How long do we walk before we turn back?
"This must lead somewhere," I said. "Let's keep going for a while longer. But if I see even a hint of something that could be slime, I'm leaving."
You really don't want to meet the goblins.
Sierra giggled. "Can you blame me?" I asked. "I can't exactly turn into a dragon here. A whole cave system would collapse." The tunnel floor started to slope steeper downward, and we had to slow down our steps to stop us from tumbling into the darkness. As we eased down the hill, I could see that the path opened up into something wider at the bottom. "I think we've reached a cavern," I said. Once we got to the bottom of the slope, the pathway widened out into a huge room. It was almost perfectly circular, and the ceiling reached so high above us that the torchlight barely illuminated it. I could see some silver bats asleep far up in the shadowy walls, and there was a faint glow coming from behind a large boulder on the far side of the cavern. The gentle white light spilled out onto the dark floor, and I grinned as the light sparkled. "It looks like we just found our moonstone," I said.
Let's go.
Sira said, and I grabbed her arm to stop her moving. Wait a moment, I said. Give me a second to just examine this place before we make a move.
What do you mean?
Sira frowned.
It looks fine, Ryan.
This is a rare stone, I said. I want to make sure there aren't any traps.
Traps?
Sira snorted.
Who do you think set them? The bats?
Think about it, I said. This is a light that provides concentrated moonlight. It could help every creature in this forest. Any guesses who would want to make sure something like that stayed hidden away?
The demons.
Sira said slowly.
Shit, you're right.
I stared around the cavern and tried to spot any signs of strings or nets. It looked safe enough, but I wasn't going to let Sira step foot any further without checking. I studied the ceiling and watched as the silver bats slept peacefully. It was possible that the demons didn't even know about the moonstone, but if they had taken over the whole land, then at least one of them must have explored the caves, especially since the demons had started to take over more and more of the forest lately. The ceiling looks fine, I muttered. If there was anything up there, the bats probably would have triggered it. The walls look okay, too. Then I noticed that the ground seemed oddly uneven. It was like there were two different colors of stone, and I had a feeling something wasn't right. The center of the cavern floor looked like it was a shade or two darker than the outer area. It was almost as if the floor had been dug up and then replaced. I think I found something, I said. Stay still and do not step forward.
Okay,
The angel said.
I won't move a muscle. What is it exactly that you think you see?
I bent down to pick up a rock by my feet, and then threw it gently into the middle of the cave floor. There was a thump when it landed, but then suddenly the gray floor crumbled away to reveal a massive, hidden pitfall. The whole middle of the cavern floor fell away in a tidal wave of loose stone, and a huge gap was left sprawling ahead of me. The rock I had thrown tumbled down into the darkness with all the debris, and Sira gasped as the secret dungeon was revealed. Then we both crept forward, and I looked down to see a deep pit that would be impossible to escape from for anyone who couldn't fly. Hell, the drop alone would probably snap every bone in my body.
Okay.
Sira sighed.
Maybe I'll start taking your word for things instead of arguing.
Let's not go crazy, I grinned. But I promise I know what I'm talking about when it comes to how structurally sound shit is. It seems I was right about the demons.
Yes, yes.
Sira said as she rolled her eyes.
Okay, Mr. All-Knowing. Let's go and get that stone. I'll fly over real quick and...
No, I refused. We go together. Come on, follow me. We carefully stepped around the hole and kept to the sides of the walls as we shuffled toward the glowing gemstone. When we got closer, I could see it was the size of a football and sparkled in a mixture of silver, white, and pale blue colors. It was absolutely gorgeous and stood out against the dull rock of the cave. But there were 3 rusty-looking pickaxes on the ground near it, and some of the stone around the gem had been broken. It looks like somebody already tried to get it, I said. At least they didn't step on the trap, but they clearly weren't strong enough to lift it. It must be wedged in deep. I bent down and grabbed one of the pickaxes before I studied the wall carefully. The moonstone was rooted a good few inches into the cave wall, and I could tell it wasn't going to be easy to get it out. I raised the pickaxe and swung it into the wall with all the strength I could manage, and I was shocked as the wall instantly cracked. Debris fell down to the ground, and the left-hand side of the moonstone seemed to loosen slightly.
Nice.
Sira grinned.
I knew those muscles would come in handy. Just make sure you don't hit the gem.
I took another swing and smashed into the right-hand side of the stonework this time. More of the gray wall broke apart, and the moonstone was almost free from its spot. Get ready to grab it, I said. I don't want to bring it back in pieces. We're trying to keep the werewolves on our side. Sira carefully placed her torch down between her feet and gripped it firmly so it couldn't roll into the chasm behind us. Then the angel crouched down and held her hands out as I took another swing right above the moonstone. As the pickaxe pierced the gray stone, the glistening gem was dislodged, and it fell outright into Sira's hands. The angel stood up with the moonstone gripped tightly, and the whole cave was suddenly illuminated with a blinding white light. The moonstone was ours. Chapter 9. The cavern glowed with the icy colors of the moonstone, and Sierra's freckles sparkled as she gripped the gem. Then the silver bats woke up above us, and started to flutter around the cavern as their wings glittered in the light. Whoa! I chuckled. I can see why it's called a moonstone.
It's so pretty.
The angel said as she stared around at the walls.
It feels like the stars are back in the sky.
The angel smiled sadly as she admired the light, and I wished more than anything I could bring back the real stars and moon for her. She blew out the torch since we wouldn't need it for the walk back, and then she held up the moonstone so we could admire it from all angles. It really is beautiful, I said. Let's get it out to the wolves so they can use it. Sierra held the gem carefully, and I kept a hold of the pickaxe as we began to walk carefully around the trap. It might come in handy again, and Sierra could use a real weapon. The blade was sharp enough to break stone, so I reckoned it would do well in combat too. The angel's face was illuminated as we walked, and her golden eyes were fixed on the stone. Have you ever met shadow serpents before? I asked, and the angel shook her head.
I've seen them from a distance,
she said.
They really are huge, but they used to be a very rare sight since they spent their time so deep underground. Even with the help of the werewolves, we're going to need to be really careful.
You should take the pickaxe when we're out, I said. I've got my dagger, and I don't want you going into this fight unarmed.
I have my powers,
Sierra said.
So I'm never truly unarmed, but I'll take the pickaxe.
Look, I said, and pointed to the left of us. There are more tunnels, just like we saw earlier when we started all this. If these tunnels led out here, like the other one we followed, there's a good chance they could lead us back to the start of the cave as well.
I agree with your logic.
Sierra nodded.
And we know how precarious the other path is, so which one do we choose this time?
You pick, I offered. I'll just make sure we get through it alive. The angel smirked at my cocky grin before she studied the 2 remaining tunnels. Then she pointed to the one farthest to the left.
Let's use that one,
she said. Good enough for me, I replied. We headed across the cavern to the dark tunnel and started to carefully make our way back up to the surface. I wanted to keep staring at the mesmerizing beauty of the moonstone, but I kept a determined eye on the floor and walls ahead. We were so close to getting the gem out, and I refused to be caught off guard by any hidden traps. As we walked back through the cave, the tunnel was flooded with the bright white light of the gem. I could see everything much clearer than on the journey down, and I could see every inch of dark moss that gripped the ceiling. It really was like having the moon in our hands to guide us through the endless tunnels. I was amazed at the powers this world held, and it seemed there was more jaw-dropping magic around every corner. Even though we were up against some serious danger, I couldn't help but enjoy exploring my new world. The tunnel was much straighter than the one we had first used, and I could see the purple light of the exit up ahead a lot sooner than I expected.
We made it,
Sierra said excitedly.
Let's go and give them the—
Stop! I yelled as I grabbed her waist. The angel froze, and I stared up at the ceiling above her. There were hundreds of little icicles on the ceiling, despite the fact there was no snow. Sierra held the moonstone higher, and I realized they were actually just metal spikes that were stuck into the ceiling. What the fuck? I muttered.
How do you spot these things?
Sierra wailed. It used to be my job to spot dangers, I said. I've got an eye for it. Okay, I'm guessing these will fall down the moment somebody steps below them.
Shall we use another rock?
Sierra asked.
There's one on your left.
I grabbed the weighty stone from the ground and threw it a few feet ahead. The second it landed on the ground, hundreds of sharp spikes fell onto the cave floor. The sound echoed all around the walls, and we took a hasty step backward. If we had been there, our brains would have been impaled in seconds flat.
Well, that's horrifying,
Sierra said.
Demons really are bastards.
There's still a few spikes up there, I said as I eyed the ceiling. They're all on the left, though. Keep to the far right of the tunnel, okay? I mean firmly pressed up against the wall. The angel nodded diligently, and we started to shuffle onward while we squashed ourselves against the stone. As I suspected, the remaining spikes fell down as we walked, but they missed us by a couple feet while we kept to our path. We soon cleared the deadly stretch of ground, and we were finally hurrying along the last of the tunnel and up to the cave entrance. I could hear excited snarls coming from outside, as preserved moonlight spilled out onto the dark grass. Then we stepped out into the forest, and the wolfmen crowded around us. Sira held the moonstone up, and the werewolves immediately began to change. It was equal parts disgusting and fascinating to watch. I couldn't look away as the creatures began to transform. It seemed that some of them were becoming men, and some were continuing to become wolves. I watched as one of the men began to bend over, and his human skull stretched out to complete his snout. His legs crunched as they got longer, and sharp claws sprouted from his huge paws. As dark fur covered his whole body, he became a wolf bigger than any I had ever seen before, and my eyes bugged out of my head at the ferocious sight of him. Then Derek transitioned the other way, and his fur smoothed out until his arms were covered in tan skin. His legs crunched and cracked as they shortened, and he snarled as his snout was the last thing to change. There was a moment where he was just a man with a wolf face, but then it slowly retracted back into his skull to a human form. Sira's expression did not hide her disgust very well, and I nudged her as she watched the beasts with a scrunched-up nose and raised eyebrows. Once the last werewolves finished their change, we found ourselves surrounded by huge men and fucking giant dogs. It was a slightly unnerving mix. "Hey, we're free," one of them whispered as he stared down at his human arms.
"This feels so good,"
a wolf snarled in a human voice.
"Thank you."
"We're no longer prisoners in our own bodies," Derek said. "Thank you, both of you." "I'm glad you're not in pain anymore," I said. "What should we do with the moonstone?"
"We'll keep it inside the cave,"
Derek said. "Hidden from view, but there when we need to transform again."
Will it keep its light?
Sira asked as she handed the man the gem.
"It will."
He nodded.
"This way, we can continue our transformation cycles without the moon."
The large man took the moonstone back into the cave and placed it down onto the ground before he ripped off his shirt and draped it over to disguise the glow.
"Stand guard,"
Derek said to one of his wolves.
"When we return, we'll find somewhere more secure to hide it."
The lead werewolf turned to face me, and a grin spread across his face.
"Now," he said, "we will help you get through those shadow serpents. Come on, boys. Let's go slaughter some snakes."
I handed Sira the pickaxe, and she gripped the handle tightly as the werewolves began to move. Derek towered over them all in his human form, and the wolves raced ahead into the darkness. "You don't have weapons," I said as I glanced at Derek's empty hands. "Do we need to find some or stop somewhere for you to pick any up?"
"We don't need them," the man said. "My bare hands are more powerful in a fight than any weapon I could use. The men who have chosen their wolf forms will annihilate their enemies with their teeth. We are always prepared to fight."
"Well, damn," I muttered. "All right, then." It felt good to stride along the forest with a pack of werewolves around us. Having backup was always helpful, especially when that backup was made of hulking muscles and sharp teeth. "How far is it to the shadow serpents?" I asked.
"Not far," Derek growled. "You need to make sure you don't get caught in their grip. Those slimy pieces of shit can smother you in seconds."
"And those teeth are deadly,"
another wolf snarled.
"They move much quicker than you'd think."
I gripped my dagger as we walked and stretched out my legs to loosen up for the fight. The trees around us were getting taller, and their branches blocked even more orb light as we headed to the serpent's lair. It made sense that they would live in the darkest part of the woods, and only a slight sliver of purple lit up the ground way out here. The wolves slowed down as we approached a large clearing that had a small creek beside it. The dark water babbled gently, and I looked around for any signs of giant snakes.
"They're close,"
Derek hissed as he sniffed the air, and I figured his sense of smell must be heightened, even in his human form. The wolves and men spread out around the clearing and faced into the darkness on every side. I stood in the center of the clearing with Sira, and we slowly moved around as we stared into the endless shadow of the woods.
"They're coming!"
Derek suddenly snarled.
"Prepare!"
I heard a low rumble and swung around to try and spot where the creatures were coming from. The noise grew louder, and there was a high-pitched screech just before something huge burst out into the clearing. The shadow serpent was as wide as a van and twice as long, and it was the color of an oil slick. I could see a thick layer of slime all over its body that changed color from black to dark green when it was hit by the purple light of the orbs. It was so thick that I was surprised it had moved through the trees so easily and quietly, and it had 2 swinging antennae on top of its head. I couldn't see any eyes on the beast, but its mouth opened so wide that I could see hundreds of needle-like teeth. Then the shadow serpent let out another horrific screech, and more of the creatures emerged from the shadows. The werewolves leapt into action, and I watched 2 of them in wolf form leap at the closest snake with bared teeth. They ripped at the slimy flesh, and jumped agilely to avoid the swing of its thick tail. I raced toward one of the huge beasts, and held my dagger up as I jumped at its side. Then I stabbed my weapon down into the oily flesh, and the serpent screeched as I pierced into the slime. My dagger cut the skin easily, and jet-black blood poured out onto the forest floor as the creature's tail suddenly swung around. I jumped backward just in time, and only narrowly managed to avoid slipping on the blood. Sira soared toward the same serpent with her pickaxe held up, and she swung it down into the snake's head. It screeched as blood exploded from its eyeless face, and I took the chance to race back in to deliver another blow. I brought my dagger down into the shadow serpent's already wounded side, and sliced downwards so a deep gash was cut into the flesh. Then I jumped back as a pile of guts and goop fell out of the wound, and the shadow serpent began to sway from side to side. Finally, the beast let out one pathetic squeal as it fell, and the slimy body crashed to the ground with a wet thud. The werewolves were putting up a hell of a fight, too, and I watched as Derek leapt at one of the snakes and punched it square in the face. Then there was a loud rumble, and another serpent emerged from the shadows of the woods and dove right towards Sira. "Watch out!" I yelled as I raced headlong at the oily bastard, and I leapt at the snake with a growl. I brought my dagger down into the tail end of the snake and managed to pierce it a split second before it reached the angel. Sira didn't hesitate to fly upward, and I ripped the oily flesh with my blade before I hurriedly pulled back. The shadow serpent's head swung around to face me, and it opened its mouth wide as it showed off rows of razor-sharp teeth. "Holy shit!" I groaned, and I jumped up to meet it as it brought its mouth toward me. Then I slammed my black blade down right into its flicking, fleshy tongue. The creature flopped over onto its side, just as I pulled the dagger back out, and an eruption of dark blood spilled out of its mouth. The shadow serpent fell still as the liquid poured from its face, and there was a horrific stench of rotten flesh as it leaked onto the ground.
"We're almost there!"
one of the werewolves yelled. I looked over the clearing to see Sira bring her pickaxe down into a serpent's tail, just as 2 wolves leapt up and bit its throat. The huge creature swayed as its wounds bled, and it quickly fell onto its side as it died a gory, bloody death. The men fought as viciously as the full wolves, and the clearing was piled with the massive corpses of their prey. But there were 3 of the serpents left now, and the wolves were closing in on them quickly. One of the snakes was much larger than the other 2, and 3 wolves were attacking its tail end as it swung its massive body. Then the tail grabbed one of the wolves, and the 4-legged creature howled as the snake began to squeeze. I raced over and brought my blade down into the tail of the beast. The serpent hissed, but it didn't let go of the wolf. I could see the werewolf was choking as it desperately tried to escape, and I knew there would only be seconds before its bones began to crack from the pressure. Without a moment of hesitation, I jumped onto the snake's back, and only just managed to hold onto its slippery skin as it writhed around. Then I gripped its side with my legs and brought my dagger down into the back of its neck, and the shadow serpent shrieked and immediately uncurled enough for the wolf to escape. I stabbed the beast once more anyway, and as it slumped down onto the ground, I leapt off just before it could roll on top of me.
We did it!
Sira yelled, and I looked around to see a graveyard of massive snakes. Is everyone okay? I panted, and the wolves all nodded as they checked themselves for wounds. The wolf who had been grabbed had some blood matted into his fur, but other than that, everyone seemed to be mostly unharmed. Thank you, the wolf growled at me. I owe you, Ryan. Not anymore, I said. You helped clear a path. I don't reckon our chances would have been great doing that alone.
We really needed your help.
Sira admitted with a nod.
Thank you so much. All of you.
I had never seen the angel give such sincere thanks before, at least to someone besides me. And she seemed genuinely grateful to the wolfmen for their help. You fight impressively, Derek said. It felt good to rip those slimy bastards to shreds. It's one less thing to worry about meeting in the dark. I was about to reply, but the whole world was plunged into darkness before I could. The purple hue in the sky vanished from above the trees, and the only light visible was the glow of the wolfmen's eyes. What the fuck? I muttered. The demons, a wolf snarled. They've doused the forest orbs. It had obviously been dark since I had gotten to the Nightlands, but it was bizarre to be completely and utterly shrouded in darkness. There was nothing but endless blackness around us, and the forest erupted into noise as various creatures howled and cried out in the night.
Why are they doing it?
Sira asked, and she held up her palm as her hand began to gently glow. It wasn't enough to light very much up, but as her flesh burned orange, I was able to at least see the faint outline of the angel. They are punishing the forest, Derek snarled. They must have found the dead demons, I said. By the witch's house. That means they're close on our trail.
We should move,
Sira said.
We can't get caught in the pitch black. How long does this normally last?
Depends, Derek said. Sometimes it's over quickly. Sometimes they take hours. Sometimes days will pass like this. How are we meant to find the way in the dark? I asked.
And maybe we should go back for the Moonstone?
One of the men asked. No, that'll give us away in seconds, I said. We can't be the only source of bright light in the whole forest. I heard a series of demonic cries in the distance, and the orb suddenly lit up once more. Huh, that didn't last long, I muttered.
That might be worse news,
Sira said.
The demons need the light to see, too. That means they're wanting to light the way for themselves in the forest.
So we need to go, I concluded. We can accompany you a while further, Derek said. But we'll only go as far as is safe for us. I won't put my pack in danger. That's great, I said. I won't say no to better numbers for a while. Especially when you're brutal as fuck fighters. Thank you, the werewolf leader said with a grin. We are proud of our ferocity.
It shows.
Sira snorted, and then she pointed ahead.
We need to head this way. Let's go before more of these serpents turn up.
We began to hurry out of the clearing, and left the giant bodies to ooze all over the grass. I knew the demons would eventually find the dead serpents, and it would be an obvious lead to find us. But we just had to stay one step ahead of them and get to the headquarters before anyone caught up with us. Do you think there's more serpents around? I asked. Definitely, Derek grunted. There's still shitloads of them underground. More and more dark creatures are appearing in the forest as the days go on. So who knows what kind of beasts could appear next?
They're breeding like crazy,
another wolf said.
Those creatures that thrive in the utter darkness are taking over the whole forest.
And the rest of us are getting weaker,
one of the men said.
All the forest folk are turning against each other in ways we never used to.
Never?
Sira muttered, and I didn't miss the note of challenge in her tone.
We have not always coexisted well,
the man admitted to the angel.
But this is worse than we ever imagined it could be. Everyone is being driven mad by the darkness.
At least we have the stone now, Derek said. That's a gift we will guard with our lives. I'm glad we could get it for you, I said. Have you had many run-ins with the demons? Many, Derek nodded. Mostly with the underlings. I don't like how the higher-ups are starting to come deeper into the forest. They patrol the land ahead, and that's where we will leave you. We hurried along in silence for a while, and I started to realize how exhausted I was. My body felt drained, and every step I took was getting heavier and heavier. I felt like if I closed my eyes, I would fall asleep on the spot, and I wondered when we would next get a chance to rest. It must have been more than 24 hours that I had been awake, and I'd already been pretty darn worn out from hauling people out of that fire back in Tucson. Even Sierra seemed drowsy as she walked beside me, but despite being tired, I made sure to keep a sharp eye out for any hints of movement amongst the trees. I felt like I had gotten so used to the blackness that my eyesight had become sharper. I did need to refuel a bit, though, so I pulled some of the orange bread from my bag. Does anyone want any? I asked as I unwrapped the food. We're strictly meat-eaters, Derek grunted. We will hunt after we return from our journey. Now that we've fully formed, we'll have the strength to stalk and kill properly. I offered a piece of bread to Sierra, and she took it before I crammed some into my own mouth. So, do angels actually need food? I asked.
Not really.
Sierra sighed.
Well, we didn't eat when our gods were here. Since they left, we have grown weaker in different ways, and I found the occasional human meal gives me a rise in energy. But I still don't need anywhere near the amount mortals do.
The sugary sweetness gave me an immediate boost, and I savored every bite before I packed the bread away again. I had no idea how long my food supply would need to last, and I wanted to make sure I had enough for the rest of our journey. This is where we leave you, Derek said as the wolves slowed to a halt. Beyond this area, you'll go deeper into demon territory. I warn you, there are so many of them. Even the most brutal soldiers will be in danger. I understand, I said, but it's a risk we have to take. This journey is important. Then goodbye, Ryan, Derek said. And good luck, Sierra.
Thank you,
the angel said.
You helped save my friend's life by getting us here.
I hope we see you again, Derek said. Maybe on your return journey. Goodbye, I said. Thank you. Seriously. And be careful out there. Derek nodded at me with a grunt, and then gestured for his men to fall back into the darkness. The werewolves raced back the way we had come from, and they vanished amongst the shadows of the trees within a matter of seconds. I smiled as the vicious creatures disappeared. And I took a second to process the fact that we had even more allies in these strange nightlands. I had just recruited a team of fucking werewolves to our side. I was really getting the hang of this new world. Chapter 10. Sierra sighed as she rubbed her eyes, and I could feel my body getting weak from exhaustion. The bread had perked me up a bit, but I knew I was going to need to sleep soon. If I kept going, I would run the risk of coming up against demons eventually, and I knew I wasn't strong enough to put up much of a fight without recharging first. I think we should find somewhere to rest, I said. If I don't lie down soon, I'll fall down.
Me too.
Sierra yawned.
Like I said, angels don't need much sleep, but it's been days since I last rested properly.
Let's keep moving for now, I said. Maybe we can find another cave or something, providing it isn't full of goblins.
See?
Sierra chuckled.
You're getting the hang of things around here.
We walked through the trees, and it seemed to just be an endless stretch of woodland. Sierra checked the map periodically to make sure we were going the right way, and we followed along the dark creek until I started to wonder if we might just have to sleep out in the open. Maybe we could take it in turns to nap while the other kept guard. It was risky, but it might be our only option. If we were going to storm the demon headquarters, then I wanted to be fully rested and ready. I wasn't taking any chances in messing up our rescue mission. After a few more minutes of trekking, I noticed something up ahead next to the water. Is that a house? I muttered as we got closer. The building was tiny and probably no bigger than a shed back on Earth. It was made of moss-covered wood and was shielded in the branches of overgrown trees. The windows were boarded up, and the door sat half open with more darkness looming inside.
Looks empty.
Sierra whispered. "Let's find out," I said, and I pulled out my dagger as we approached the building. We stopped at the doorway, and I peered inside to see a fairly empty room. There was a double bed that still had covers, and a tiny bathroom area at the back. The only other thing was a shelving unit with a couple of dusty boxes, and it was clear that nobody had been around in a while. I kept my dagger raised as I stepped inside, but it only took a second to see that the place was not occupied. "This'll do for a few hours," I decided. "Does the lady approve of this sleeping arrangement?"
I suppose so.
Sierra smiled.
If any of the finest castles aren't available, then this will have to do.
I chuckled and stepped further into the little house, and the floorboards creaked loudly with every movement. There was a fireplace near the bed that was covered in cobwebs, and I peered under the bed to find a small pile of firewood. "At least we'll be warm," I said, as I pulled the chopped logs out. I pulled off my cloak and bag and set them down on the bed. Sierra closed the door behind us, and I was glad to see there was a bolt lock that she secured in place. I had been prepared to take turns sleeping, but at least a lock would give us some kind of warning if something was trying to get in. I wandered over to the shelves and grabbed one of the dust-covered tin boxes. I cracked it open to find some cutlery and a few hairpins, but the next one I picked up was slightly more useful and filled with unused or half-burned candles. "Let's get some light in this place," I said. "Any chance you could help out with getting that fire going?"
I reckon I could manage that.
Sierra said as she strode over to grab some wood. The pretty angel threw a few logs into the dusty fireplace and held her palm down on the wood. An orange flame immediately burst to life. Then I took the box of candles over and began to light them from the angel's fire as it grew and crackled through every log. There were 5 candle holders in the walls, and I filled each one until the small house was illuminated with flickering light. "Perfect," I grinned. "Let's hope there aren't too many bugs in that blanket." Sierra picked up the bed cover and examined it before she shook it out.
It looks good to me.
She smiled as she sat down on the bed, shuffled back to lean against the wall, and draped the blanket over herself. I could feel myself getting drowsy just looking at the bed, and I slipped my boots off and stripped down to my underwear before I jumped in to join her. I sprang onto the mattress so hard that she shot upward a bit, and she screeched with laughter as I joined her under the covers. Then I opened my bag and pulled out the orange loaf, and the sweet smell mixed in with the burning of the fireplace. "You want some?" I asked, as I offered the bread to Sierra.
I'm fine.
She smiled.
You eat it. You're the one who really needs it.
"Are you sure?" I asked. "I know you sometimes need it."
I'll tell you when I do.
The angel said.
Don't worry, I'm not shy.
That's true. I chuckled. "If you start wilting like a little flower, then I'll pop some bread in your mouth."
Thanks.
Sierra snorted.
I still have better strength than any mortal, though, so no need to worry about me.
She flicked her dark hair and shot me a sassy wink. I bit into the sweet loaf, and my body was immediately grateful for the fuel. I stared into the fire as I ate, and my whole body already felt relaxed. Sierra snuggled in close beside me, and I wrapped up the last of the bread to keep for later, before I draped my arm around her shoulders.
You must be exhausted.
The angel said as she looked up at me.
I'm tired, and I'm a celestial being.
"Oh, I'm glad we found somewhere to rest," I agreed. "It's been a hell of a day."
It's a lot to take in.
She smiled.
I know everything is moving so fast for you here, and I hope you don't miss your old life too much.
I looked into the fire as I thought about my life on Earth, and even though they were good memories, I didn't feel sad to have left it all behind. I loved parts of my old life, I admitted, like my job. Saving people and fighting fires is just such a big part of me. Sierra kissed my shoulder as she snuggled in closer.
I can tell that's your calling. Every time you see someone in trouble, you just run right into the danger to help them. I've never met a mortal like you before.
"I'm not trying to be a hero or anything," I said. "I just follow my instincts." When shit goes wrong, people tend to either freeze up or all-out panic. It's a natural reaction, but it can get you killed. That's what I'm trained to counter, really. All the panic and the smoke and shit. I've got to keep my head on straight and keep moving no matter what happens. After years of that, I don't know, I guess helping people has felt like my life's purpose. I'm just glad I've been able to do it here, too.
That's good.
Sierra murmured.
I was worried you were going to start to miss your old life, or that you would lose interest in it all, in me.
Lose interest? I laughed. Are you serious? I tucked a strand of burgundy hair behind the angel's ear and saw that her golden eyes were wide as she nibbled nervously on her lip. Then it struck me why she might feel that way. Her own god had abandoned this whole world, including her. He didn't come back to try and save her when the angels were being captured. Someone she'd devoted an eternity to had just vanished from her life. It was no shock that the angel would have some concerns about abandonment. I'm not leaving you. Ever. I said firmly. I'm not leaving this world either. When I was dying in my old life, I knew it had to be that way. But I still felt like I had so much left to give. I knew in my bones that I had more to do. Then I got to wake up in this world full of magic, with the most badass angel at my side. I'm not going anywhere. No way in hell.
I'm glad.
Sierra said softly.
I don't know what I would do without you, Ryan. Honestly. I can't thank you enough for sticking by me when I kept refusing your help. And now, I know that you absorbed my powers when we became bound together. But I feel stronger now, too, somehow. It's like my purpose has come back to me, too.
We sat in silence for a moment as we held each other, and the crackling of the fire soothed me right down to my bones. I loved that I had given the angel strength, even if I never intended to mean so much to her. But now it felt like we were always meant to find each other. I wasn't really a soulmate kind of guy, but I couldn't help believing that I was always going to end up in this world. Maybe destiny wasn't the right word, but there was something inside me that felt complete now that I was with Sierra. Maybe it was this celestial bond we'd forged between us, but I felt like nothing in the world could pry me away from her side now.
You said you weren't ready to die.
Sierra said after a moment.
So why did you? I don't doubt that with how knowledgeable you are with buildings and fire, you should have gotten out of there alive.
There was somebody still inside the building, I said. This little kid that I knew from around town.
Was he a relative?
Sierra asked. No. I shrugged. Just someone who couldn't defend himself. If I hadn't gone in, then I would have lived, but that little boy wouldn't have. I didn't want to die, but I just couldn't let him die either. Sierra stroked my arm and weaved her fingers into mine so we were holding hands tightly.
I wish I had had someone like you around before,
she said.
Someone who would protect me over everything else. I thought I had that. I truly believed that my God would never...
She trailed off and turned away so I couldn't see her eyes well up. Then she hurriedly wiped away her tears, and I let her have a moment before I spoke. You don't have to talk about it, I whispered. But sometimes, if we talk about the things that hurt us, they stop having any kind of power over us.
I just still can't believe they left.
The angel sniffed.
I know that Dracoria was at constant war, but that was when the mortals needed holy guidance more than ever. They needed us, but they needed the gods too.
Well, we can't give them all of that back, I said. What we can do is try and help everyone we can, and slowly rebuild the broken world into one where people save each other, even without their gods around.
I think you're doing that already.
Sierra admitted with a small smile.
Now that you have dragon powers, I feel as if the people can have a new symbol of hope again.
I don't know about that, I said hastily. I'm not claiming to be a leader or anything. I just want to...
Help?
Sierra smiled wider.
I know. But you need to understand how powerful the dragons were. They weren't just a pretty pet of the gods. They symbolized strength and hope for the mortals. It was like people could always rely on the dragons to watch over them. They were the fiercest creatures in Dracoria, which is saying quite a lot considering the kinds of beasts that roamed these lands. The wars became 10 times worse once the dragons left.
That's what happens when you take away hope, I sighed. It only drives people further into the darkness. Literally, in this case. There was a distant howl from outside, but it felt more comforting than ominous, as I recognized it was one of the werewolves. It felt good to know we had those guys on our side in this crazy dark forest. I had a suspicion there would be a lot of creatures that wouldn't dare to fuck with werewolves. We were also on speaking terms with the vampires, though, and had the gratitude of a night witch. Then there was Landon back at the marketplace, too. All in all, it wasn't a bad group to have as our team after only a day. And I had a feeling that uniting the mortals of the Nightlands might be more possible than Sierra would expect.
I still can't believe you're with me.
Sierra said with a light chuckle.
All of this danger, just to help me find Nisha. You don't even know her. I know helping people is your thing, but this is just more than I could ever have expected of any mortal. I've never known mortals to be so blindly determined to do good.
And to think, I grinned, you were just going to leave me in that marketplace.
I still could.
Sierra teased.
Maybe I'll fly off while you sleep and leave you to wander the forest alone.
I said. I don't think you're going to do that. That would mean you never get to kiss me again. I would also never be able to give you another orgasm. And I've got a feeling you definitely enjoyed it before.
Good argument.
The angel nodded.
I have to admit that was the highlight of my day. Of my month, probably.
I still have some energy left before I sleep, I said as I kissed her neck. Maybe I could show you some other things you won't have tried before.
Other things?
She giggled.
Like what?
I replied by gently turning her chin up and kissing her full lips. She hungrily leaned into my mouth, and her tongue met mine as I gripped her soft thigh. You're wearing too much clothing, I said as I pulled at her dress. Let's fix that. We moved into a kneeling position on the bed so we were facing each other, and I slowly pulled her silky dress up over her body. Then I placed it down on the floor and turned back to admire the naked angel. My heart did a backflip as I took in her naked body, and I still wasn't used to how utterly perfect she was. The flicker of the candlelight illuminated her golden freckles perfectly, and the fireplace shone a gentle light on her curves. You are beautiful, I breathed as I held her waist. I've never seen anything as perfect in my whole life.
Ryan.
Sierra giggled.
Do you mean that?
I wouldn't lie to you, I said and pulled her in closer for another kiss. As we made out, my cock steadily hardened more and more, and I grabbed handfuls of Sierra's perfect breasts without being able to resist. She instantly pressed herself up against me, and I enjoyed how eager she was to feel my touch. Then the angel hurriedly pulled off my underwear and gasped when she saw my erection at full mast. Lie back, I said softly. I want to make you feel amazing. The angel bit her lip with a smile and laid back so her head was on the pillow. I groaned at the sight of her beautiful body laid out in front of me like an inviting meal, and I took a moment to enjoy the view. I grabbed her calves and slowly opened her legs so I could see her beautiful pussy too, and she was already wet. I could see her juices glistening as I laid down to put my head between her thighs, and she immediately stiffened once I'd settled there.
Ryan!
She gasped.
What are you doing?
Trust me, I chuckled. I'm going to make you feel so good. I just want to taste you.
Taste?
She stammered breathlessly. I smirked and kissed each of her ivory thighs as I slowly began to place my lips further and further up. She moaned softly as I neared her pussy lips, and then I finally began to run my tongue along her wet folds.
Oh.
She breathed as my tongue gently probed inside her. I tasted her sweet juices as I started to lick her beautiful pussy, and she shuddered as my tongue ran over her clit. Then Syrah's fingers gripped my hair as I started to eat her out, and she gave little gasps with each movement. I massaged her soft thighs as I worked, and I reveled in how sweet she tasted. There was something truly holy about how delicious she was, and this was just more confirmation that everything about her really was perfect. Then I started to lick in little circles over her soft spot, and the angel writhed in response.
Ryan.
Syrah groaned.
Oh, that feels so good. Your mouth is amazing.
I gripped her legs tighter as I sped up the pace of my tongue, and she began to thrust up to meet me.
Yes?
She gasped.
Oh, Ryan, I'm going to climax.
I kept licking and tasting her as her body began to tremble, and she suddenly cried out as her orgasm hit her. I kept my mouth on her pussy lips as she came, and the angel spasmed all over from the pleasure. After a moment, she gasped, as if she was coming up from underwater, and I gave her a soft kiss on her mound before I sat up to see her flushed face.
That felt unbelievable.
She breathed.
Ryan, oh, that was amazing.
Her burgundy hair tumbled over the pillow, and she took a second to steady her breathing before she sat up.
I didn't know your mouth could do that,
the angel said.
Can I use my mouth on you?
Of course, I grinned. How could I say no to that? I ran a hand through her hair and then pinched her nipples as she squealed. Come here, I said, and I sat at the edge of the bed as I guided her onto the floor. The beautiful angel knelt before me, and she smiled as I gently grasped her hand to place it on my shaft. She eagerly took my dick in her hand, and I groaned at her silky soft touch. Then her incredible warmth shot through me while I helped her move her hand up and down.
I don't want to do it wrong,
she said as I released my hold on her so she could take over.
You made me feel so good. I want to do the same for you.
Oh, you will, I assured her. Just take it as slowly as you like. Do what feels right.
But
Syrah stared with wide golden eyes at my raging erection, and I chuckled lightly as I reached forward and cupped the back of her neck. Then I guided Syrah's face down toward my cock, and the sight of her full breasts hanging forward below me drove me wild. When she was close enough, the angel brought her full lips up to my erection, and she planted a gentle kiss on the head. She held the base of my cock as she began to give little licks up and down the shaft, and I groaned at how warm her tongue was while I nodded my approval. Syrah started to get more confident after that, and she began to slowly lick me all over as she looked up at me with her golden eyes.
Does that feel good?
She asked in a sultry voice. Oh, fuck, yes, I breathed.
Can I have more of you?
She asked softly. You can do whatever you want, I said. Syrah smiled and placed her full lips around the head of my cock, and the moment she heard me groan with pleasure, she started to lower herself down. Fireworks went off all throughout my body as the beautiful angel began to suck me off. She started moving slowly down until she was right at the base, and then she moaned as she moved back up. My fingers knotted in her soft hair as she sped up her pace, and she bobbed up and down on my cock as she realized how much I was enjoying myself. Her mouth was just so warm and wet, and the softness of her lips made me shudder with every one of her movements. Oh, fuck, I groaned. Your mouth feels so good, Syrah. The angel hummed, and her full tits bounced slightly as she worked. Her tongue danced all over my cock, and I felt like the world had lit up with bright colors, even in the dark room. Pleasure rushed through every inch of my skin, and I could feel myself getting closer and closer to coming as the angel's mouth worked. Oh, you're gonna make me come, I moaned. Do you want that?
Yes.
Syrah breathed as she slipped her mouth off my cock.
Ryan, please give me your sweet seed. I want to taste it like you tasted me.
Then she took me back inside her lips, and I gasped as she went right down to my hilt. She gagged softly, but she didn't pull me back out, and she cradled my balls gently in her palm. Her tongue rolled against every inch of my erection as she sucked, and I knew I couldn't hold back for another second. Ah, fuck! I breathed, and my orgasm hit me like a tidal wave. I shuddered as euphoria shot through my veins, and I sprayed streams of cum deep into the pretty angel's mouth. Her golden eyes widened as I came, but she kept her hot mouth wrapped around my cock as I felt her throat constricting to swallow every drop. My entire being was on fire, and I took a second to close my eyes and enjoy the feeling of absolute bliss until I had nothing left to give her. Then Syrah slowly began to move her lips off me, and I looked back down to see my seed dribbling down her bottom lip. "You are so fucking hot," I growled. "I love seeing you covered in my cum."
You taste so good.
The angel purred as she licked her lips, and I could feel myself already getting hard again at the sight. "Did you enjoy that?" I asked, and she nodded fervently.
I think I like having your cock in my mouth.
She whispered.
You're so big. I didn't think I would be able to take it all in.
"You did, though," I said. "You sucked me off so well." The angel slowly got to her feet, and I admired her figure as my cum glistened on her chin.
Ryan,
She gasped.
you're hard again. Does that mean we can do more?
I stood up and grabbed a handful of her breasts as I felt my erection throb. "I want to fuck you so bad," I growled. "My perfect angel."
Yes, please.
Syrah gasped.
Oh, Ryan, please fuck me. I need it. I need you inside me.
I couldn't wait any longer. I quickly spun her around and pressed her down so her hands gripped the bed as she leaned over. I was given a view of her perfect ass, and I grabbed her firm cheeks as I took in the sight. Her magnificent wings were folded tight against her back, and her wet pussy glistened invitingly like it was made just for me. I couldn't resist giving her ass a gentle spank, and she gasped as she looked over her shoulder.
Ryan!
She giggled.
Please, I need you inside of me.
"Do you?" I grinned as I rubbed my rock-hard cock over her pussy lips.
Oh,
She groaned as she moved backward.
please, fill me up. Release your sperm deep inside me.
The angel wiggled her ass, and I teased her some more as I slowly placed my cockhead in her pussy. Then I gripped her waist tightly and began to ease inside her tight walls. We both groaned as I went deeper inside, and her tight pussy gripped me perfectly, like it was meant to take only my cock into it. I felt electric with pleasure as I slowly started to fuck her, and my dick pulsed hungrily as it slipped in and out of her soaked pussy.
Oh,
She moaned.
yes, Ryan.
I love fucking you from behind," I growled. "I get a view of that perfect ass." I enjoyed every single thrust as I fucked her like this, and I started to speed up my pace as she whimpered louder and louder. Then I slammed my cock so deep inside her that she cried out, and my entire body buzzed with lust as I pounded into her. Every thrust got harder and harder, and I spanked her sculpted ass once more as I slammed into her tight pussy. The angel moaned loudly in response, and the whole world was spinning all over again as our bodies bonded. All at once, she was the only important thing in the universe.
You're gonna make me come again?
Syrah cried. "Good," I moaned. "Come on my cock for me. Ah, my little angel." I was almost surprised by my dominant tone, but it seemed to drive Syrah wild as she threw her head back and groaned. I knew it wouldn't be long before I came to, and I used all my strength to fuck her as deeply as I could. I reached forward and grabbed her breasts for more leverage, and she gasped as I pinched her perked nipples.
You're so deep inside me.
Syrah breathed between thrusts.
Oh, Ryan. Oh, yes. Fuck me.
I gripped her full tits even harder as I slammed my cock deep into her tunnel, and I felt her pussy clench as her orgasm finally hit her. Her pussy tightening around me made warmth shoot through my cock, and I didn't hesitate to release deep inside the angel. "Ah, fuck!" I gasped as I gripped her tits and let my seed flow into her. Everything around me was made of stars, and my head felt light with happiness. We both moaned while our climaxes took complete hold of us. And I held her tightly as electricity shot repeatedly through my veins. My body seemed to explode with fireworks, and I realized I was feeling my powers pulsing through me now. It felt like nearly a minute passed before my warm cum had filled her up completely, and I slowly rose to pull out of her. I gasped as I slipped out of the angel, and the cool air hit me, and Sierra turned around and perched on the bed with an exhausted sigh. I sat down beside her and caught my breath as she shakily snuggled up under my arm.
That was amazing.
She breathed.
You're amazing.
So are you, I said as I kissed her head. The fire was starting to die down, and my whole body felt exhausted from pleasure. So we climbed back under the blanket, and I laid on my back as Sierra cuddled into me with her head on my chest. My eyes were heavy, and I felt her breathing slow down as I began to drift off. Everything felt right as the last of the fire crackled in the corner, and I fell into a deep sleep. I woke up to the sound of someone moving around, and I leapt to my feet before I had fully opened my eyes.
Morning.
Sierra giggled, and I realized she was fully clothed as she stoked the newly lit fire. Hey, I yawned. Whoa, I feel well rested. My body doesn't ache anymore.
You have slept for a few hours.
The angel nodded.
Well, I think so. It's hard to say for sure, but it felt like long enough for a human to sleep.
Did you get enough rest? I asked, and she nodded again.
You even look handsome in your sleep.
The angel smirked.
It's very annoying how good you look all the time.
I laughed as I pulled on my clothes, and then I checked that my food supplies and the potion bottles were secure in my bag. Sierra sat on the bed and studied the witch's map, and then rolled it up with a sigh.
Last night was amazing,
she said.
But things are going to start to get more difficult now.
Why's that? I asked. I watched the angel's smile fade.
Well, are you ready to cross the Black Ruins?
Judging by how grim her expression was now, I knew the next leg of our journey was going to be tough. Whatever the hell the Black Ruins were, I had a feeling it was going to be more dangerous than anything we had faced so far. Chapter 11. The Black Ruins? I repeated as I stuffed the map in my bag. What is that exactly?
It's dangerous,
Sierra said.
I'll explain as we walk. Now that we're rested, we might as well get started.
I blew out the candles around the small house, and Sierra extinguished the fire. I glanced back at the bed and knew it was probably the last comfortable sleep I would have for a while. But it sure as hell left me with some fantastic memories. When I opened the door, the purple light from the orb spilled into the room, and we hurried out into the dark air. There was a slight breeze, and the temperature had dropped since we'd been inside. I pulled my cloak tighter around me and shut the door firmly behind us.
This way.
Sierra said as she gestured ahead.
We're not taking the route with the road.
The angel strode into the trees, and I noticed a much more obvious dirt trail far off to our right. Why is that? I asked as I hurried after her. Too much traffic?
Too many demons.
The angel replied.
The Black Ruins used to be a beautiful land with houses, shops, and its own little marketplace. There were public buildings like taverns and a gorgeous garden that was full of blooming night flowers.
I'm guessing it wasn't called the Black Ruins at the time? I said.
No.
The angel sighed.
It used to be called Haze because it always had a silvery mist over it.
Then the demons came, I guessed. Did they tear it all down?
They destroyed it.
Sierra said.
Most of it was burned, but some of it they just swung at with hammers. It was like a game to them, destroying this little town that mortals had worked so hard on. Those fucking purple.
The pretty angel fell silent as her face flushed pink, and she curled her hands into fists by her side as she fumed. Sierra's quiet anger was clearly building up at the memory of the demons, and I gave her a second to breathe it out, since it looked like she was ready to spontaneously combust. The demons are pieces of shit, I said after a long moment. I could understand why you get so riled up. Sierra nodded as she pushed a hair behind her ears, and then she nodded to herself as her cheeks paled again.
They basically made it uninhabitable.
She said eventually.
Everyone who lived in Hayes was forced to leave. That's why so many little huts appeared in the forest. People built them to act as shelters for those who suddenly found themselves without a home.
And the forest got overcrowded, I concluded. Another reason why the creatures that live here are going crazy. Lower resources.
Exactly.
Sierra nodded.
It was a lose-lose situation for everyone, obviously. The demons took over Hayes, and it was renamed the Black Ruins. It's crawling with the purple bastards.
What should we expect? I asked. Underlings or the higher-ups?
Both, probably.
The angel replied.
I haven't spent much time anywhere near there since the demons took over. But from what I've heard, it's just crammed full of them.
We walked through the dense woodlands and had to squeeze through some thorny bushes as we took the less traveled route. There didn't even seem to be many animals around since the air was quiet, and the only sound was the occasional gust of wind. I felt completely recharged from our rest, and another session of amazing sex had definitely ignited a spark in us both. We walked quickly, with determination, and after a while the trees started to thin out.
We're reaching the edge of the forest,
Sierra said.
It won't be long until we're there.
I unsheathed my dagger and held it by my side as we walked. The purple orbs became brighter as the treetops lessened, and it felt like morning with the sudden change of light. As the denser woodlands fell further behind us, I could see we were nearing the top of a grassy hill.
This route gives us a good view before we go down,
Sierra said.
It means we can assess the situation and hopefully work out the best route.
Maybe it's not as busy as you think, I said as we approached the hilltop. Maybe the demons have gotten bored of it and left. Once we reached the top of the grassy mound, we carefully peeked over to see a burned-down town that was made of charred black buildings. There was a thick fog that drifted over it in rolling waves, and every inch of the place seemed to be crawling with demons. The black ruins stretched on for miles on either side, and it was clear that there was no quick way to get around it. We had to go through it. Shit! I hissed as we stared down. You all right? This place is infested with the fuckers. The mist made it difficult to tell exactly how many demons were there in total. The thick silver clouds drifted slowly over the entire ruined town and hid the crowds of demons in turns as it rolled around and around.
There are so many.
Sierra groaned.
This is going to be impossible.
The angel threw her hands up in the air, and I stared down at the mass of charcoal and haze. I think this could work in our favor, I said. All this mist is covering up the demons, but it can also help hide us. We'll be able to navigate through without being spotted as easily.
Are you sure?
Sierra frowned.
We shouldn't just risk it and fly?
How many times are you going to ask that? I grinned. Nisha is going to be in a hell of a lot more danger if I change into my dragon form. You have no idea how badly I want to use those powers again, but we need to be smart.
Okay.
The angel sighed.
I just hate moving at a mortal pace. Let's get going then.
Let's aim to start down there, I said as I pointed down the hill. There's a building that still has most of its back wall. We can use that as our starting point to figure out our first moves. We hurried down the hill and kept low as we ran. It wasn't far to go, but it felt like it was when we were so exposed. As we raced toward the large stone wall, the sound of the demons started to drift up to meet us, and I could hear the babbling of the underlings. I was surprised to hear that some of the higher-ups seemed to be using actual human words. It was hard to hear complete sentences, but I could make out vague parts of the conversation. We skidded to a halt as we reached flat land and pressed ourselves up against the cold stone of the ruined building. We were right on the outskirts of the ruins, and a cloud of fog drifted over us as we caught our breaths. The thick, silvery mist passed right through us, and I could barely see Sierra standing beside me as it moved.
This really is a good disguise,
the angel said as the cloud drifted on by.
So we just go straight through?
I shuffled to the left edge of the wall and carefully peered around. There looked like an endless maze of crumbled buildings ahead, and I swung back as a group of underlings scuttled by, growling at each other. We just need to keep heading north, I said quietly. We know we can take on these bastards if we need to, but let's try not to end up using that option. The less attention we draw to ourselves now, the better our chances of catching the Demon King off guard.
I agree.
Syrah whispered. Hey, did I hear the higher-ups talking? I asked over my shoulder.
They do speak.
Syrah nodded.
They can all speak, actually, but the underlings can't do it very well. They've sort of got their own language, though, and it seems to work for them.
Huh. I checked past the corner again, and there was a clear path straight to the next block of ruins. There was a cloud of mist drifting over the walls, too, and I didn't want to wait any longer. Come on, follow my lead. The beautiful angel nodded with a determined scowl, and I checked that no demons had suddenly appeared before I moved. Then I raced around the corner with Syrah behind me, and we sprinted over to the next collection of burned walls. I glanced down the street as we ran over it, and I could see hunched-over figures emerging through the mist in the distance. We jumped over the rubble into what used to be some sort of large building. There were 2 walls that had half survived, and the other 2 were reduced to piles of black ash. The ground was just dirt, and I gestured for Syrah to follow me over into a corner by the empty doorway. We crouched down next to one of the half-intact walls and looked out through the entranceway that the door had clearly been kicked out of. I could hear the distant rumble of demon voices coming from every direction, and I knew we would have to speed up to get through safely. Syrah's golden eyes were wider than normal, and she kept glancing over her shoulder as I figured out our next move. I knew it must have been scary as hell for a throne angel to be hidden amongst this many demons, especially when Nisha had been trapped by them for so long. But I kept my head on straight and focused on working out the perfect escape route for us. Our next move would leave us out in the open for slightly longer, since all of the buildings straight ahead were completely crumbled. There were no tall walls to hide behind, and we would have no choice but to just be as fast as fucking possible. But I could hear underlings somewhere behind us now, and their voices were getting louder and louder. "We need to make a run for it," I hissed. "We aim straight ahead and just keep running until we find another space to hide."
Wait!
Syrah whispered.
It's too exposed. We can't.
The angel grabbed my arm, and her fingers clutched me tightly as she shook her head. "We have to go," I said urgently. "It's not as far as it looks."
They'll see me.
Syrah pleaded.
Ryan, I can't.
It was the first time I had ever seen the angels so scared, and the fear of being caught by the demons had clearly overwhelmed her. The last time we'd encountered underlings, they almost threw her in a well, so I didn't blame her. But we needed to move quickly, or her fears would become very much a reality. I could now hear the grunts of the approaching underlings, along with their footsteps, and they were nearing the back of our hideout. "Syrah," I said quickly, "I know this is terrifying, but we need to move. If you're too scared to do it for yourself, then do it for Nisha. She needs you to be brave right now. You're the toughest person I've ever known. You can fucking do this." The angel bit her lip and glanced behind her as the footsteps got louder, and I knew it was only a matter of seconds before the underlings appeared around the broken wall. "Use your anger," I hissed. "If you sit crouched here, then we lose. Don't let these evil bastards win. Don't freeze up or panic, right? Keep moving." Syrah nodded and leapt to her feet as we held hands tightly. I didn't waste another second, and I led her out of the broken doorway onto the next street. Then we ran over the first stretch of road and leaped over piles of burned rubble and broken stones. I scanned the area for our next hiding spot the entire time, but everything around us just seemed to be more and more ruins. "Fuck," I muttered as I heard the babble of more underlings up ahead.
There,
Syrah hissed, and she pointed over to the left to a large statue that sat in the middle of the rubble. "Perfect," I nodded, and we sprinted over to the structure that had a big stone cube at the base. The statue itself was of a dragon, although it was only the size of a large dog. We leapt behind the base of the structure just as underlings appeared ahead, and they spat and growled as they wandered past. I kept a tight hold of Syrah's hand as we stayed pressed against the stone and listened to the demons who were inches away from us. They staggered past the front of the statue at an agonizingly slow pace, and I didn't move until they had finally disappeared into the mist. Syrah's palm was cold, and I gave her a gentle squeeze before I let go and peeked past the statue.
I smell something.
A low voice growled, and I slammed myself back against the statue. Then I looked around to try and see who had spoken, but there was a cloud of silver mist that was just drifting past. Staying put was our safest option now. Sierra grabbed a hold of my hand again as the fog crept over us, and we vanished into the thick cloud. I couldn't see a damn thing, and I strained my ears to try and work out where the demons were.
Men?
Another voice grumbled.
Maybe.
The first voice grunted.
It is not a demon.
Fuck! They could smell us. It was obviously a couple of the higher-ups talking, and I hadn't fought hand-to-hand with those fuckers yet. It was easy to fight them when I was in dragon form, but I knew going in as a human would be a whole different story.
Where?
The second voice asked, and I felt a shiver run down my neck as I heard a loud sniff. They were way too close, and we had to move, even if we couldn't see. I couldn't risk even whispering to Sierra, since I had no idea how good their hearing was. But if it was anything like their sense of smell, then we would be caught in seconds. I kept a tight hold of Sierra's hand, and felt my way to the edge of the statue. I pulled her gently to join me, and she hesitated before she followed. Then I held my free hand outstretched with my dagger, and swiftly jogged at a pace that wouldn't knock me out if we reached a wall. The only knowledge I had of this area was the 3-second glance I got from behind the statue. But I was used to scanning smoky environments for prominent features, and I knew there was a lot of rubble that led to a 6-foot-high wall. Sierra stumbled, and I managed to haul her upright before she fell over.
I heard something.
A demon snarled somewhere behind us.
There's something here.
Sweat dripped down my back as we started to sprint. I was willing to risk a broken wrist on my outstretched arm if it meant getting away from the purple bastards. After a few seconds, I could see the dark shape of the wall ahead of us, and then I realized that meant the mist was fading. We were about to lose our cover. I could hear footsteps behind us, and it sounded like there were now 3 or 4 demons on our trail. As we neared the next wall, I knew I had to throw the demons off or they would find us right away. I scanned the ground and grabbed the hefty-sized rock that I was able to hold in one hand. And right before we reached the wall, I threw the rock as far as I possibly could. It made a loud thud somewhere in the mist.
That way!
A demon yelled.
I heard it!
We reached the crumbling wall just as the silver fog started to drift in, and we dove behind the bricks so we were crouched down on the floor. I stared into Sierra's wide eyes as we heard the small herd of demons run off, and I wiped sweat from my forehead while I worked to catch my breath.
Fuck.
Sierra breathed.
I hate this.
Me too, I whispered. But it's good practice if we're planning on rescuing your friend from assholes just like this. Come on. We need to keep going while they've lost our scent. The angel nodded, and I surveyed the next stretch of the black ruins. I could see the shape of some trees through the mist ahead. We were close to being across the charred village. The distance we had left wasn't too far, but it also wasn't very well covered. There were only a couple of walls left that had any chance of hiding us, and I could see some underlings scurrying over the dirt. We're almost there, I said quietly. I say we cross the rest without stopping. We run like hell, and we'll be out of this demon-infested pit in no time.
Okay.
Sierra said as she bit her lip.
Where are they?
A higher-up demon snarled somewhere in the mist.
Must be here somewhere.
Another howled. Time to go, I whispered, and we began to run. The underlings ahead had scurried off, and it looked like we had a clear path. Then the silvery cloud of mist began to drift over the edge of the ruins, and I couldn't see shit. Fuck, I hissed under my breath. But we kept running, and our feet soared over the dirt, stones, and rubble as we vanished into the fog. I could hear the higher-ups' conversation becoming more distant, and suddenly the ground below turned into soft grass. Then I finally slowed down, and as we stepped out of the silvery mist, I could see that we were in another wooded area. We had made it through the black ruins. We started to run again now that we had better visibility, and made sure we had disappeared into the trees before we slowed to a complete halt. The trees had dark green trunks over here, and their leaves were all black. I took a second to listen for footsteps or voices, but it seemed that no demons had tracked us through the ruins.
You saved me.
Sierra breathed as she ran a hand through her burgundy hair.
Thank you, Ryan. I kind of froze for a moment back there.
You were awesome, I said. I don't blame you for hating those fucking things, especially since they're the only creatures that can trap you anywhere.
I need to get used to being around them.
Sierra shuddered.
We're going to infiltrate their headquarters. I'm going to be surrounded by them then.
And I'll be right there with you, I promised. You're not doing any of this alone. The angel smiled, but then there was a guttural howl from the direction of the ruins. Let's go, I said hastily. We started to quickly jog through the green and black trees, and I pulled out the map to check we were headed the right way. The route the witch had drawn for us continued north from this side of the ruins, and I looked further along it to find out what we had in store for us next. It looks like we'll be coming up to a river soon, I said. Hopefully there's a bridge nearby. Do you think those demons are likely to follow us?
I don't think so.
Sierra answered.
They love those ruins. They would only leave if they knew it was something they really wanted to kill. They didn't see us, so they might just think it was an animal.
I rolled the map up and put it in my bag, and we hurried through the wooded area. It was slightly cold here, but the wind had died down, and I was grateful for that, because it meant our scent wouldn't carry as well to the demons behind us. The purple orbs had become even brighter as we left the black ruins behind, and I glanced up to see they were bigger than any I had seen before. There's more orbs around here, I said. Is that because we're getting closer to their headquarters?
It must be.
Sierra nodded.
It means there's less chance of a sudden power outage, too, since they don't want to put themselves in total darkness. I think I can hear the river already.
As we walked, the sound of running water became louder, and the green and black trees thinned out as we reached the banks. The river was sparkling black, and it looked like the same kind of water Landon had needed from the well. So, this is the source of the black water? I asked.
Yes,
Sierra said.
There's a waterfall somewhere around here that's really pretty. It's one of Nisha's favorites. We might have to go a bit further down, though. I don't see a bridge.
I scanned the river and couldn't see any way to cross it. Maybe I'll have to swim, I sighed. You can just fly over and take the bag.
I don't know if that's a good idea.
Sierra said warily.
There are all sorts of creatures in the black water here. That river is a lot deeper than it looks. It goes down into these underwater caverns, and there could be night crocs.
Night crocs? I groaned. Let me guess. They're crocodiles that are extra scary because you can't see them in the black water?
That's right.
Sierra smirked.
And they have some of the best night vision of any creature in these lands. So, unless you feel like your swimming is extra fast today, we should find another way.
My swimming's okay, I said. But maybe not good enough to risk going up against crocodiles. Let's try and find another way. We wandered down the bank, and I couldn't stop staring at the shimmering water. It was strangely inviting, and I had to fight the urge to dip my foot into the glittering blackness. I frowned as I wondered if this was some sort of power the water itself held. But then there was a sudden loud splash from the river. I stopped in my tracks to see a strange woman-like creature sitting on the bank in front of us. It looked like I was about to meet my first mermaid. Chapter 12. The mermaid was beautiful, but looking at her made my skin crawl for some reason. She had jet black hair that fell over her shoulders and wore a skimpy bra made from some kind of dark material that just covered her pert breasts. Her skin was a dull gray color, while her eyes were completely jet black, and the tail half of her was covered in emerald scales that blended into the skin of her torso just below her belly. She leaned on one hand as she watched us, and her smile showed off perfectly white teeth. Then the mermaid gave us a cheery wave, and I glanced at Sierra to see if she was on her guard. The angel gave a slight smile to the mermaid and shrugged at me.
I've never met a mermaid before.
She whispered.
They're usually quite secretive. Hello, travellers,
The woman called.
What brings you to my part of the world? It has been rather lonely lately. My sisters have swam off in search of brighter waters.
Hi, I said. Don't you live in the black water anyway? Why would they need something brighter? The mermaid laughed, and I couldn't stop staring into her hollow black eyes. Sierra seemed relaxed, but I felt tense as the woman smiled.
You are witty, traveler.
The mermaid sang.
Even us mermaids need to come up for light sometimes. These orbs are at their brightest here, but my sisters believed there might be a way out of these lands by the water.
There isn't,
Sierra said.
The lands are trapped by the desert.
I told them that,
The mermaid sighed.
but they were determined to see for themselves. They are my younger sisters, so they still have a naive hope for the future.
She combed her black hair with her gray fingers, and hummed to herself as her tail twitched. We'll be on our way then, I said. I hope your sisters come back soon.
Are you trying to cross the river?
The mermaid asked.
Yes.
Sierra said.
Is there a bridge nearby?
My stomach twisted as the mermaid smiled again, and I knew in my gut that there was something wrong. The black-haired woman stared at Sierra as I eyed her up and down, and I noticed her fingernails were stained with a dark maroon substance. It could easily be the blood of river creatures, but even if it wasn't, I knew at that moment we should leave. My intuition hadn't been wrong yet, and I can sense there's something off with the hollow-eyed mermaid.
You cannot cross the river.
The mermaid murmured. Her voice was suddenly much deeper than before, and her tail started to smack against the riverbank to make a loud thud. Let's go, I said, as I grabbed Sierra's hand and spun us around to walk the other way. Even if we had to find somewhere to leap over the river, I knew it would be a safer bet than staying with the fishwoman. Before we could take more than 2 steps, another mermaid leapt out from the water and landed on the bank in front of us. She had the same unsettling black eyes as the first woman, but her hair was seaweed green and her tail was a murky red.
Hello, travelers.
She sang with a wave.
Are you trying to cross the river?
I pulled my dagger out as I stared at the woman, and Sierra spun around so she was facing the first one. Unfortunately, her pickaxe was stowed away in my bag, and I slowly moved to slip my free hand inside to pull it out.
The river is not for you to cross.
The red-tailed woman said.
If you do wish to cross, then you need to pay the toll.
Let's just go, I hissed to Sierra. If we double back into the trees, we can find a way around.
We will not let you cross the river.
The first woman called.
We will follow you and find you wherever you try to cross. We will not allow it.
I stared into the hollow eyes of the mermaid in front of me, and I had a feeling the first woman had lied. There were plenty more of them in this black river. Her sisters were probably just waiting for their turn to jump up onto the banks and surround us. What is the toll? I asked through gritted teeth. I don't want any trouble here.
We will allow you to cross if you pay.
The red-tailed mermaid smiled.
You are such a handsome traveler, and we would hate to spill your blood into the water.
You are not spilling any blood.
Sierra spat.
What is it you want?
We want another sister.
The green-tailed woman said in an eerily sweet tone. Then her gaze zeroed in on the angel beside me.
You would look so pretty with a tail. We can get one to match your lovely hair.
I don't want a tail.
Sierra scoffed.
I don't want to be a mermaid. Now just let us pass and nobody will get hurt.
The mermaids hit their tails against the bank, and the black water beside us began to bubble.
I'm going to fly over.
Sierra hissed over my shoulder.
I can distract them and you run. We'll find another way over. There must be a bridge. They're just trying to scare us.
I don't know if that's a good idea, I muttered.
I can do it.
Sierra said.
Just start running as soon as I get over to the other side.
The angel suddenly soared into the air, and the mermaid screamed as her maroon feathers were revealed. Then Sierra flew over the black water, but she stopped mid-air and started to flail. It was like she had been caught in an invisible net, and she swung her arms and legs, but stayed stuck in the same spot over the river. Her maroon wings flapped wildly to free herself, but she didn't go anywhere.
Ryan!
She yelled.
I'm trapped!
Are you hurt? I yelled.
No.
The angel cried.
But I can't move anywhere.
The mermaids shrieked with laughter and clapped as they watched the trapped angel.
We caught a new sister!
they screamed.
She will look so pretty when we cut her legs off.
What the fuck? I yelled as I dove at the red-tailed mermaid. Let her out of there! I grabbed the woman by the throat and held my dagger up to her face. She froze as her black eyes stared at the blade, and her tail stopped moving. Her gray skin was clammy and cold, and I heard a splash behind me as the other woman dove into the water.
Take your hands off our sister.
Multiple voices called out, and I looked over to see 6 mermaids half emerged from the river. Their creepy gray torsos poked out of the glittering blackness, and their hollow eyes stared at me. I kept my fist around the mermaid's neck as I watched them, and Syrah continued to thrash around in the invisible trap, while I tried to decide how the hell we were going to get out of this one.
We will let you pass,
The black-haired mermaid hissed.
when we cut down our new sister and pull her down to the depths. We only want to make her pretty.
A green-haired woman sang.
She'll be so pretty when we give her a tail.
Every hair on my body stood on end at their eerie words, and anger rushed through me like a hurricane as I watched my trapped angel flail helplessly above the black waters. I will kill her. I spat as I tightened my hold on the fish woman in my hand. The mermaid gasped and tried to cry out, and her clammy hands tugged on my arm, but I refused to let up. If you don't let my friend go, I'll slice her pretty face into shreds.
We don't care.
The black-haired woman cackled.
We have a new sister to replace her with. There are always new sisters to find. Cut her face if you want to. We will use a tail for our new family member.
Suddenly, one of the mermaids in the lake leapt upward like a creepy dolphin and grabbed something in the air. It must have broken the invisible net, because Syrah was suddenly able to stretch her wings out fully. She didn't get a chance to fly away, though. All 6 of the mermaids in the water dove upward and grabbed her ankles. Then they pulled the angel down, and my heart leapt into my throat. "Syrah!" I yelled, and I slammed my dagger into my hostage's tail, tore a gaping wound down the center of it, and twisted the blade to tear the fin off the bottom. I left her shrieking on the shore as I pulled off my cloak and bag and threw them across the river with all the strength I could muster. Then I did the same thing with my boots before I jumped into the black river. The air was filled with shrieks as I dove into the cold water. The mermaid on the bank was bleeding out as she writhed around, but my only focus was Syrah. I knew the water weakened her, and she was flying for her life as she struggled against the mermaids. There were 3 holding each of her legs, and they howled with laughter and malice as they pulled her down. "Get away from her!" I shouted as I swam toward them. "Let go, you fuckers!" The mermaids ignored me as they pulled Syrah closer to the water, but it didn't matter. I was closing in on them now, and I leapt toward the closest one with my dagger clutched in my hand. Then I grabbed her skinny shoulders, plunged my blade right between her shoulder blades, and watched the blue blood erupt from her back. She dropped from Syrah's leg as she screamed, but I just dug the knife in further. Then I dragged the blade down to tear the skin of her back open. When I yanked it back out, the mermaid fell limp, and she sank down into the black depths while I reached for the next fish-tailed woman.
Don't let go of her.
The black-haired mermaid screamed.
Swim away from the man.
The mermaids all began to swim up the river, but I lunged at the closest one and threw myself onto her gray body. She screeched and thrashed in the waters, but I clung onto her slippery body as the group slowed down again.
Leave her behind.
The black-haired one hissed.
Do not let go of the angel for anything. No.
The mermaid I held screeched and tried to stay with the group.
I am part of the sisterhood. You cannot leave me here.
I sliced at the woman's arm before she could finish pleading, and she howled as she released Syrah's foot. Then I slammed the dagger down into her chest as she spun around, and her hollow eyes somehow seemed to turn even darker. She flailed as she tried to claw at my face, and I shoved her as hard as I could as her chest wound bled into the river. The mermaid made a horrific gurgling noise as she sank, and the others didn't even glance her way. These bitches were ruthless, but they had no idea who they were fucking with. I'd made a promise to Syrah, and I'd do absolutely anything to keep her safe. and Sierra still had one mermaid clinging to her right foot, and 3 on her left. The one on the right had curly green hair, and her arms looked more muscular than all the others. Sierra was just barely managing to keep herself above the water, but the more wet her legs got from the mermaids, the weaker her flying became. Her cheeks were flushed red with effort as she flapped her maroon feathers, and she grunted as she tried to shake her legs free. "Keep flying!" I yelled. "Try and get to the bag!" Sierra looked over to see my satchel right by the riverbank. The handle of the pickaxe stuck out of the top, and she tried to change direction as she flew toward the grass. The mermaids screamed as the angel fought to redirect them, and I went for the green-haired one. They didn't seem to be paying attention to me. It was like unless it was them specifically I was attacking, they couldn't be bothered. And their selfishness was working in my favor. None of the others gave the green-haired mermaid any warning as I launched myself through the water at her. Then she swung her arm around at me as I finally reached her, and her fist almost smashed into my face, but I dove to the side.
"Get away from me!"
She spat, and she used her tail to splash so much that a wave of black water went flying over me. I spluttered as the river water poured into my eyes and mouth, and I shook my head to dislodge it from my ears. I rubbed my eyes harshly as I tried to regain my sight, and I was horrified to see that the mermaids had started to drag Sierra further down the river. The angel was fighting for her life and thrashed violently at her attackers, but she didn't have the upper hand. Battling fish women in the water was kicking my own ass too, and I suddenly realized I might not be able to keep up with the mermaids much longer. We had to finish this fast.
"Ryan!"
Sierra screamed.
"I can't get to the bag!"
I knew she needed to be armed if we had any chance, and I started to swim as fast as I could to the other side of the river. As I reached the bank, I leapt halfway onto the bank and grabbed my bag as I held the dagger hilt in my mouth. My forearms gripped the wet grass as I pulled the pickaxe out, and then I dove back into the water. The mermaids were cackling horrifically, and I held the weapon in each hand as I tried to swim back to them. It was cumbersome as fuck, and my muscles burned in the effort to propel myself this way. But I couldn't give up now. Sierra had slowed them down as she tried to change direction with her flying, and it was clear that was seriously pissing off the women, even if she still couldn't break free.
"Hold still."
One of them snarled.
"We are going to help you become beautiful. Stop fighting. You can keep your wings.
The green-haired mermaid sang.
After we've cut them off, you can put them in our cave."
"Let go of me, you slimy bitches!"
Sierra spat.
"I am not becoming one of you."
She slammed her hand down onto the head of the black-haired mermaid and gripped her skull tight. The river woman screeched as her scalp burned, but the mermaid beside her grabbed Sierra's wrist. The angel's hand was yanked away to reveal a fresh bald spot on the black-haired mermaid's head, and smoke and steam billowed up into the air.
"You burn me!"
The mermaid screamed.
"You are no sister of mine. I will kill you. Drag her down, sisters. Take her to the depths of the river and tie her up to drown."
I swam faster than I ever had before as the mermaids clawed at Sierra. I didn't want to throw the pickaxe at the angel because that could obviously end very badly if she didn't catch it properly. So all I could do was kick through the water and try not to lose my hold on the weapons. The mermaids seemed to have gone into some kind of speed overdrive, though, in an attempt to get away from me. They were constantly out of my reach, and my body had started to freeze up from the chilly water. But I had to save Sierra.
"Sisters?"
The bald mermaid screamed.
"Take her to the whirlpool."
The mermaids cackled with laughter, and they all suddenly started to hit their tails violently in the water at once, to send a tidal wave in my direction. Then the dark water crashed over me and went down my throat as I struggled against the sudden current. My kicking and thrashing was enough to stay afloat, but the river stung my eyes and burned my lungs. I was disoriented in the darkness and the cold water, and when I cleared my eyes, I saw the mermaids had managed to get a fair distance ahead of me. I knew there was no way I could outswim them at this point. I swam over to the bank instead and hauled myself out onto the grass, and water soaked the ground as I began to run. My wet feet hammered along the bank, and as I ran, I could see where the mermaids were headed. There was a huge black waterfall in the distance, and right before it, there was a massive whirlpool that spun quickly with the sparkling river. "Fuck!" I hissed, but I managed to catch up with the mermaids. I didn't waste any time forming a plan. I just followed my gut and launched myself right into the pile of swimming women. As I leapt, I held the pickaxe up, and Sarah just managed to grab it as I tumbled into the water. Then I fell into the mass of screaming mermaids and felt their sharp nails scratching at my skin as I plunged under the surface. I stabbed one of the women right in the stomach, and she gurgled as blue blood poured out of her mouth. She let go of Sarah's leg as she slipped down into the darkness, and as I resurfaced again, I found only 3 mermaids left. Sarah swung her pickaxe down right into the head of the mermaid she had burned. The pointed blade made a sickening crunch as it pierced the woman's head, and her black eyes somehow looked even more hollow as she immediately stopped moving. Her clammy hands flopped down from Sarah's leg, and the black-haired mermaid sank down into the depths as her blood spread throughout the water. "Nice one!" I yelled. There were only 2 left, 1 on each foot. As confident as I was that we could kill them, I was also aware of how close the mermaids had gotten to the whirlpool. I could hear the crash of water as we neared the spinning, watery abyss, and I grabbed at the green-haired mermaid on Sarah's left foot. The angel focused on the gray-haired woman on her right, and she swung her pickaxe down, but the mermaid managed to grab the handle. As they wrestled for the weapon, I got hold of the green-haired woman's arm and raised my dagger. She snarled as she swung her hand at my face, and her long nails scratched my cheek. Then I brought the dagger down and plunged the black blade into her neck. She swung her tail up to meet me and tried to hit my legs, but I pushed the dagger further into her throat, and she quickly stopped fighting. All she could do was make a raspy noise as I pulled my weapon out, and she made one last feeble attempt to swing for me before she started to sink. Her body was quickly swallowed by the black river, and I spun around to face the last mermaid. The gray-haired woman still had a hold of Sarah's pickaxe, and gave a sudden, violent pull to bring the angel down to the river. The mermaid screeched as she managed to grab Sarah's neck, and then she slammed the angel down into the water. "Sarah!" I yelled as I dove at the mermaid. We were so close to the whirlpool that I could feel the current pulling at my legs, but I grabbed Sarah's waist and pulled her so her head was back above water. My heart felt like it stopped as the drenched angel went limp in my arms, and her hands fell uselessly to her sides. Her eyes were closed, and her maroon wings stayed spread open as I tried to hold on to her. Then the mermaid cackled. But before she could raise the pickaxe, I plunged my dagger right into her fucking face. Fury and adrenaline coursed through me as the final mermaid stopped moving, and with a twist of my blade, one of her black eyeballs fell out of its socket and into the water. It quickly got swept up in the whirling current, and the mermaid's body followed after as I pulled my dagger back. "Fishy bitches!" I growled, and relief swept through me as I realized no more mermaids were arriving. We'd finally finished them. The whirlpool was strong, though, and I had to use every ounce of my strength to swim away from it as I held Sarah in my arms. I put my dagger in my mouth as I began to head for the riverbank and tried to see past Sarah's spread wings. I couldn't tell if she was breathing or not while we were still in the water, but she had to be. Sarah had told me angels couldn't be killed by mortals, but she'd gotten so submerged in the water. She had also told me once how damaging that was to a fire angel. So what if she had been under for too long? I forced those thoughts from my head as I reached the banks and threw my dagger up first. Then I used one hand to pull myself up and slid Sarah up onto the grass with me. The angel laid still as I placed her down, and when I rolled her on her side and opened her mouth, some black water fell from her lips and nose. Her pulse was weak, but it was still there. So I laid her flat again and leaned down as I pinched her nostrils tightly. I placed my mouth on hers and started to blow air into her. I blew 4 times and sat up. My body felt ice cold as the pretty angel remained unconscious. Chapter 13. I bent down to repeat the process, and as I sent another dose of air into her lungs, the angel suddenly flailed underneath me. Then I jumped back and Sierra gasped as she shot bolt upright. She gagged as she spat up some more black water, and then she jumped into my arms with wide-open eyes. I clung to her tightly as I buried my face in her burgundy hair, and we held each other in the dark forest. I had done it. She was safe. I clung onto the angel as I rocked her gently, and she coughed as her body shook. "You're safe," I murmured. "Everything's okay."
Ryan,
She whispered.
thank you.
I pulled back so I could look at her face, and there were tears in her golden eyes. Her silky dress was stuck to her body, and her cloak was probably about 4 times heavier than before, now that it had absorbed so much water. But my angel was alive, even if she did look like she'd been on death's doorstep. "Are you hurt?" I asked as I looked her body up and down.
I don't think so.
She replied.
But the water, I'm so cold. I feel weak. I can't catch my breath.
"Hold on, we'll fix this," I said as I tore my shirt off. Then I quickly undid the clasp of her drenched cloak, pulled her dress over her head, and dragged her close to me as I rubbed her back vigorously. Our bodies began to heat each other up within a minute, and with her soft skin pressed against mine, she slowly stopped shivering. "Turns out, I fucking hate mermaids," I said, and Sierra managed an exhausted laugh. The sound sent warmth through my whole body, and I kissed her shoulders and breathed on her chilled skin to help her heat up even faster. We sat and hugged for a while until she had dried off a bit, and I could feel her holding herself up easier as the minutes passed.
I feel better now.
She finally said.
I don't feel as weak anymore.
I tucked a strand of hair behind her ear as I studied her face. "Are you sure?" I asked. "That was a hell of a lot of water for a fire angel."
I know.
She grimaced.
100 years ago, I would have recovered more quickly. But after the gods left, I've been weaker. These days, I would probably need hours to recover from an attack like that, but...
I furrowed my brow. "But you feel better already?"
Yes, I just feel stronger than I have in a long time.
Sierra held my gaze with her warm golden eyes.
It's like, ever since we made love, and I bound myself to you, it's had an effect on my body.
"A good effect, I hope?" I winked.
A rejuvenating one. Don't worry.
The angel nudged me and grabbed her golden dress to shake it out. The silk had dried off fairly quickly, but her cloak was still completely drenched. I grabbed my shirt and pulled it on, and then I handed Sierra my own cloak that had only been slightly splattered by mud when I threw it to the opposite bank. "Here," I said. "This will help warm you up even more. I can't have you collapsing again in the demon headquarters."
Thank you.
She smiled as she swung the cloak over her shoulders.
Ryan, I really don't know how to thank you for all that. Usually it's us angels who save the mortals, but I wouldn't have survived without you. If you weren't there to fight for me...
"But I was there," I cut in. "So we don't need to worry about anything that could have been. I meant it when I said I would protect you." The angel grinned and pulled the cloak closer around herself. I grabbed my bag and glanced at the river to see if the pickaxe had maybe been washed to shore, but it was gone. "I think the whirlpool took your weapon," I said. "We'll need to find you something else before we go into the Demon King's lair." Sierra rummaged in my bag and pulled out the map. She tilted her head to the side as she studied it and glanced at the trees around us.
At least we got to the other side of the river,
she said.
And you got to have a nice wash after all that traveling.
"Are you saying I needed it?" I grinned as I tossed her sodden cloak over my shoulder. It was pretty nice to rinse the grime out of my hair, but I could have done without the horrifying fish women.
I agree.
Sierra laughed.
Let's keep going. We're getting close.
The angel tucked the map back into my bag and began to lead us through some purple-leafed trees. I took one last glance at the river and wondered if there were any more mermaids down in the depths. But at least we'd evaded them for now. Those hollow eyes were probably going to haunt my dreams for a while. After we'd been walking for a few minutes, Sierra looked at her palm and flexed her fingers. Then her fingers glowed orange, and the color became more vibrant the more she stretched. "Checking to see if your powers still work?" I asked.
Yes.
She replied.
It's so strange how quickly they've just come back. I've had short run-ins with a bit of water in the last couple decades while I was evading the demons, and even that took hours to heal.
That's so strange, I said. It's great, but it's weird. When you bound yourself to me, that passed on your powers to me, but do you think it's also recharged yours?
Something like that.
The angel said.
Like I said, I'm pretty sure we're the first ones to ever have this angel-mortal connection. It's so hard to say what exactly is happening.
We'll need to keep having sex then, I said with a shrug. You know, just because it's clearly important for your powers and health.
I suppose we must.
Sierra grinned.
All for the good of my health. I have to say, you did look kind of amazing beating the shit out of those mermaids. Being drenched in water is definitely a good look for you.
I'll remember that, I laughed. Although I would like to recreate the scene without all the added murder and horrifying black-eyed mermaids, and without you being practically lifeless.
Agreed,
the angel said. As we walked, the purple light of the orbs got even brighter, and it soon felt like we were underneath a huge purple sun. The trees began to thin out again, and as they did, I could see we were approaching some dark hills. They had swirls of mist around the peaks, and they looked like they had multiple cave entrances all over. There wasn't much movement in the area at all, except for the occasional bat or bird, and the dark ground glowed ominously purple everywhere I looked.
We should only need to go through these hills,
Sierra said.
There's a few different valleys, but we should be going through the least inhabited one. That's what the map said, at least.
Let's hope the witch's information is up to date on this area, I muttered. We made our way out of the cover of the trees, and the hills seemed to stretch on forever to either side of us. There was a deep croaking sound coming from somewhere up high, and I kept glancing up to the sky at the strange purple haze that lit up the darkness. Then I realized Sierra's wet cloak on my shoulder was rapidly drying under the heat of the orbs. Have they always been hot? I asked as I glanced up again. I swear they weren't giving off this much warmth back at the city.
There are so many more of them out here,
Sierra said.
The closer we get to the headquarters, the brighter it will be.
What did the headquarters used to be? I asked. Before the demons took over this land, I mean.
I think it was a castle.
Sierra frowned.
I'm not entirely sure, but based on its location on the map, it could be in the same spot as a beautiful building with towers and turrets that Nisha showed me once. There was a moat made of black water, and all these beautiful nightfish that swam around it.
I wonder how the demons have decorated it, I said grimly. I'm gonna bet it isn't exactly a magical experience anymore. Sierra gave me a half smile, but the way she bit her lip and stared ahead told me that her mind was elsewhere. Are you sure you're not hurt? I asked. We can stop and rest for a while if you need to.
No,
the angel said.
I promise I'm fine. I'm just worried we're going to be too late. I'm worried that I haven't done enough to rescue her.
Are you kidding? I asked. You stayed as close as possible to this land when you could have simply left. You crossed its borders to scope the place out, even without any leads to go off of. Even when you could have been caught. You've battled horrific monsters and taken life-threatening risks just to save her. She's going to be okay. And we're going to save her precisely because you were willing to do all that. Sierra's face lit up a little, and she snaked a hand up my back as she smiled.
I think Nisha is going to like you,
she said. Oh yeah? I laughed. I'm not sure I'm worthy of the approval of two angels.
We'll see about that.
Sierra purred. I gave her a quick kiss on the cheek, and it started to dawn on me just how much I cared for this woman. Obviously, she had become important to me quickly, and I was willing to slaughter a bunch of mermaids in cold blood just to save her. But it really did feel like we had an unbreakable bond now. It was a connection unlike anything I'd ever shared with anyone else before, and I knew deep down that I loved her. There wasn't a single doubt in my mind. I didn't want to freak her out or distract her from our quest with this news, but I had a strong suspicion she might have similar feelings. The way she'd clung to me after I'd rescued her from the black waters, and the way she smiled at me just now made it impossible to think otherwise.
What's wrong?
Sierra asked as she caught me staring.
Do you want your cloak back?
No, I grinned. I was just thinking about how great of a team we make.
We do work pretty well together.
The angel agreed.
Of course, you are pretty much just tagging along, but under my leadership, you're not doing a bad job.
I thought I made you stronger, I laughed. Doesn't that make me the boss?
Pfft.
The angel snorted as she flicked her hair.
Don't be ridiculous. Just because you have dragon powers that have never been wielded by a mortal of this world before doesn't mean you're anything special.
She winked at me, and I grabbed her by the waist to tickle her.
Okay.
She laughed.
Maybe you're vital to this entire mission. I'll admit it.
And don't forget how much you like me, I added. You've already admitted it.
I suppose I did say that.
Syrah smirked.
But maybe it was just a sneaky plan to be able to touch your muscles and bond with you.
The evil plan worked, I said. I stopped mid-sentence, as I heard something in the sky again. It sounded like wings, but it was clearly something much bigger than a bird. It sounded like a slow, heavy flap, and I had a gut feeling that it was not going to be one of the Nightland's cute forest creatures. Syrah must have heard it too, because her head snapped up to look at the sky. It was difficult to see properly in the disorienting light of the huge orbs, and I squinted to try and make out what was flying.
Shit.
Syrah hissed, and she grabbed my arm before she raced us over to the hill on our left. There was a small rock ledge a few feet off the ground, and she pulled us underneath it so we were crouched on the ground in the shadows. Her eyes were wide as we stared out, and I knew better than to make any noise by asking questions. The flapping noise got louder and louder, and I started to see a dark shape appearing from the same direction we had just come from. It was something with a wingspan almost as big as Syrah, but the wings were black and leathery looking, with some tears and holes. Then, as the creature came closer, I could see its body, and there was no mistaking what it was. It was a flying demon. It looked similar to the higher-ups, but its snout was extra long, and its horns were more pointed and thick. The purple of its body blended in with the light of the orbs, and it had its eyes fixed on the ground as it flew. It was soaring slowly over the land, and it kept checking from side to side with each flap. I had a sinking feeling it was looking for us. We pressed ourselves as far into the hillside as possible, and made sure to pull our cloaks and feet in so no hint of us would be visible from above. Syrah grabbed my hand the moment the demon flew over us, and we held our breaths as the leathery wings flapped by. The demon's shadow slowly passed us, and we waited until we couldn't hear it anymore before we spoke. "They can fucking fly?" I hissed.
Only a few of them can.
Syrah whispered as she peered out at the sky.
That means we're close to their headquarters. The flying ones don't normally go too far out.
I carefully stuck my head out of our hiding place and gestured for Syrah to come out when there was no sign of the demon. "That thing was looking for something," I said, "the way that it was flying slowly and looking from side to side."
It came from our exact route.
Syrah nodded.
It could have been following our trail, and we didn't exactly leave no trace of ourselves. The dead serpents, the mermaid whose tail you cut open on the shore.
Exactly. I sighed. So I'm guessing there will be more to come.
At least they don't know what they're really looking for,
Syrah said.
We didn't leave any survivors at the well, near the lake, or anywhere else to describe us.
And they might think they're looking for a full-time dragon, I pointed out. That would explain why they've sent the flying fuckers out. Airborne target, airborne trackers. We stared warily at the sky for a moment before we started to move again.
The map says we're headed for a maze,
Syrah said.
It should be just beyond these hills.
A maze? I asked. Like a hedge maze?
Not exactly,
Syrah said.
It doesn't say anything else, but I think I know the spot the map is referring to. It used to be a gorgeous place. It's the last thing, though. The last area on the map before we reach the demon headquarters.
The angel had started to walk with determined strides, and her long legs were in overdrive as we passed through the valley. There didn't seem to be many creatures living amongst the hills, and I didn't see anything other than a couple of birds and some black wildflowers. There were several cave entrances that we passed, and I studied all of them as we hurried by for traces of goblin slime. Most of the caves were pitch black inside, but there was one halfway up a hill that I swore had glowing eyes peeking out. Syrah didn't speak much as we walked, and her golden eyes were narrow as she kept her gaze on the path ahead.
I wasn't sure what the demon headquarters would be like, but I knew it would be our most dangerous fight yet. If the demons there had managed to trap an angel, then we had to be very fucking careful. I still wasn't exactly sure where I stood on mortality now that I had my dragon powers, but if the demons could capture a throne angel, then I figured they would be able to harm me. And if they had water around, Sierra might be vulnerable. The headquarters is going to be heavily guarded, I said. We'll need to find you a weapon before we reach the lair.
Where exactly?
Sierra asked with a raised eyebrow.
We're not really in the marketplace district anymore.
There must be something we could use, I said. We'll find something, don't worry. Remember, we have the witch's potions too.
Oh yeah.
The angel nodded.
A sleeping spell and a smoke bomb. Those will come in useful at some point.
I can't believe I get to use a potion, I grinned. This world is amazing. Sierra smiled at me, and my stomach suddenly growled loudly.
Whoa.
The angel laughed.
Are you okay?
I'm fine, I said. Just ignore it. I've got some food left, but let's just keep walking. Sierra nodded, and we kept walking through the valley. It began to slope upward through the hills, and the grass on the ground turned into rocks and dirt. I kept my eyes on the sky in case any more flying demons appeared, and my stomach kept growling at me as we climbed.
Let's make a quick stop,
Sierra said.
I want to get to Nisha, but I also don't want you to be hungry. We need you at full strength if we're going to get through this.
I smirked. Because I'm a super vital part of this quest, correct?
Fine.
Sierra laughed.
The most vital part.
Okay then, I nodded. A quick refueling stop. I think my stomach would have given us away anyway. We sat down on a couple of large rocks, tucked into the hillside, and I pulled out the last of the orange loaf from my bag. I offered some to Sierra, but she shook her head, just like last time, before she stared back up at the sky. The sweet food gave me an immediate energy boost, and the citrus smell wafted over us as I ate the final bite. I'm probably going to use my dragon form to save Nisha when we eventually reach her, I said after a few minutes of silence. I won't need to be subtle at that point. But we do need to make sure we can get into the headquarters without being noticed. I can't use my dragon form until we know exactly where she is.
That's true.
Sierra agreed.
I wish we could just use your dragon form to fry all the demons on our way and storm the place with every ounce of the wrath I feel. But the king could escape with Nisha before we could get to her. There's so many caves around here that they could easily vanish into the hills if they wanted to.
Then the dragon stays tamed for now, I sighed. But as soon as we can, we're unleashing our full wrath on those assholes.
Good.
Sierra said in a sinister tone. I can't wait to be able to use that form again, I said. My whole body feels like it's desperate to fly.
Flying is incredible.
Sierra smiled.
I'm actually jealous you got to experience it for the first time. That joy of soaring through the air never gets old.
I'll be able to feel it again soon. I grinned at the idea. Once we found Nisha, it doesn't matter who sees me. I can char every last demon in this land, and they can't do a fucking thing about it.
We can free the Nightlands,
Sierra said excitedly.
Ryan, I haven't even thought about what will happen after we rescue Nisha. I've just been so focused on getting to her.
Well, we know angel fire works to kill them, I said. It should work fine to kill off all these bastards en masse. But is there any reason it wouldn't work on the king?
I don't think so,
Sierra said.
I've never met a demon king or queen, so I don't really know how different they are to the underlings. They will obviously be stronger, but I can't see why the angel fire wouldn't work.
I heard a shuffling noise behind me, and I spun around to look at the hills. There didn't seem to be anything there, but I was sure I'd heard it.
I heard something too,
Sierra hissed as she rose to her feet. I stood up slowly as I pulled out my dagger and scanned the hills for any sign of movement. There were 4 cave entrances visible from where we stood, and they were all pitch black. We stood in silence for a while, and nothing seemed to make a move toward us. Maybe it was a bird, I said eventually, or a rabbit or something. It just sounded bigger.
I know.
Sierra frowned.
I thought it...
There was a sudden burst of noise from above us, and I grabbed the angel and dove behind a large boulder, as a flock of winged demons emerged from one of the caves. They screeched as they soared into the sky, and their black wings flapped heavily as they started to soar off over the hills. My heartbeat quickened as I stared up at the group, and I counted 9 of the winged bastards before they disappeared into the distance. Holy shit! I hissed as the sound of wings died away. That was close.
They didn't spot us.
Sierra breathed.
That was some quick reaction time.
Thanks, I muttered. Then we slowly rose from behind the boulder, and I could just see the far-off shapes of the demons flying into the distant mist. We should hurry up, I said grimly. There's so many caves here. If there are colonies of those flying demons in all of them, then we're in big trouble.
I feel like we already are,
Sierra said.
If we can just get through these hills without being spotted, then I'll be happy.
I'm glad the witch's map has us taking the maze instead of the caves, I said with a shake of my head. There's no way in hell I'm wandering through pitch-black cave systems if those damn demons are lurking in them.
I agree.
The angel nodded.
If we ever meet the Night Witch again, I will thank her for her foresight.
Good idea, I said with a grin, and I was pleased to hear Sierra volunteering to thank a mortal without me having to nudge her in that direction. We hurried up the hill and got a good leg workout from the steep incline. Neither of us spoke much as we kept checking for demons, and I stared at every cave entrance we passed. We eventually reached the peak of the hill, and we stopped as we looked down at the land below. Then Sierra gasped, and far off in the distance, I could see a huge castle with crumbling towers. Hordes of flying demons circled around the building, and it was clear that they were guarding the demon headquarters. When I glanced down, I found huge, black marble walls that formed an enormous maze and stretched out for miles between us and the castle. From our spot on the hilltop, I could see that there was no way around on either side. The maze walls looked almost as high as the castle towers, and the purple orbs above it only faintly lit up the path within them.
Perhaps I will not thank the witch,
Sierra muttered. Yeah, we'll wait and see how this goes first, I agreed. I had a strong feeling we would not be alone within those walls. If the cave traps had been anything to go by, there would be plenty of dangers to try and stop us from ever reaching the king's lair. We looked at each other with a determined nod. Then we started to hurry down the hill, and I felt my new powers surge through me as determination filled up my mind. We had come so far and fought so hard. There was no chance that we were going to be stopped when we were so close to our destination. I knew we could beat whatever was hiding in those marble walls. It was time to conquer the night maze. Chapter 14. The black marble glistened under the purple orbs, and the vast size of the walls became even clearer as we got close. The maze towered over us, and we made our way to the wide opening that was clearly the entranceway to get inside. This is fucking insane, I said as we reached the bottom of the hill. It's huge. Has this always been here?
It was here before the demons came,
Sierra said.
But it was always brightly lit with torches and night moths. They gave it its magical glow, and there were always signs to help you if you got lost. It was a game of sorts.
That sounds fun, I sighed. I'm going to go ahead and guess the demons haven't exactly kept it as a cute little family activity.
They've gotten rid of the torches,
Sierra pointed out.
I didn't see any night moths from the hill either.
So it's just an endless, winding hall of darkness, I said. Goody. We stared at the entranceway, and I tried to work out exactly how we were going to navigate the maze without any hints or clues. I pulled out the map and studied it, but there was nothing to indicate any route through the huge walls.
Maybe I can fly up and take a look,
Sierra asked.
We couldn't really see the pathways from the top of the hill, but I could get a better angle from just above. I could work out the directions and call down to you. Then we would get out in no time flat.
Be careful, I said warily. I don't think the demons will have just left it so any winged creature can fly over. Not if this is the last thing before their headquarters. They'll have extra measures the closer we get.
I know.
Sierra nodded.
Don't worry. After that mermaid trap, I'm going to be careful.
Make sure the demons at the castle don't see you, I said. The angel spread open her wings and began to slowly fly upward, After gaining only 6 feet of height, she slowed down, and it looked like she was struggling to fly against a strong wind. "Are you okay?" I called in a whisper shout.
Yes.
She grunted as she kept trying to fly.
I can't go any higher up.
The angel flew over to the left and then tried to go up again, but the same thing happened. She tried a few different spots, but it was obvious there was no way to fly up to the very top of the maze walls. Sierra scowled as she landed back down beside me, and her fists were curled as she stared up at the wall with her eyes smoldering. "Is it some kind of curse?" I asked.
Must be.
Sierra grumbled.
It just felt like there was something blocking me no matter how hard I pushed.
It looks like we're both walking then, I said. "Come on. There's only one way to do this, and there is a hell of a lot of maze to navigate through." The angel's face was still scrunched up in frustration as she started to follow me, and we walked into the path of the maze. The ground was made of gray stone, and the marble walls were so high that I had to crane my neck to see the top of them. The black marble had flickers of deep blue throughout it, and I imagined it was probably a very magical scene back before the demons arrived. Now it was spooky as hell with the purple orbs casting stark shadows near the corners, and I made sure to study the path with every step, in case the demons had built in some kind of trap system. There would definitely be something to defeat, but I wasn't sure if it would be a creature or a deadly snare. "Do you reckon there's anything alive in here?" I asked. "It doesn't look like there's much to eat. So I'm leaning more toward the trap idea."
There isn't much that could survive in here.
Sierra nodded.
Unless they swapped out new animals all the time as some kind of slow tortured death game. But I doubt they would have that much commitment to anything.
"Just watch your step," I warned. "I know we need to move quickly, but any hint of discolored ground or a strange crack could be a warning that something's coming up."
I know,
Sierra said.
"I'll be careful, but you're the one who could leave your own trail behind that the demons could follow if we're not smart."
"Shit, I didn't think of that," I muttered.
I did.
The angel said and stroked a strand of her hair.
Even though angels don't leave footprints.
"You really are just the superior species," I grinned. "You might not leave a trace, but we still have to be as careful as possible. Who knows what hellish shit is hiding in this place?" It was tricky to keep my focus on the ground when I had to check the sky for flying demons as we went. It didn't seem like there was anywhere we would be able to hide if a sudden flock arrived above us. We would just have to press ourselves up against the wall and hope for the best. We turned several corners before we reached our first fork, and we stopped as we examined the two options before us. There was no way to tell which was the right choice, and I just decided to go with my instincts, since that seemed to have worked well so far. "To the right?" I suggested, and Sierra shrugged.
Sure,
she said.
"There's literally no way to know for certain."
"Maybe we should leave a marker," I said, "in case we need to double back. Then we can know for sure which route we took."
That's a good idea.
The angel agreed.
I don't want to get stuck in this hellish place for any longer than we have to be here.
I pulled out my dagger and carved a cross at head height into the marble wall. It wasn't super noticeable, but it would do nicely since we knew where to look. "I'll put a cross every time we come to a split pathway," I said. "The mark means that it's the road we took." The angel nodded, and we started to hurry down the twisting pathway. It seemed to go right and left so sporadically that I had no idea which way we were facing anymore. The rough compass I had in my mind was useless, and there wasn't even anything in the sky that could help us to pinpoint our location. The purple haze above us just pulsed with a dull buzzing noise, but I could hear the distant screeching of demons. "We should use the sound to navigate," I said suddenly. "Those hordes of demons all around the headquarters are making so much noise. It's the only way we can tell if we're generally going in the right direction."
Good idea,
Sierra said.
"This is awful. I'm completely disoriented."
She threw her arms up in frustration, and I grabbed her hand. "We fucking got this," I said. "Do you think we'd come all this way just to let some stupid walls defeat us?"
I suppose not.
Sierra said with a half grin.
It just feels like we're going to be in here forever.
"We won't," I assured her. I can already hear the demons getting louder. We're going the right way. I'm sure of it. We kept zigzagging along the path, and soon came to another junction that had 3 choices. The middle option was my immediate pick, but it was hard to say if that was my instincts or just a blind guess. I feel like we should take the middle, I said. Any thoughts? Sarah looked down each pathway and shrugged before she strode down the central road. Her cloak that was over my shoulder had finally dried completely, and we swapped so I could have my own back. I sighed as the warm material fell over my shoulders, but then I noticed something glistening in front of us. Wait, I murmured. Can you see that?
See what?
The angel asked.
There's nothing there.
I could only see the path and black walls, but I was so sure something had reflected the purple light just a second before. Then I took a step back and saw it again. There was a straight line that ran right along the path between the 2 walls. It was just at ankle height and only visible when I stood at a certain angle. There's some kind of wire there, I said and pointed. Come stand here and you'll see it. The angel took a step back and squinted until she saw it.
Shit.
She breathed.
Well spotted. Wait, there's more of them.
She pointed to a spot just above our heads, and I could see more of the thin wires glistening under the purple orbs now. Then I took another step backward, and I realized the whole pathway was covered in a web of almost invisible strings. Those might be tripwires, I said as I studied the glinting lines. If we walk through them, there could be some kind of trap that gets activated.
Should we change direction?
Sarah asked.
There's no way we can get through that with my wings.
Yeah, I nodded. Come on, let's double back and try another way. We hurried back the way we had come and chose the right-hand path instead. I knew every second was vital, and we couldn't keep changing course if we were going to get through the maze in time. After a few more twists and turns, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my arm, and there was a pinging noise as a wire broke. Shit! I hissed as I jumped backward, and I pulled Sarah with me. I stayed still as I waited for something to happen, and I braced myself for wherever the trap would come from. After a moment, it became clear that there was nothing falling down to crush us or electrocute us. I could see that there was another tangle of the slim wires ahead, though, and they must all be sharp enough to cut through skin. Maybe it's not tripwire, I muttered. It's like a razor-sharp spiderweb.
This is a trap.
Sarah nodded.
Walk into that without noticing it, and you'll be sliced up like ham.
It's everywhere, I groaned. Okay, I'm going to see if I can cut it. I held my dagger out ahead of myself and slowly approached the invisible web. My blade felt a slight resistance as it chopped something, and I felt a sudden scratch on my wrist as another wire pinged past me. Fuck! I hissed as droplets of blood oozed from the small wound. This stuff is sharp as hell! Stay back, and I'll cut us a way through.
How far do they go?
Sarah asked as she peered forward. I can't tell, I said as I swung my dagger up. But if I cut down the middle of the path, that should get rid of enough of them for us to walk safely. I slashed in each direction with my blade as I held an arm up to cover my face. The sharp little wires flew everywhere as I broke them, and I gathered multiple bloody scratches over my outstretched arm. The wounds were not very deep, though, and nothing worse than the wires was unleashed, so I was soon just slashing at thin air. I think I got them all, I said as I swung my dagger all around me. Sarah cautiously stepped forward, and we walked very slowly for a while as we looked for any hints of secret wires around us. I kept my dagger held out as we turned the corner, but it looked like we had made it through the wire trap. It looks like the demons have prepared for visitors, I said. That could have sliced someone's face to shreds if they just walked right into it.
And they would have cut their arms if they tried to flail about.
Sarah shuddered.
This is definitely not the maze it used to be.
We walked as carefully as we could, without being unreasonably slow, and I made sure to mark an X at every path we took. The howls of the demons were getting even louder, and that was the only comfort I had that we were doing any of this correctly. The wires had been a well-set-up trap, and I knew that whoever created it would probably have plenty more where that came from. Several minutes past the razor wires, I heard something wail, and I looked up to try and spot any demons that might be flying over us.
That's not a demon,
Sierra said quickly.
I know that sound. It's a starlet.
A what? I hissed.
A starlet.
The angel repeated.
They're these rare little creatures that the demons love to hunt. They're super friendly, and they always loved angels so much.
Sierra looked around desperately, and the little cries started to become more urgent. It sounds like it's in trouble, I said. That must mean we're close to another trap. Let's keep going. We might be able to help it if it's on the same path as us. We kept going, and as we turned around a corner, we got to see the creature that was making all the noise. The starlet was a fox-sized animal that was covered in shiny blue fur. It had a round, bear-like face and bright silver eyes. It sat on its backside with its pointed ears sticking up, and it had a round potbelly with a bloody wound slashed across the middle.
Oh no,
Sierra cried.
poor little thing.
Wait, I said as I grabbed her wrist. This feels like another trap. Something did this to the starlet. We can't just run forward, or it might do the same thing to us. The animal was undeniably cute, and I could understand why Sierra was so desperate to help it. I looked around to try and see what had injured the creature, but I couldn't see any hints of wire. The starlet started to tremble as it bled more, and Sierra winced.
Ryan,
She pleaded.
it's bleeding out. We have to help it. Maybe the wound is from the wires, and it just dragged itself here.
There's no blood on the ground, I said as I looked down at the gray stone. I haven't heard anything big moving around either, so there must be a trap. I trailed off as I stared at the starlet, and it reached its fluffy hands up to me as it cried in the most heartbreaking way. That is the trap, I realized and lowered my voice to a whisper. The starlet is the trap.
They aren't dangerous.
Sierra insisted.
I've held them before. Their claws aren't even sharp.
I narrowed my eyes as the animal moved, and I noticed it didn't cast a shadow. There was something wrong with this cute creature. It's not a starlet, I said slowly. Is there anything in this world that can shapeshift? Besides me, I guess? Sierra gasped and stared at the little creature as it wailed persistently.
A shadow mover.
She whispered.
It doesn't have its own shadow. We can't let it know that we know. Act like you're still looking for a trap.
I quickly looked away from the angel and pretended to study the floor as the creature watched me. It was eerie that it didn't cast any shadow, no matter which way I looked, and its pitiful wails would have broken my heart if not for how creepy the situation had just become. We're gonna come back for you, I said to the starlet. I just want to double back and check there's nothing coming, okay? The little animal sniffed like a human baby and blinked up at me with its big, watery eyes. I had to admit, it was a good disguise. There weren't many people that would look at the crying creature and not pick it up. I hurried back around the corner with Sierra as the starlet cried and cried, and she gave it a little wave before we disappeared out of sight. What the hell is a shadow mover? I hissed. Can we kill it?
It's like a shapeshifter.
Sierra said quietly.
It's pretty much useless in its shadow form, but it can quickly possess any animal it touches.
Why did it choose something so small? I asked. You said starlet claws aren't even sharp, so it's not going to do much damage.
Because it wants to trick us,
the angel said.
If we pick it up, then it's touching us.
And then it could use our bodies, I said as a chill ran up my spine. Shit. Why don't we just walk around it? It's not big enough to do anything if we jump over it.
They're fast,
Sierra whispered.
If it knows that you know what it is, then it will come after you. They want to be powerful. That's why they're so finicky. Shadow movers get easily frustrated with any creature that has a bigger shadow than it does.
So what does it do? I asked. If it got into one of our bodies, what would happen?
It would kill the host,
Sierra said.
A body can't survive being taken over by a shadow mover. It'll own the body until it abandons it for one it wants more. That's why we...
The angel clamped her mouth shut, and I suddenly realized the crying had stopped. Then I looked down to see the starlet had shuffled around the corner. It looked up at us with wide eyes and held its hands out to us. Hey, little guy, I said calmly. Don't worry, we're going to get you help, okay? I pretended to fix Sierra's cloak and leaned into her ear so only she could hear me. "Fly over it," I whispered. "I know you can't go too far up, but you can go high enough to not touch it. I'm going to attack." I stood back, and the angel gave me the smallest nod to let me know she had heard me. The starlet still wasn't crying, and its wide eyes narrowed as I took a step closer. My dagger was still clutched in my hand, and the little beast snarled as it gestured to the weapon. "Don't worry, little guy," I said. "This is just to help with any bad animals we find along the way. Let me help you get that nasty wound fixed up." I took another step toward the starlet, but then I quickly slammed my dagger down at its head. The creature screamed and rolled out of the way just in time, and Sierra shot into the air as high as she could before the starlet could grab her. The angel was just a few inches too high to be touched by the beast, so it turned its attention back to me.
"Don't let it touch you!"
Sierra cried. "Easier said than done!" I growled as the starlet charged. I jumped out of the way just in time, and the small animal rolled to a halt as it smacked against the marble wall. Then it stumbled to stand back up, and I dove down with my dagger and slammed the blade into the creature's head. For a moment, it felt wrong to be killing something so small and cute, but then the starlet's body began to shake and hiss as smoke poured from it. The furry animal started to crumble apart like it was made of ash, and there was a faint wailing scream as a long shadow appeared and drifted up the marble wall. It didn't have any particular shape, but it began to quickly fade as it got higher and higher, until it finally dissipated into the air.
"You killed it!"
Sierra cheered as she landed next to me. She threw her arms around me and planted her soft lips on mine. I kissed her deeply and stroked her hair, and then we stood back to look at the crumbled pile of ash. "I really thought I'd killed an innocent animal for a second there," I said.
The starlet was already dead.
Sierra said sadly.
It died the moment the shadow mover infected its body.
"Let's go," I said. "I'm worried there was enough noise to draw attention to us." We left the pile of ash behind us and hurried off down the pathway. Now that we knew there were traps everywhere, we kept quiet as we walked. Then, after a few minutes, there was a sudden blackout. The orbs all went dark, and there were screaming snarls and howls from the demons. "What the fuck?" I hissed. "Why are they blacking out their own lair? You said they wouldn't want to throw themselves into darkness."
"They know we're here."
Sierra breathed, and her voice shook.
"They must know someone is nearby."
"Shit," I said. "Okay, take my hand. We need to wait this out until they turn the orbs back on. We can't navigate in this dark. We'll fall into some kind of trap."
"We can't just sit here."
Sierra hissed.
"They know we're out here. They could be heading here right now."
It was an impossible situation. If we kept going, we would undoubtedly stroll into some kind of deadly trick. If we stayed put, we could be right in the middle of the maze when the demons came to look for us. There wasn't anywhere to hide within the marble walls. Then I heard a noise that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Something was making a slow, dragging noise across the stone floor of the maze. "What the hell is that?" I asked, and I felt Sierra's palm grow cold in my grip.
"I don't know,"
she whispered.
"Which way is it coming from?"
"Can demons see in the dark?" I asked.
"No better than most beings,"
Sierra said.
"That's why they have the orbs."
"And there aren't any wings flapping, so I'm guessing this means there aren't any above us," I said hurriedly. "Otherwise we would see their torches. So use your palm to light the way for now." The angel held her hand up, and her palm began to emit a soft orange glow. It was just enough to light the path just ahead of our feet, but not enough to cast our shadows onto the walls. She held her other hand over her palm to dim it slightly, and we hurried forward. The dragging sound was just as loud as we walked forward, and it was seriously fucking creepy to hear in the darkness. "How long will they keep the lights off?" I asked as I glanced over my shoulder. "I can't work out where that noise is coming from."
"I don't know,"
Sierra hissed.
"It's probably to try to get the dragon to appear visible. Remember, they don't know exactly what they're looking for other than something that can fill the sky with light."
There was a sound of flapping wings above us, and it was the same sound of leathery wings we had heard before. I could still hear the shuffling sound in the maze, but it was clear that more flying demons were approaching. probably getting into position to scour the maze the moment the orbs were relit. "You need to dim the light," I hissed. "More demons are going to fly over any second."
But there's something else here.
Sierra said desperately.
We can't just put ourselves in the dark.
"We have to," I said. "Stay with me. We've got this." Sierra doused the light of her palm and quickly clutched my hand. Then we leaned against the wall and listened to the sounds of the approaching creatures. The demons' wings flapped heavily above us, and I could hear them screeching as they flew over the night maze. Without light, they must have been struggling to see anything, and I figured they were just looking for any hint of a light source. Sierra was right. They would be searching for a dragon or something equally as bright. We could have just stayed still until they passed over, but the noise in the maze was getting louder. It sounded like something was crawling towards us in the dark, and the sound started to echo off the marble walls. It was eerie as hell, and I strained to hear which direction it was coming from. The shuffle got closer and closer, until I was sure it was coming from our right. I pulled on Sierra's hand, and we hastily moved along the wall in the other direction. I knew we couldn't go far, because we could risk running into more traps, but I hoped we could get far enough away until the orb lights came back on. "Come back," something hissed in the darkness. I froze, and I felt Sierra's palms start to sweat. What the fuck was that? "Stay here," the voice rattled. "Stay in the darkness with me." The voice was breathy and old-sounding, and my whole body shuddered. The dragging noise carried on, and I could hear the heavy breathing draw closer to us.
Ryan?
Sierra squealed, and the shuffling stopped. "I found you," the voice breathed, and the crawling sound sped up. I began to run, and I held my dagger out to hopefully stop the damage of any traps we passed. Sierra clung to my hand, and the sound of hurried crawling kept up behind us. "I see you," the voice hissed. "I see you." "Light your palm," I said. "I can't hear the demons anymore." Sierra didn't need telling twice, and her palm lit up with orange embers. Then we swung around, and the gentle light illuminated the most horrifying creature I had ever seen. It looked like a person who was halfway rotted. They were on all fours, and their legs looked broken as they stuck out at odd angles. It was impossible to say if it was male or female, because its face had mostly melted away to leave an exposed skull with bits of flesh hanging off it. But the eyes were sunken and hollow, and it had straggly tufts of hair that stuck out of its head.
"A Dark Eater,"
Sierra breathed.
"Ryan, run."
"We can kill it," I said. "It already looks half dead."
"It can't die."
Sierra hissed.
"You can stab it as much as you want, but you cannot kill it."
Her words sent another shiver down my spine, and the Dark Eater suddenly began to shuffle toward us in a horrific Japanese movie spider crawl. Its head flopped from side to side as it dragged its broken bones over the ground, and its every breath rattled loudly.
"Go!"
Sierra pleaded, and we started to run down the maze pathway. I glanced over my shoulder and was horrified to see the undead creature scuttling along at an alarming speed. Its bony hands dragged it over the gray stone with ease, and it called out to us as it followed like a rotten human-sized rodent. "I found you," it hissed. "I found you." Then the orb suddenly flickered to life above us, and the maze was illuminated with purple once more. I was able to see the path ahead clearer, but we had to slow down if we wanted to make sure we avoided any more traps. "The potions," I said as we ran. "Will those work on it?"
"Maybe."
Sierra gasped.
"Which one?"
I rummaged in my bag and pulled out both bottles. "Well, it can clearly see in the dark," I said. "So it might be able to see from inside the smoke bomb, too. I'm going to use the sleep spell. What do I even do?"
"Just throw it,"
Sierra said urgently.
"Turn around and throw the damn bottle down, now."
Turning around to see the Dark Eater was the last thing I wanted to do. But I skidded to a halt and spun on my heels just as the beast turned around a corner. Its teeth chattered as it scurried along the ground, and I held the pink bottle up high as it approached. My entire body crawled at the sight of it. But I held my ground and threw the potion bottle down onto the gray stone floor. The bottle immediately smashed into pieces, and a cloud of pink mist drifted out.
Cover your nose!
Sierra yelled as she pulled me backward, and I pressed my arm to my face. The potion mist engulfed the Dark Eater, and the horrific creature started to slow down. It stopped crawling and started to sway on the spot as its mouth hung open. Finally, the undead beast made one last hissing noise, and then it crashed onto its side with a slow, rattling gasp. It started to breathe much slower as it laid still on the ground, and its limbs stayed sprawled out at awkward angles like a dead spider. "It's asleep," I breathed. "Holy fuck! That is the ugliest thing I have ever seen."
They're awful,
Sierra said as we stared at it.
"Come on, let's go before it wakes up. We don't know how long that potion is going to last."
I dragged my eyes away from the corpse-like creature and turned around to continue on through the maze. The sound of demons was so loud that it seemed like we were moments away from running into them. Still, I knew we couldn't just rush through the final stretch of the maze, and I made sure to keep my focus on searching for any hidden dangers. The Dark Eater's voice rattled around my mind as we walked at a clipped pace, and I wondered if there could possibly be anything more horrific in this world. I had thought the mermaids were bad, but they were clearly a whole arsenal of hellish creatures here. This was only the Nightlands. Sierra had said there were a multitude of other crazy lands in Dracoria that the gods had contained. And what if each one was crawling with even more beasts who were the stuff of nightmares? I swiftly shook that thought from my mind as we turned around a corner, and we were suddenly met with a large archway that opened out onto a rocky hillside. We fucking did it! I grinned. We made it through the maze!
Yes!
Sierra hissed as she punched the air, and we hurried forward. The sound of the demons was everywhere now. Screeches, hisses, and howls filled the air, and the flapping of leathery wings echoed around the marble walls and rocky lands beyond the exit. We crept toward the archway and kept against the walls just in case. I was pumped full of adrenaline as we finally reached the end of the maze, and I peered out at the final destination of our journey. The rocky hill led up to a gray stone castle, and it might have been beautiful if it hadn't been crawling with demons. I gripped Sierra's hand as we stared up at the demon headquarters. Somewhere inside, a throne angel just like Sierra was being held captive, possibly even being tortured. I didn't know her, but I knew she meant everything to my own angel, and no matter what we found in that castle, nothing was going to stop me now. It was time to save the throne angel of the night. Chapter 15. It wasn't a long climb to reach the castle, but we would need to choose our path carefully. There were 4 flying demons that circled over the building, and multiple underlings patrolled around the turrets. One wrong move, and we would be spotted. It could be game over before we even set foot in the castle, and I wasn't about to let that happen.
"She's in there,"
Sierra said quietly.
"I can't tell where, but she's alive. She's here."
"Can you sense her?" I asked with wide eyes.
"Something like that."
The angel nodded.
"It depends on the distance, but throne angels have strong bonds to each other, especially since she was so close and important to me. Ryan, we need to get there fast. Nisha is trapped in that demon-riddled castle."
"Not for much longer," I said with determination. "We've come so far. This is where it's going to become really fucking difficult. But I know we're ready for it." The angel nodded and scowled up at the flying demons. I studied the rocky ground that led upward and spotted a pathway that was mostly covered by overhanging rocks. "That looks like a good route," I said as I pointed it out. "It leads up to the backside of the building, too."
"What if we can't get in that way?"
Sierra asked.
"I know we can't exactly stroll through the front door, but how are we going to get inside?"
"Let's solve one problem at a time," I said. "Our first task is to get up to the castle without being seen, okay?"
"You're right."
The angel nodded.
"Let's do this. We're going to have to keep low. I'm not leaving without my sister."
"Ready?" I asked, and Sierra nodded again. Then we crouched down as we sprinted out of the maze and bolted toward the rocky hillside. My heart was in my mouth as we ran, and I was ready to slam my dagger upward if any of the flying fuckers swooped down. The heat of the purple orbs beat down on the back of my neck in an almost painful way, But we managed to reach the bottom of the hill, and we slammed ourselves up against the dark rocks. I took a second to look around and make sure nothing had spotted us, but there were no signs of attack from any direction. I glanced back at the exit of the maze and shuddered as I thought about the Dark Eater waking up. We made it, I breathed. Now we just need to do the same thing vertically.
Easy,
Syrah said warily.
Time to climb.
The pathway that led up to the back of the castle was twisted and mostly in the shadows of an overhanging ledge. It was the ideal route to go unnoticed, and there were plenty of small overhangs and boulders to hide behind on the way. As we carefully trekked upward, I started to plan our best form of attack. Syrah still didn't have a weapon, but I was confident we would be able to get one from an underling. They all seemed to have spears, and we already knew that we could slaughter them, especially if we got one alone. Then there would be the issue of getting inside, and what we would be faced with once we did. There was no doubt in my mind that the castle would be crawling with more demons than we had ever seen before. Not to mention the king. I didn't know if he would be bigger than the rest of them, or just smarter. We just had to make sure we were prepared for anything. We kept as close to the sidewalls as possible while we hurried up the hill. The shadows were a welcome shield from the heat of the orbs, and the cries of the flying demons pierced my ears. It seemed like they were patrolling the castle in a circle, and I wondered if they were keeping their eyes on the sky for any signs of a dragon. The hill got steeper as we got higher, and I looked up to see there was a row of small, stained glass windows along the very bottom of the castle. "Look," I hissed. "We can break in through one of those."
They're very narrow.
Syrah said hesitantly.
With my wings and your shoulders, are you sure we'll fit?
"There's only one way to find out," I said. "Besides, if there's a way to get in through the back, then we should take it." My calves burned as we walked up the final stretch of the pathway, and the hill became almost vertical below us. Syrah's bare feet clung to each stone, and her toes curled as she climbed. When we reached the castle, I helped the angel up onto the flat stretch of rock that the building sat on. Then we leaned against the wall as we glanced down, and we caught our breaths before we shuffled over to the nearest window. It was made of emerald and ruby-tinted glass, and I couldn't see much as I peered through it. "I don't see anything," I muttered. "Can you?"
Not really.
The angel frowned as she squinted through the window.
This must be the dungeon level.
"Great," I groaned. "We'll get to meet the criminal demons."
I don't think they lock up their own kind.
Syrah snorted.
But it probably won't be long before we come face to face with one of them.
"Okay," I said. "I'm going to smash the glass and climb through. Be ready to follow right after me, okay?"
Got it.
Syrah nodded. I glanced up at the purple sky and grabbed a handful of my cloak. The thick material would be good enough to protect my fist from the glass, and we needed to break in before we were spotted. I pulled the black cloak around my fist and took a deep breath before I smashed it into the brightly colored glass. The window shattered easily, and most of the pane fell through into the dark room on the other side. I punched the remaining shards that stuck out dangerously until there was an empty space to slip in through with no jagged glass shards. "Here we go," I muttered, and I turned sideways to go through the pane. I had to duck down to fit, and my biceps only just scraped through the space. It was a tight squeeze, but I managed to ease through and lower myself down onto the floor of the castle. Then I looked around to see I was in a very small room with basically nothing in it other than a nearly burned-out candle in the corner. It looked like some kind of storage space, and I gestured for Syrah to follow me. The angel had more difficulty getting in despite her slim frame. Her wings could fold right up against her back, but they were still bulky. She grunted as she edged in sideways, and I couldn't help snorting with laughter as she pressed her large breasts down to fit.
What?
She huffed as she jumped down.
They take up a lot of space.
"Do they?" I asked. "I can honestly say I've never noticed. I haven't even looked at them before." The angel rolled her eyes as she strode toward the wooden door and pressed her ear against it. It didn't seem that any of the patrolling demons had noticed our entry, and the cries of the flying bastards continued outside.
I can hear movement.
She whispered.
Not much, though.
I put my ear to the wood, and it sounded like there was one set of footsteps shuffling around on the other side. "Okay," I murmured. "If there's one demon out there, then we can manage that easily." It could be our warm-up for storming the rest of the castle." The angel nodded and pushed her burgundy hair back with a determined scowl. Then she stood back as I gripped the silver handle with one hand and my dagger with the other, and I swung the door open. A demon underling stood with its back to me right next to the door, and I pounced before it had time to fully turn around. I plunged my black blade inside the base of its neck and tore the tissue wide open, and the demon gurgled up blood before it fell onto the floor face first. The purple creature smacked against the dark stone with a heavy crunch, and its spear clattered to the floor. Sira dove down and grabbed the weapon as I peered around the dark room we had just entered. I was startled to see that there were multiple faces staring back at me, but none of them were demon faces. We were inside a wide dungeon that had dozens of small cells along each wall. The cells were closed with thick steel bars, and there was a dark brown door on the far side of the room. "Holy shit," I breathed. "Who are these people?" The prisoners in the cells were not just people. A few men and women stared out at me, but there were also lunas, dwarves, and something else that I couldn't quite see in the dark.
"Prisoners,"
Sira said.
"I knew the demons had been locking folks up, but I had no idea there were so many."
"Are you here to help us?"
A luna asked. She pressed her pretty face against the bars, and her small wings fluttered as she hovered over the dirty ground. She had red scratches on her silver arms, and it was obvious she had been in there for a while, judging by her overly thin frame.
"We need to help them,"
Sira said, and I spun around to stare at her. The angel looked sadly at the prisoners, and I felt my stomach do a backflip at her determined words. She had come a hell of a long way since her distrusting attitude at the market. She actually wanted to help mortals again. I suddenly wanted to grab her into my arms, but that would have to wait. "We do," I agreed, and I bent down to grab the keys from the dead demon's belt.
"About bloody time," a dwarf spat. "I've been ready to chop up some demon heads for a while now. Let me out so I can cut some fuckers up."
"Is everyone here against the demons?" I asked as I stood in the middle of the dungeon. "We're on our way to save a friend who's been trapped by the king. We could use all the help we can get." There was a chorus of agreement and general disdain to the demons, and I grinned.
"Lunas are normally violent,"
One of the pink-haired women said.
"but I am willing to slit the throats of any of those hellish creatures I pass."
"That's what I wanted to hear," I said, and I hurriedly began to unlock the prison cells. As the prisoners were freed, the dungeon started to buzz with hushed voices as everyone checked on one another. One of the cages I opened had a tall man who looked like he was made out of stardust. His skin was dark and had little flickers of silver throughout, even more than Sira had with her gold. It was jarring to see such a muscular frame covered in silver glitter.
"I'm a moon pixie."
He growled at my obvious confusion. The huge man strode past me and cracked his knuckles loudly. "Oh," I said. Good to have you here." I tried to forget my former image of pixies as being tiny, winged creatures, and I kept unlocking the cages. I couldn't help smiling as I reached the final cage and found 4 little starlets huddled together in the dark corner. Their blue, fuzzy bodies were massed into one, and they blinked at me with silver eyes. I quickly checked their shadows, and it seemed that these guys were the real deal. "Sira," I said, "you might want to see this." The angel strode over and gasped when she looked inside.
"Starlets!"
She cooed.
"Oh, little things! Did the big mean demons lock you up in here?"
I smirked at the fire angel as I unlocked the cage, and the starlets moved with a bouncing motion toward Sira. Then she bent down to fuss over them before she ushered them back into the cell.
"You have to stay here,"
she said firmly.
"No fighting demons for you. We'll come back to free you, I promise."
The fuzzy beasts zoomed back into their corner, and it was nice to see the animals with normal shadows. Once everyone was out, I examined our new mini-army and was seriously impressed with our sudden boost in numbers. A few of them had produced weapons, and it was clear the demons hadn't done a very good job at searching their prisoners. 2 lunas, 3 dwarves, 4 humans, and the pixie man stood waiting. "Okay," I said hurriedly. "We don't exactly know our way around this place. Do any of you?" There was a murmur amongst the group, and everyone shook their heads.
"We just got dragged in here,"
a dwarf grunted.
We didn't get the grand tour beforehand.
Fair enough, I sighed. In that case, we're just going to have to navigate our way around as best as we can.
I can feel her,
Sira whispered, and I turned to see the angel staring at the ceiling. I glanced up, but there was nothing other than dark stone illuminated by the flickering torches. What was that? I asked.
Nisha.
The angel breathed.
She's in a tall tower. She's weak, but she's very high above us. She has to be in a tower.
I strode over to the doorway and pressed my ear against the wood. I couldn't hear anything outside, but I knew it wouldn't be long until we ran into demons. At least we had more numbers now, and a whole group that were ready to spill some demon blood. Then I remembered that every creature had a different power in Dracoria, and I studied our new recruits to work out the best way to use them. Dwarves, what do you do here in the Nightlands? I asked.
Night mining?
One of the bearded men grunted. Okay, how can that help us here?
We can break through anything and navigate well in the dark. He shrugged. Give me a weapon, and I can smash through any natural materials. It also works with skulls.
Great, I said. Lunas, I've heard you can create illusions like dreamscapes. But can you make your dreamscapes bad? I mean bad enough to disorient demons.
Only one at a time,
a pink-haired woman said.
But yes, we can make them go mad with nightmares.
Nice, I smirked. What does everyone else have on their side?
We are night farmers,
one of the human women said.
Our eyesight is perfect, even in total darkness.
We can tell you what lies ahead, a man nodded. It's not much, but I hope it helps. That's amazing, I nodded back. Really helpful. We'll need to arm you guys too. I'm sure it won't be long until we have access to some more demon spears.
I can use pixie dust,
the moon pixie growled.
It blinds you. I can also crush a demon skull between my hands, but that's not a power. I'm just very strong.
That works for me, I chuckled. Okay, this is going to have to be fast and quiet. If we're trying to get to the taller towers, then we will have to pass a shitload of demons on our way up. Look after each other, and remember what these bastards stole from you. Let that anger fuel your fighting, and override any fear that might trip you up. The group nodded, and Sierra threw me a grin as she gripped her new spear. Let's go and save Nisha, I said. Then I grabbed the door handle and pulled it open to reveal a stone staircase lit by flaming torches. I began to creep up the steps and held my dagger up as I went. At the top of the stairs, I could see a long corridor that led to an open space. Even from my dimly lit spot, I could see there were demons moving around the open area. We've got company, I said quietly over my shoulder. Once we're down this hallway, we're going to need to fight. Remember, keep it as quiet as you can. Anyone with weapons, come to the front and try to get some spears for the others. I began to jog down the stone corridor, and Sierra ran behind me. We approached what looked like the castle lobby, and I could hear the growls of the underlings. When we arrived, I paused and scanned the area. The room was huge, with 2 massive staircases on the right. An enormous front door was shut on the left, and lit torches were mounted along the walls. There were oil paintings of landscapes that had been scratched up and ruined, and an old suit of armor was bent and broken in the corner. 2 groups of underlings were moving around the large space, and each group had 3 demons. I leapt out of the safety of the hall. Then I raced toward the furthest away group, and Sira followed. I glanced over to see the prisoners race to the closest demons, and the first fight for the castle began. I jumped onto one of the demons as its back was turned, and I plunged my dagger straight down into the top of its skull. The purple creature shuddered as I stabbed its brain, and once I twisted the blade in real deep, I ripped it back and let the demon crumple onto the ground. Sira slammed her spearhead into another demon's throat, and it hissed as dark blood exploded from its neck. It was twitching its way toward death within seconds. But the last demon in the group started to howl in fury at us. I punched it square in the jaw to shut it up before I stabbed it in the chest. I felt the bones break just as my blade pierced the skin, and the demon stopped moving as blood sprayed my face. Then it bent over backward and fell to the ground with a thud. I wiped my face on my arm and spat out some blood that had gotten into my mouth. and then I spun around to see the other group of purple fuckers had been dealt with too. 2 of the demons were lying on the ground in a pool of their own blood, and the third was being held 2 feet off the ground as the moon pixie strangled it. The demon flailed pathetically for a moment before it went limp, and the huge man dropped to the ground with a satisfied grunt. Then I noticed that everyone was staring at Syrah, and the pretty angel glanced my way. Her wings had come untucked from her cloak in the fight. "You're an angel?" one of the dwarves growled. "You work for the gods?" Not anymore," I said hurriedly. "Syrah is a throne angel. She tried to help the mortals when the gods left, but everyone turned against her." "They're angels," a dwarf grumbled. "Why should we trust an angel?"
"Because I want to kill every demon,"
Syrah snarled.
"Can't you see that? They've trapped my friend, and I need to save her."
Her golden eyes glistened as she spoke, and the prisoners seemed wary, but not afraid.
"We trust you,"
Luna said.
"We are all in this together now. There is no room for bickering when we are up against evil."
"Well said," I nodded. "Now, grab those spears, and let's go." Syrah flicked her hair and smiled at me, and the prisoners hurriedly took the weapons from the dead demons as I raced toward the staircases. Both sets of stairs led off to different sides of the same floor above, and I hesitated before I started to climb. I turned to Syrah and watched her golden eyes flicker in the torchlight. "It's your turn to use your instincts," I said. "Which way is it to Nisha?" The angel was silent for a moment as she looked up each staircase. Then she nodded to the left-hand side.
"That way,"
she decided. I took the stairs 3 at a time as I raced upward, and the ragtag army of prisoners followed right behind me. As we approached the next floor, I could hear the heavy thuds of footsteps patrolling the halls, and when we followed the curve of the staircase, we arrived on a floor covered with more underlings. Several of them hissed as they spun around to see us, and they began to charge toward the staircase. "Go!" I yelled as I raced onto the landing. "Spread out! Look after each other!" I leapt at an approaching demon and grabbed it by the throat as I slammed my dagger into its jugular. Another demon swung its spear at my face, and I ducked down just in time to miss the blade. Then I yanked my weapon from the limp body and swung it into the belly of the other creature. I kicked away its spear as it howled in pain, and the blood splattered everywhere as I stabbed it again in the chest for good measure. The purple beast shuddered as it died, and it toppled backward into a pool of its own blood. I spun around to see 2 demons approaching Syrah, and she flew upward before they could reach her. Then they looked up in confusion just as she brought her spear down into one of their skulls, and the other ran straight into the arms of the moon pixie. Not far away, the moon farmers gritted their teeth as they swung their new weapons, and although they weren't extremely skilled fighters, they put enough effort in to get the job done. One of the women clumsily whacked a demon in the head with her spear, and then she excitedly stabbed it in the stomach as it stumbled off balance. "Great work!" I shouted as I ran over to help. "Dwarves! Behind you!" The bearded men spun around just as 2 demons raced toward them. The dwarves were armed with daggers and axes, and they slammed their weapons into the purple beasts with violent snarls. I jumped onto a demon that was sneaking up to the Lunas and slit its throat before it crumpled to the ground. The last demon had been cornered by the night farmers, and they all rammed their spears into it at the same time. Then the purple beast exploded with blood, and the farmers slapped each other's backs as the demon died. "What a team!" I grinned. "You're all fucking amazing! Let's keep this energy up!"
One
of the Lunas said.
"Look up?"
I turned my gaze upward to see a winged demon perched at the top of the next staircase. It sat on a pillar and stared down at us with bloodshot eyes. "Fuck!" I hissed. "Get ready!" The demon launched itself down at the group, and its leathery wings cast a shadow over the prisoners. The moon pixie held a hand toward it as it flew and shot a cloud of silver dust into the demon's face. It snarled as its eyes were filled with the substance, and then it crashed into the ground as it struggled to see. The nearest Luna didn't hesitate to slam her spear into the demon's tailbone, and she shrieked with fright as her attack brought a cry of pain from the beast. Then I took a running jump and slammed my boot down onto the demon's head. The skull smashed below me, and dark blood erupted everywhere with bits of purple flesh. Fuck! Ugh, that's nasty.
I gagged and stumbled back from the crushed demon head, and I glanced up to check there weren't more to come.
We're almost there,
Sierra said.
I can feel her so closely. There must only be a few floors left.
Come on, let's go get our angel, I muttered. Sierra nodded, and her eyes were filled with fire as we raced up the next staircase. Everything we had fought for was within our grasp, and I felt stronger than I ever had in my life. A sense of power coursed through every inch of my skin, and I was suddenly chomping at the bit to change into my dragon form. I'd only gotten one taste of my scaly, vengeful side, and I was thirsting for another opportunity. Now, it wouldn't be long until I could break into the sky with my fiery wings. We just had to find our angel prisoner and make sure I wouldn't accidentally burn her to a crisp first. We ran up the stone stairs and passed 2 more levels without any issues. But then I could hear voices above us. Voices that spoke much clearer than the underlings. "Higher-ups!" I hissed to the group. "The fight is about to get a hell of a lot harder. You can do it. I know you can." The prisoner nodded, and we turned around the curve in the staircase to see a group of higher-up demons. This floor was wider than the others we'd passed, and led off down 2 dark hallways to the rest of the castle. There were 9 hulking demons in total, and they snarled as they spun around to look at us. "The prisoners!" one of them snarled. "Kill them all!" "Shit!" I hissed as one charged me, and I guessed it towered at least 3 feet above me. It had a curved sword held high, and its sharp fangs glistened in the torchlight, while its horns arched threateningly in my direction. "Die!" it hissed as it lunged at me, and its powerful back legs gave it serious power behind its leap. I knocked away its weapon-wielding arm as it reached me and stabbed it in the shoulder with my dagger. The demon snarled, and I could smell the rotten stench of its breath as it drooled right onto my face. Then I shoved the bastard back as hard as I could, and the demon skidded slightly as I lunged. That one moment of pause gave me the opportunity to slam my dagger right into its cheek. The blade pierced through both flesh and bone, and as I pulled my weapon back, the demon's face spilled blood everywhere. It howled as its ripped flesh flapped, and it threw itself at me with a snarl. Then I dove down as it jumped, and I swung my leg out so my boot connected with its knee. The demon fell as I skidded out of the way, and it toppled onto the stone floor with a loud crash. I wasted no time jumping onto the fallen beast, and I slammed my black blade right into its temple. The demon's eyes rolled back into its skull, and it only twitched once before it fell still. Then I leapt back up and turned to see blood and carnage everywhere. Sierra was in the air with her spear shoved into a demon's chest, and she slammed the purple beast against the ground as it died. The other prisoners were holding their own well, and I watched one of the Lunas swipe her hand toward a demon's face while it charged. The purple bastard stopped suddenly, and its eyes glazed over as it began to scream. It looked like it was having a nightmare while it was awake, and one of the dwarves used the opportunity to slam an axe into its back. Another demon was about to lunge at a night farmer, but I raced toward it just in time. Then I leapt onto its back as it writhed around like a wild horse, pierced the side of its neck, and kicked its spear away. The demon spasmed below me, and I shoved it into the ground as it died. Thick blood covered the floor now, and I looked over to see that the higher-up demons were all dead. The prisoners stared down at the pile of hulking corpses, but Sierra wasn't paying attention to the carnage. The angel stared down the right-hand side hallway, and she pointed with a shaking hand.
"She's down there."
The angel whispered.
"Nisha is over there."
"Okay," I said. "Then let's go and get her." I turned to the prisoners and grinned at our new allies. "This next part is going to be even more deadly," I said. "You don't have to come." "We want to," one of the dwarfs said. "This is our home that these bastards have taken. You lead us well."
Exactly.
A Luna nodded her pink-haired head.
We owe it to ourselves to do this. We want to help you.
There was a murmur of agreement, and it seemed that our new group was ready for the big fight. "Then let's go kill a demon king," I said grimly, and I turned toward the dim hallway. We marched down the corridor, and I could hear a loud rumble beyond the wooden door at the end. I gripped Sierra's hand as we walked and felt stronger than ever with her at my side. I didn't know what lay on the other side of the door, but I knew it was going to be extremely fucking deadly. We stopped as we reached the door, and Sierra nodded at me as we dropped hands. Then I pushed the wood, and the door swung open to show that we were on a rooftop. Purple orbs buzzed just overhead, and a sea of demons stood before us. Right at the back of the group, I could see a blue-haired angel with her hands bound in strange chains. Her wings glistened with inky black and pale blue feathers, and there was no denying that we were looking at a night angel. We had found Nisha. Chapter 16. The castle rooftop was huge, and there were 4 turreted towers on each corner. A low ridge ran along the perimeter of the area, and the heat of the purple orbs beat down on my face. Nisha stood by the far right tower, and she looked asleep as her head bowed down. She was shockingly beautiful, with a deep navy skin tone and cerulean hair. The incredible mix of inky black and powder blue within her wings was almost impossible to look away from, and it was as if she was made of the night sky itself. She wore a glistening silver top and skirt that slinked over her petite frame, and I figured she was a head shorter than Sierra. But her slim wrists were bound in a chain that seemed to be moving. It floated around slowly and stretched from the angel right over to the other side of the rooftop. Then I saw him, the Demon King. He breathed heavily as he sat on a throne that had clearly been hurriedly made out of molten gold, with no thought given to creating a pleasing design. It was barely in the shape of a chair, and it creaked under the weight of its occupier. The king was a bulbous mass of purple flesh. He towered over everything, and must have been about 15 feet tall. He was incredibly wide, with fat bulging out of every inch of his grotesque body, but he had thick legs that seemed to be extremely muscular. The Demon King's face was even more horrifying than any of the other demons. It was much rounder than the underlings, but his snout was longer, and his horns curled upward from his skull. The teeth that protruded from his jaw were yellow and sharp, and his eyes were a deep red, while a glob of drool dangled from his mouth. The huge demon had spikes running down his outer arms, and his talons were curled and thick. Nisha's chain was wrapped around one of his fat ham arms, and I swallowed hard as I sized the creature up. The angel was tethered by the most powerful demon in the land, and we had just strolled out onto his balcony. There were underlings, higher-ups, and flying demons all around us, and my blood ran cold as they all turned to look at us in utter confusion. At least they hadn't been expecting us. We'd done that right.
Ryan?
Sierra breathed beside me.
What the fuck do we do?
Who is this?
The king boomed.
Who dares enter my lair?
The huge demon drooled and spat as he spoke, and he pointed a curled talon towards us. His sharp teeth gnashed together, and he leaned forward on his golden throne. "We're here for Nisha," I said confidently. "Release her, and we won't have to kill you all." The Demon King started to laugh, and it was a horrible, cackling sound that carried over the castle. The underlings got excited at the sound and began to wave their spears as they joined in, and every demon on the roof jumped and cheered, but the winged bastards stayed silent as they watched from above.
Who are you?
The king snarled as the underlings crawled toward me.
You think you can take my angel? You think I will let you? A human?
She's not yours.
Sierra spat, and the king's eyes darted to the angel.
Another one.
He growled as a twisted grin split across his hideous face. Then he licked his lips as another glob of drool dripped down.
Another angel. Get her. She will be mine.
Sierra flew into the sky before the demons could act, and my skin prickled with fire. The threat towards Sierra seemed to spark my transformation, and my powers immediately surged through every inch of my body. I felt it happening already as I stared at the Demon King, and I crouched down before I shot into the air and let the change overtake me. I was mid-jump when my body finally shifted into its most powerful form. My whole being erupted into flames as wings sprouted from my back, and I soared over the castle roofs as my dragon form took over every inch of my body. The sky lit up with my golden light, and my powerful wings flapped in the wind as my tail swayed threateningly from side to side. Then I looked down to see everyone on the roof staring up at me in shock. The prisoners who joined us had their mouths open as they clutched their weapons, and a couple of the farmers looked like they were saying a prayer. The demon soldiers didn't move, and the king seemed equally horrified. He stared with his wide red eyes, and the whole castle seemed to fall silent for a moment.
"Let's do this!" I shouted. "Phoenicia!"
Fornicia!
Sira screamed.
"Kill them all!"
The Demon King screeched, and the soldiers swarmed toward the prisoners. I had a split second to evaluate what to do. I wanted to go straight for the fat fucking king, but I had to help protect the prisoners. After all, I had freed them and led them up to this hellish battlefield. I wasn't about to let them die the second I was able to use my dragon form. I was proud to see that the group didn't run, though. They stood their ground with their weapons held high. I was slightly wary about using my fire so near to my own people. I had never tried to control my fire breathing much before. When I used it at the lake, I didn't have anyone to look out for, and burning the demons had been my only priority. Now, I would have to use my powers without harming any of my team, and I would need to learn the logistics of my fire-wielding pretty fucking quickly. As a swarm of underlings scurried toward the prisoners, I soared back around and sent a red-hot jet of fire down on their heads. The demons' flesh erupted into flames, and they screeched as the angel fire melted the skin from their bones. Some of them tried to run as they burned, and ended up crashing into other demons as they stumbled. Then the other purple bastards quickly backed off from the prisoners, and the king roared from his throne.
"Spread out!"
I yelled down to the prisoners.
"Don't let them get you near the edge of the rooftop, and stay in small groups."
The prisoners immediately followed my instructions, and I was slightly shocked at their level of respect and compliance. They used the chaos of the burning demons as a distraction to spread out over the rooftop, and then they wasted no time in starting to attack. The dwarves moved first, and they leapt onto a higher-up with a shocking speed. Their blades swung into the demon's skull, and that seemed to knock the other purple bastards out of their shocked states. The demons charged at the prisoners now, and the rooftop erupted into chaos.
"Sira!" I called. "Don't try to get Nisha yet, okay? We need to kill these fuckers before it's safe for you to go down there."
Got it.
The angel said.
Let's slaughter every single one of these bastards.
"That's the plan,"
I growled. The angel flashed me a murderous grin before she plunged down with her spear and skewered two underlings at once right through their chests. They flopped on the weapon as blood exploded from their bodies, and Sira snarled ruthlessly as she pulled her spear back. Then she left the demons crumpled on the ground with their dark blood oozing onto the stone. I spotted a flock of winged demons headed straight toward me, and they suddenly fanned out so they surrounded me in a wide circle. They snarled and hissed as they flew closer, and I felt the powerful fire in my throat rise up as I shot flames into the first one. Then I pumped my wings to spin around and spat fire as I went. The circle of demons quickly became a circle of screaming, burning bodies, and they started to plummet from the sky down onto the rooftop. As they hit the stonework, their bodies exploded on impact into a cloud of blood and bone fragments, and their goopy remains continued to burn as their guts spilled out onto the gray ground.
Amazing!
Sira called as she did a twirl in the sky.
Glad to have you back in your dragon body.
"It feels good to be back,"
I laughed.
"Let's keep this pace going. Then we can focus on the king."
The Demon King was screeching orders from his throne, but his soldiers seemed to have descended into chaotic anarchy. The demons were fighting manically as panic overtook them, and I checked to see how the prisoners were getting on. The Lunas stopped a couple of higher-ups dead in their tracks with nightmarish dreamscapes, and the demons screamed in terror as their bodies went rigid. The silvery fairies used the distraction to slit their throats, and then quickly moved on to their next victims without looking back. The dwarves were a force to be reckoned with, too, and they moved much more nimbly than I would have expected for such stockily built men. They swiped their axes and daggers at every demon limb they could reach, and seemed to have perfected a tactic of going for the knees. Every time they slashed at a demon's leg, the purple fucker would stumble down and be at the perfect height to get stabbed in the head. The muscular moon pixie seemed to have abandoned his weapon and was content with full-on fist-fighting the demons. The huge, sparkly man delivered powerful punches to several demons before he swung a foot down onto their backs and broke their spines. He used his pixie dust to slow down the crowd that kept surrounding him, and he kept his steady pace of fighting despite being constantly outnumbered. The moon farmers were equally impressive, considering they were not experienced fighters. Their bravery and determination made up for their lack of skills, and they made sure to watch each other's backs as they slammed spears into the underlings every chance they got. I turned my attention back to the skies, and I could see that there were several winged demons perched on top of the towers now. I didn't know when they gathered there, but they eyed me warily, and they seemed reluctant to try to attack after watching their peers get turned into fiery piles of ash.
"Get the angel,"
the Demon King snarled below.
"Catch her, you fools. She cannot escape."
Then every one of the winged demons dove from their perches and straight at Syrah, and the angel brandished her spear threateningly.
"Get away from her!"
I snarled as I dove toward the demons.
"Syrah, will my fire hurt you if it touches you?"
No!
The angel shouted.
I'm a fire angel. It's kind of my thing.
"That's what I wanted to hear,"
I said, and I breathed flames right into the flock of demons as they descended on Syrah. Their leathery wings started to melt the second the orange flames hit them, and their purple skin blazed with reds and yellows that contrasted eerily with the purple orbs. My fire seemed to just roll off Syrah's body, though, and the angel spun around as she smacked some of the burning demons with her weapon. The winged demons' screeches became higher-pitched and more frantic as they burned, as they tumbled down from the sky and over the edges of the castle. Then they hit the distant ground like blood-filled water balloons. The sea of demons on the rooftop was becoming thinner as we fought, and I noticed there was movement at one of the left-hand side tower doors. A dark wooden entrance creaked open, and 3 huge higher-ups strode out. They had plates of silver armor over their chests and legs, and held thick blades that were somewhere between swords and axes. They looked like they were the commanders, and they walked with much more purpose than the others did. One of the armored beasts grabbed the first farmer woman he came to and held her in a chokehold as he pressed his blade to her face. But he didn't cut her. Instead, he kept her locked in place and set his eyes on me. Fuck. These guys were smart. They had a hostage.
"Give us the angel,"
the demon snarled.
"She will not die, but if you don't give her up, then this one will."
The farmer woman trembled, and the demon pressed the blade closer to her skin.
"Syrah," I breathed, "do you think you can carry that woman?"
Probably for a bit.
The angel whispered.
She's really skinny. Why?
"I'll need you to do that in about 3 seconds," I said. "She's about to fall off the rooftop. Now!"
I soared down toward the demon with a speed that surprised even me, as Syrah followed right behind. But she broke away at the last second and flew over to the roof's edge. Then I slammed right into the head of the large demon with my snout, and the impact sent the purple bastard tumbling toward the edge of the castle roof, as the bones of his face cracked. He held on to the farmer as he fell, but I whipped my tail around to give him the final blow he needed to stumble over the raised edge. Finally, the demon fell backward with the farmer in his hands, but he let go of her at last, and Syrah swooped down in a flash and grabbed the farmer woman by the waist. The pale-faced woman gripped onto the angel and screamed at the top of her lungs, and Syrah grunted as she flew back onto the roof. Then the 2 women landed on the gray stone, and the farmer hurried back to join her group. The falling demon's muffled screams ended as he hit the distant ground, and he became nothing more than a pile of guts and bones below.
"Bastard!"
I snarled as sparks flew from my mouth. A sudden rattling noise echoed behind me, and I spun around to see that the Demon King had gotten to his feet. His movement jolted the chains with him, and Nisha stumbled before she awoke with a jolt. The petite angel's eyes sprung open to reveal the most piercing silver irises, and they stood out starkly against her dark navy skin.
Sira?
She gasped as her eyes fell on the fire angel.
Nisha,
Sira called.
we are here to save you.
The night angel stared at her friend, and then her mouth hung open as she looked at me. It must have been a hell of a surprise to wake up to a flaming dragon soaring in the skies of the Nightlands, but we would have to save the explanations for later. The two remaining armored demons were racing in front of their king, and they glared up at me as they snarled.
Ryan,
Sira shouted.
you can't use your angel fire near Nisha. She's a night angel. She won't be protected.
Got it,
I said.
In that case, I'm gonna need your help with some good old-fashioned beatings.
I kept my eyes on the king, but he didn't seem to be interested in moving very far from where his soldiers stood guard. One of the armored demons stood right in front of Nisha, too, and they made sure not to go near the edge of the rooftop. I wasn't sure how tough my scales were, but I had a feeling that a demon blade would be able to do some kind of damage. If these fuckers could capture angels, then I had to be cautious with my moves. So I surveyed the scene carefully for anything that could help me. Then I noticed Nisha's chains had a faint glow to them, and they seemed to be leaving a silver stain on her skin.
Are the chains magic?
I asked Sira.
Do you reckon we can break them apart with force?
They'll be laced with demon magic.
The angel replied.
It's a dark kind of curse that only a demon king can produce, and only after spilling a certain amount of mortal blood.
How do we break it?
I asked.
There's only one way.
Sira said.
Killing the one who created it. Nisha can only be free when the king dies.
Shit.
I muttered, but then I nodded my massive scaly head.
Let's get the job done then.
I dove down toward the armored demon in front of Nisha before Sira could respond, and he thrashed his blade violently toward my face. Then I swung my body around and used my massive wingspan to smack right into the demon's armored chest. The demon was knocked onto the ground as it growled in pain, and I turned back, dove down at the beast once more, and grabbed the fucker in my talons. Then I soared back into the sky and circled the castle roof. It was strange to use a new part of my body in a way I'd never experienced before, but I had a deathly tight grip on the demon. I constricted my feet as hard as I could, and I felt the armor buckle from the force as my talons crunched the demon's ribcage. I heard the beast wheeze as it flailed in my grasp, but it only took a few seconds for the demon to die after that, and its blade dropped down to the castle roof with a crash. One of the farmers quickly grabbed the huge weapon and raced over to slash an underling's throat. Then I soared over a crowd of 3 demons and dropped the dead body right onto their heads. The group tumbled over as the lifeless corpse hit them like a 300-pound sack of flour, and the dwarves raced over to attack while they were down.
Nice work,
I called down to the group.
We're fucking slaughtering these bastards.
I soared back around to see that the gray stone of the rooftop was stained with dark blood. Piles of demon bodies lay all over, and there were only a handful of higher-ups left with a couple of underlings. The prisoners did not stop moving, and they seemed to be growing more confident with every hit they delivered. But the last armored demon was trying to grab Sira now. Every time she dove down with her spear, he lashed out with his own blade to block her, and the whole time, the taloned fingers of his other hand curled to try and snatch her. The Demon King had his eyes on her too, but he remained still as his soldiers fought for him all over the bloody rooftop.
Be careful,
I shouted to Sira.
The king has longer arms. Stay out of his reach.
The armored demon was positioned close enough that the king would be able to reach me if I swooped down and took him out, and I couldn't risk getting a wing snapped now. That fucker looked strong enough to do some serious damage, even to a dragon, so I would need to use my fire powers to get at him. Nisha was only a few feet away, but I knew I could harness my power and aim only at the demon. I had already gotten to grips so quickly with my angel fire, and I knew I would be able to direct the stream precisely if I kept my focus sharp. I just had to make sure none of the crazy shit happening up here distracted me.
I'm going to use my fire,
I said as my fire angel soared up to prepare for another dive.
Sira, I want you to keep an eye on Nisha. I know I can create a focus blast to the demon. I just need to be careful. I promise I won't take a strike if I'm not positive she'll be safe."
The pretty angel bit her lip, but she nodded. The armored demon was getting restless watching us up high, and it kept snarling and waving its weapon as if to try and taunt us to come down. I focused on the demon and tried to block out everything else in my vision. The fiery warmth rose in my throat, and I kept my gaze purely on the armored asshole below me. Then my surroundings began to fade, and I shot a stream of fire out of my throat. It sailed in a thin line straight toward the demon's torso. The orange blast struck the fucker right in the throat and quickly spread all over its shoulders and down its arms, and then it worked its way beneath its armor. In less than a second, the demon's whole body was burning, and it crumbled to the ground with a chilling screech.
"You did it!"
Syrah cried.
"That was amazing, Ryan!"
I didn't have long to celebrate the victory, as the Demon King suddenly moved. He swung his massive arms up toward me and Syrah, and we only just managed to soar out of the way of the thick talons.
"Dragon scum,"
the king yelled.
"Give me my angel."
"She is not yours,"
I growled deep in my chest.
"This angel belongs to me."
The second the words left my jaws, a fresh shot of heat jolted through me. My scales gleamed twice as bright, while sparks poured from my wings with a vengeance, and I heard Syrah gasp at the sight. But I only focused on the demon bastard. This motherfucker would never capture another angel. Not while I was in this world. Now that I knew I could aim my fire so accurately, it was time to go for the king. All I had to do was burn the giant fucker to a crisp, and Nisha's chains would be broken. But then the king suddenly grabbed Nisha with one of his taloned hands, and he sneered at me as blobs of drool dripped from his mouth. The angel struggled against his huge fists, but she already looked weak from the effort.
"Let go of her!"
Syrah screamed.
"Come and join her."
The king smirked.
"Two angels will do nicely."
He gave a deep belly laugh, and now that I couldn't use my flames on him, he didn't look like he was even fazed by the dozens of dead soldiers that lay at his feet. I knew if I knocked the king off the castle roof, then Nisha would go down with him, and I wasn't sure if she was strong enough to fly.
"Ryan,"
Syrah hissed.
"do you have a plan?"
The Demon King cackled as he hoisted Nisha above his head, and he waved her around like some kind of prize, while Syrah snarled with fury.
"I want you to be ready to help Nisha," I said quietly. "I'm going to try to get her out of his grasp. And when I do, I want you to grab her and fly. She might not have enough energy to do it herself, but you can get her out of his reach at least."
"But the chain,"
Syrah argued.
"I'll worry about the chain and the king," I growled. "You get your friend out of here."
"Got it."
The angel nodded. Without another word, I shot over the king's head, and he whipped around on his powerful legs.
"Dragon,"
he hissed as I swiftly soared back around.
"You cannot defeat me."
I didn't waste time on words. I just dove forward and grabbed the bulbous fucker by the neck with my talons. The Demon King's scream gurgled in my clutches, and he dropped Nisha carelessly as if she wasn't even a living being. Syrah was ready. The fire angel swooped down like lightning and grabbed her blue-haired friend by the waist. Luckily, Nisha had a very petite frame, and it looked like the tall fire angel would be able to carry her. The two friends embraced each other as they soared upward together, and I knew I had to get moving. The king could easily yank the chain back down, but I was going to make sure the chain was the last thing on his mind. I sent a stream of fire right into the fucker's face, while my claws stayed locked around his meaty throat, but he managed to swing his massive arm to catch the blaze just in time. He howled as his purple forearm lit up in flames, and he slammed it into the stone tower beside him to put it out. Then I released the bastard, and the Demon King now had one charred arm while his eyes were wild from the pain and fury. He swung for me, and leapt as he slashed at me with his thick talons, and he managed to pierce my scales on my underside. It stung, but not nearly as much as it should have, and when I glanced down, I saw that the tear in my golden scales didn't bleed. Instead, It started to quickly repair itself like magic. In just a few seconds, it was like the injury had never existed, and the scales gleamed hotter than ever. Holy shit! That was awesome! And now I knew I could be hurt by these demon fuckers, but maybe any small wounds wouldn't be an issue. It wasn't proof that I could just go into fights like this without fear of death, but it was just another reminder of how powerful my dragon form was. It was like I was built for this shit. I dove back down toward the Demon King and felt the fire in my throat blaze white hot as I spat the stream into his broad chest. He spun around screaming as he tried to put it out, and in his panic, he tugged on the chain that brought the angels closer to him. Sira and Nisha both struggled against the pull, and the king managed to put the flames out before they could spread down his body. The massive Demon King now had burned flesh all over his torso, and bits of purple and black tissue hung off to expose his insides. I was amazed he wasn't dead yet, but he was starting to stumble with every step.
He's getting weaker,
Sira yelled.
You've got this, Ryan.
Don't lose your hold on Nisha.
I roared back. The demon hissed and spun around to look at the angels, and I swiftly flew forward and slammed into his face with my talons. He stumbled backward and crashed onto his enormous back with a force that shook the whole castle. Bits of debris tumbled down from the turrets, and the Demon King howled as his burned arm smacked the blood-drenched ground. Then his good arm began to pull the chain down toward him, and I knew it was time to end this fucker. I hovered over him and focused purely on his ugly face as I breathed my angel fire down on him. The blast of orange flames hit the Demon King right between the eyes, and then quickly spread all over his skull. And a satisfying warmth washed over me as I listened to his death screams. He made a horrific wailing sound that echoed all across the darkened lands as he tried to turn on the stone ground, but it was too late. The flames had spread down his neck and started to light his whole body up. He began to convulse as his purple skin melted, and his skull became exposed under the fire. The Demon King was trapped now as he burned to death on top of his own castle, and I watched every second of his painful end as I hovered in the sky. The evil bastard that had caused misery to so many creatures would finally be defeated. And he stopped flailing as the fire reached his legs. He laid there in a pile of orange flames and melted flesh, and every inch of his body was soon consumed by the blaze. I felt euphoric as I watched his lifeless body create a bonfire. But then I was snapped out of my thoughts as a loud crunching sound filled the air. I spun around to see the chain attached to the king's waist was crumbling, and it seemed to be turning into dust as it broke apart. Sira carried Nisha down to the roof, and as the final piece of chain fell from the Night Angel's wrists, she was free.
You saved me,
Nisha cried as she flung herself into Sira's arms.
Sister, I can't believe you came.
Her voice was gentle and song-like, and I let the angels have a moment together as I surveyed the rooftop. The dead demons were piled high, and the group of prisoners were just watching with open mouths as the king burned. We had finally done it. Nisha was saved, and the Nightlands were freed of the demon's reign. I soared around in the sky as I howled with laughter, and I took a moment to enjoy the powers I had been given. My golden glow illuminated the dark world like I was the sun itself, and I felt like I was riding a high that could never be taken away. Every beat of my wings renewed the heat that burned non-stop deep in my gullet, and as I let out a triumphant roar, a fresh wave of flames broke out across my scales.
Ryan!
Sira called, and I looked down to see the two angels smiling in awe up at me. Then I dove down and transformed back into my human body as I hit the rooftops.
What are you?
Nisha breathed as I approached them. As I got closer, it struck me again how exceptionally beautiful the Night Angel was. Her navy skin stood out against her silver garments, and her face had soft features, with a prominent Cupid's bow on her blue lips. Her bright silver eyes were almond-shaped, and she had a calming energy around her that made me feel at peace just by being near her. Sira had an arm around her friend's shoulders, but then she took a running leap at me as she squealed.
You did it!
The fire angel cried.
Ryan, you killed the Demon King!
I spun Syrah around as I kissed her deeply, and my whole body felt electric by the time I placed her down with a grin.
Thank you.
The beautiful angel breathed.
Thank you for getting me here, for saving her, for everything.
I'd do anything for you, I promised. You know that. The prisoners hurried over to join us, and they suddenly exploded into noises of excitement and confusion.
You are a dragon?
Aluna asked.
How is that possible? Where have you been?
You killed him! A dwarf yelled. You actually killed the Demon King! The prisoners kept cheering and talking, and I smiled at the two angels since I knew they wouldn't calm down anytime soon. It's good to finally meet you, I said to Nisha. I've heard so much about you.
You took care of my sister?
The blue-haired angel smiled.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you for getting her here and for saving me. I think we have a lot to talk about.
I was about to reply when there was a sudden rumbling sound below us. What the fuck? I muttered, and I raced over to the edge of the rooftop to look down. The angels and prisoners ran over to join me, and we stared down at the dark ground to see it was crawling with demons. But they weren't trying to attack us. They were running away. Underlings and higher-ups from every hidden corner of the castle were fleeing into the maze, and some of them ran off toward the hills on the other side of the castle as they snarled among themselves.
They're leaving.
Syrah breathed.
They're all leaving.
We watched the sea of demons run across the nightlands, and the further away they got, the more the purple light above us began to fade. Then I realized the orbs were dying everywhere I looked, and one of the smaller ones seemed to fizzle out completely before it vanished into the darkness. The orbs! A farmer cried. They're dying out with the king! I glanced over to see the king was now just a pile of burning bones, and that must have meant the magic of the orbs was vanishing too. Shit! I hissed. We're going to have to use fires and torches to light up the place. Syrah, can you lead us down to the castle with your light, and we can find supplies? I can use my dragon form while we travel to light the way.
I don't think that will be necessary,
Nisha said. The blue-haired angel stared up at the sky with a hint of a smile on her full lips. I followed her gaze with confusion as the orbs started to go out more rapidly. What do you mean? I asked. This entire land is about to be plunged into complete darkness.
Trust me,
Nisha said calmly.
I can feel them.
Feel what? I asked, and Syrah shrugged. The final orbs that were left in the sky fizzled out, and I heard the screams and confusion echo from various creatures all across the land. I stood in complete blackness on top of the castle, and everyone on the roof was silent along with me. Whatever Nisha had sensed, she must have made a mistake. It wasn't her fault. She was weak from being held captive, and I didn't blame her. But I started to think how long it would take to make sure everyone in the land had enough candles before I suddenly spotted something in the sky. Something distant and bright that looked like flickering gold. It was a star. What the? I breathed, and the entire sky began to glow as thousands of stars sprang into view. Then I saw the huge, circular shape appear above us, and I watched in awe as the moon arrived in the sky. It became brighter and brighter until it filled the whole land with moonlight. The Nightlands had been saved. Chapter 17. Nobody spoke for a few moments as we stared up at the sky. The full moon was huge, and it filled the whole land with silver light. The stars sparkled wildly against the inky sky in a way I'd never witnessed on Earth, and I could suddenly see right over the maze and into the low hills and forest.
The moon is home,
Nisha breathed, and the rooftop exploded into chaos.
What the hell?
Syrah cried as she threw her hands up.
How is this happening? Ryan, what did you do? You brought back the moon!
I don't think I did. I shrugged. That's when I realized the celebrations and cheering all over the Nightlands had suddenly turned into battle cries. I looked out past the maze to to see hordes of forest creatures erupting from the trees, and hundreds of species began to attack the fleeing demons. It looked like the Nightlands were finally fighting back. "Holy shit," I said. "Everyone's come out to kill off the remaining purple demon fuckers."
It's carnage.
Sierra grinned.
I haven't seen everyone working together like this in more years than I can recall. They're all on the same side again.
Even from our distant spot on the castle roof, we could make out the shapes of humanoid and animal creatures slaughtering the purple demons. Their screeches echoed out over the land, and so did the cheers of the residents. I was shocked at how brightly the Nightlands shone under the moonlight. There were jewel-toned colors everywhere that hadn't been visible under the orbs. The trees glowed with ruby and emerald leaves, and the silver particles in the black water sparkled as they flowed through the currents. I could see flocks of silver bats dive over the forest, while the moonlight seemed to make their wings glow. And the blue-tinted owls soared past with loud hoots. "It's beautiful," I said. "So, this is what the land used to always look like?"
That's right.
Nisha said with obvious pride.
The moon will dull in a few hours when it's time to sleep again, and it will follow its waning and waxing cycle throughout each month to help this land flourish, along with all the night creatures who inhabit it.
I ran a hand through my hair as I stared out over the Nightlands. As demons were killed all around us, I felt like a massive weight had been lifted from me. I was pumped full of adrenaline, and I could feel my power pulsing in my fingertips. We had done this. Somehow, after every crazy thing I'd lived through since arriving here, I'd helped bring this place back to life.
The moon is back!
Aluna breathed.
This cannot be happening.
"It is," a farmer said. "It's back in the sky. So are all of the stars. Our crops are saved. The whole land is saved." "I don't know how this happened," a dwarf grunted. "But I'm happy we have a dragon of the gods on our side again." There was a murmur of agreement, and Sierra grinned at me. I didn't quite know what to say to that, though, so I cleared my throat. "Thank you all for your bravery," I told the group. "I honestly wouldn't have been able to do this without you all." "Are you joking?" A dwarf snorted. "You are the one we have to thank. You broke us free and brought down the king. You brought back the normal night sky." The group cheered and clapped, and Sarah reached up to give me a kiss on the cheek. Having her by my side meant everything to me, and I gripped her hand tightly as the prisoners celebrated. "I really don't think it was all me, but I'm just glad I could help," I said. "It looks like there's going to be a lot to catch up on. But you should get back to your homes and people." "We will," a dwarf nodded. "Thank you, Ryan the Dragon. I don't know how, but you've brought the Nightlands back to life." He gave me a swift bow, and the rest of the group did the same. I felt slightly embarrassed at the reaction, but I didn't completely hate it. "You don't have to bow," I laughed. "All I want is for you to celebrate this together. Make sure no species is left out. Oh, and can you take the starlets out of the dungeon to wherever they live? They're cute, but they don't look like their navigational brains would be up to the task."
We will take them back to the forest.
Aluna smiled.
Today, the whole of the Nightlands will rejoice.
"It's party time!" one of the farmers yelled, and they all jumped onto each other with cheers. "Farewell, dragon of the gods!" a dwarf called as the group turned to leave. "Thank you for everything." The group hurried over the piles of corpses toward the doorway, and the moon pixie gave me a slow nod before he left too. I was left on the rooftop with 2 angels, and I took a deep breath as a gentle wind picked up.
"So,"
Sierra said as she twirled her hair.
"Formal introduction, now that it's quiet. Nisha is my best friend and sister, and this is Ryan, who is... well, that's a long story."
I'm just a fireman." I chuckled. "A fireman who died and ended up in this world recently. But it's amazing to meet you, Nisha."
"He used to be a fireman."
Sierra sighed.
"He was a mortal man when he arrived, But as you saw, he has developed powers beyond anything we've ever seen before.
You're a dragon shifter.
Nisha nodded.
I didn't know that could happen after a binding.
I felt my face flush slightly as the Night Angel immediately guessed how I'd gotten my powers, but she seemed utterly unfazed by it. Nisha was quiet now, but her silver eyes studied me as if she had somehow just learned everything she needed to know in the brief silence we shared. I tried not to look too closely at her petite figure, but her pert breasts were displayed so well in that silver top. Her legs were short, but sculpted, and I wondered if every throne angel was this insanely gorgeous.
I think you brought the moon home,
The Night Angel said thoughtfully after a long moment. I didn't, I said. I killed the king, but I don't even have the slightest idea how the moon came back. Sira told me all about how the gods took it away with the stars, so it doesn't make any sense.
It does.
Nisha smiled. I blinked at the Night Angel, and Sira grinned at her friend.
You're going to have to expand on that, sister.
The Fire Angel giggled.
As much as I love how mysterious you are, we need some more information. What are you thinking?
The Night Angel looked up at the sky, and her silver eyes reflected the moonlight as she smiled.
The gods took the moon away because of the constant wars.
She finally replied.
The folks of the Nightlands could never be at peace, and so their way of life was stripped from them as a punishment.
I knew that part, I said. They took the dragons first as a warning, and then when that didn't work, they just left.
The world was broken because nobody got along.
Nisha sighed.
But you brought the Nightlands together again, Ryan. You made everyone see that their only real enemies in this land were the demons. Before they were here, these people could have lived peacefully as one. Everyone is fighting together now, and so the moon has come home.
I agree,
Sira said.
The gods punished Dracoria for what they did to each other, not just across lands, but within them. Now this land has been rewarded for healing, and it's all because of you. You're a hero.
It still doesn't make sense, I said with a frown. Isn't returning the moon something that only a god could do? Did the night goddess return? Nisha closed her eyes and tilted her head back a little, and when she opened them again, there was a slight sadness in the silver orbs.
No, my goddess has not returned to me.
She sighed.
I would know if she had.
Which means...
Sira grinned.
It seems that your powers are even greater than we could have possibly known.
I stared up at the full moon, and it blew my mind to think that I could have actually been the reason it had returned. This new world was so bizarre and full of surprises, but it felt incredible to know I'd helped it heal. Maybe this whole dragon hero thing was my calling. Maybe this was why I hadn't felt ready for my life to end before. Technically, it wasn't time for me to fully perish. Then I wondered if there was a reason I woke up in this world specifically, and it was somehow my job to start to rebuild it, land by land. Was there a way to help the other lands of Dracoria? Sira had told me there were other throne angels trapped out there, and maybe I could help them like I had done with Nisha. If I could rally together the people of the Nightlands, surely there was a chance for everywhere else?
Ryan?
Sira said as she squeezed my hand.
Are you okay? You've gone all quiet.
I was just thinking, I said. Freeing this land is the best thing I could have done with my time here. I want to keep doing it.
Keep doing it?
Sira repeated.
You mean, Ryan, do you mean you want to keep traveling this world?
Yeah, I nodded. If we can get to those other trapped angels, then maybe we can... I was cut off as the Fire Angel leapt up and pressed her lips against mine. Her kiss tasted sweet as I locked her in my arms, and the heat that blazed between us suddenly made me eager for our next night together. Everything about my new life here was amazing, but being close with Sira was by far the best element of it all. The Fire Angel grabbed my biceps and gave them a playful squeeze, and when she pulled back from my lips, her golden eyes sparkled with excitement. Then she flicked her burgundy hair over her shoulder and shot Nisha a wink as she stepped back. The night angel grinned, and I felt my stomach do a backflip as I took in her beauty. How the hell did I get so lucky to be standing with the two most beautiful beings I had ever seen in my life?
Sorry.
Syrah smirked.
I interrupted you.
That's okay, I chuckled. I enjoy those kinds of interruptions.
I could tell.
Nisha said, and Syrah snorted with laughter.
Continue,
Syrah said.
You really want to keep going with this whole rescue mission thing?
I really do, I said truthfully. I feel like this whole quest was almost like my calling. I know I can help other lands. Just because the gods gave up on them doesn't mean that everyone should.
We'll need to be fast.
Syrah said as she began to pace.
There are so many angels out there, and we may already be running out of time.
I think we'll be okay.
Nisha said as she gently took Syrah's arm.
If we have Ryan with us, then I believe we can save them all.
The night angel's belief in me meant a lot, considering we'd only just met, and it proved how powerful my dragon form must be to have been given such trust from her.
You really think we can do this?
Syrah asked as she played with her burgundy hair.
I think Ryan has greatness in him.
Nisha said carefully.
I think he can do more than just save the throne angels. And I think we could restore Dracoria to the world it once was, or make it even better.
Whoa! I laughed. I know I have these powers now, but I'm still just a firefighter. I know I can help, and I want to save the others, but the whole of Dracoria? That's a tall order. Isn't this world enormous?
That's why nobody else has ever done it,
the night angel said.
It's like we have all just been waiting for you to arrive, and now you're here.
The lands could all be freed,
Syrah added.
If you can reunite the people of one land, you could unite the whole of Dracoria, and since the gods are gone, you could rule them.
Both angels stared at me intensely, and for some reason, the thought of taking on that challenge didn't terrify me. I had a power that no other mortal had ever been given, and that had to mean something. I didn't know why I had been thrown into this crazy world, but I felt more alive than ever before. My purpose had always been to help people, and now I had the chance to help thousands, maybe even millions, of people all over a whole new world. I couldn't turn my back on them. I couldn't stop fighting for what was right. I still know so little about this world, I reminded the angels. I would need a hell of a lot of help.
That's lucky,
Syrah grinned.
Because I was thinking of sticking around with you, and I basically know everything. What do you think, Nisha? Should we join forces with the Dragon Man to save the world?
Nisha studied me for a moment, and her cerulean hair tumbled over one shoulder as she cocked her head.
I think that's a good idea,
she replied.
After all, we are the two throne angels best suited for the job.
Then it's settled, I grinned. We're going to go and save the world?
Yes,
Syrah yelled.
Now that I have my sister with me, I feel even more energized. We should celebrate. Every other creature in the land will be.
What are you thinking? I asked, and Syrah grabbed my hand. She pulled me and Nisha along as we raced along the rooftop, and I gave one final glance at the body of the Demon King. It wasn't really a body anymore, just a pile of black ash and bloodstains on stone. His golden throne had been slightly melted, too, from the blaze of my fires, and I had to admit it was satisfying to see the number of demon corpses we had slain. Syrah led us through the corridor and onto the top floor. The smell of the dead demons was powerful, and I gagged slightly as we stepped over the blood-soaked bodies.
I knew I saw a kitchen up here,
the fire angel said as we hurried toward a slightly open door.
I spotted it when we were fighting.
Syrah pushed the door open to reveal a large room filled with a mess of broken plates and rotten food. The kitchen was covered in stains, and it stunk of mold and old milk. Lovely. I'm not sure I want any of this food, to be honest. The angel threw me a smirk and strode over to a wine rack. There was a mess of broken glass below it, but there were still a few unbroken bottles on the top shelf. She hovered up to grab one and then waved the bottle at me.
Moondrop wine?
She offered. Fuck yes, I laughed. Can you both drink it too?
We can.
Nisha nodded.
Drinks are like food for us. We don't need much, but it's nice to have them sometimes.
And humans use wine to celebrate,
Syrah said.
I know this about mortals. Let's go and sit on one of the balconies before we leave.
The idea of a well-deserved rest was too tempting to turn down, and we made our way down to the next floor. Who did this castle used to belong to? I asked as we reached the blood-stained floor. Someone is going to have a hell of a job cleaning all of this up.
It was a kind of temple,
Nisha answered.
It was built to be used for anyone who needed a home, and there was a church to worship the gods downstairs. Of course, the demons destroyed it all, so there isn't much left.
I'm sure the people will find a use for it again, I said. There's no point in letting a place like this just sit around and collect dust.
It will be rebuilt,
Nisha assured me.
The people of the Nightlands loved to get together here for parties. I doubt they will rebuild the temple again, though. Their gods did not save them from this darkness.
Maybe they'll make a dragon temple.
Syrah grinned.
They can carve a big statue of Ryan's face.
Sounds like a good idea to me. I chuckled. About time somebody made a statue of me. Syrah leapt onto my back playfully, and I spun her around as she shrieked. Then we stepped over the corpses of demons and went down a dimly lit corridor that was lined with ruined paintings. Nisha led us through a wooden door, and it brought us out onto a large stone balcony. There were thick benches that looked over the Nightlands, and I sat down with an angel on each side of me. It was nice to feel a chill in the air instead of the warm glow of the strange purple orbs, and Syrah passed me the wine bottle.
Here you go.
She grinned.
I think you earned this.
I pulled out the cork and took a swig of the dark liquid. It had a deep caramel flavor to it without being too sweet, and the red of the liquid shone in the moonlight. I wasn't a huge wine drinker before, but the Moondrop wine was undeniably delicious. The drink warmed my throat, and I enjoyed the combination of the alcohol and the view as I passed the bottle to Nisha. How are your powers doing? I asked the Night Angel. It looked like the demon curse might have weakened them slightly.
I already feel stronger,
Nisha said as she took a sip of wine.
It felt like I had been half asleep ever since the demons caught me. But now, I am truly awake again.
Because of the moon? I asked.
Maybe.
The Night Angel smiled, and her silver eyes looked me up and down. My skin suddenly felt hot all over, and I took my next swig of wine as casually as possible. I'm excited to see those powers in action, I said. Whatever they are.
You will learn soon enough.
Nisha laughed.
When we leave the Nightlands, they will be very helpful in our quest, but they will be even more helpful if you were to absorb them.
I choked slightly on my wine at her words, and Syrah snorted. Then Nisha stared off into the distance with a slight smile, without saying anything more, and I wondered if she had meant what I thought she did. Did she want to bind herself to me to give me her powers? I tried not to get too swept up in that idea. She had just met me, and she might mean something else. Maybe she had a way to gift her powers to me without sex. Plus, Syrah was sitting right beside me. I snuck a glance at my fire angel to check if this comment had upset her, but to my surprise, the red-haired beauty was only smirking. Then she sent me a wink when she caught my gaze, and I realized her thoughts must have actually been along the same lines as me, and not in a jealous way. I had to admit, the idea of getting well acquainted with the Night Angel was appealing, and my mind began to wander. So, where will we go first? I asked, before my brain exploded with thoughts of the two angels.
The Waterlands,
Syrah said.
That's the closest place to here. Now that we have your dragon form, crossing the desert will be easy.
Good, I nodded, because I am not fighting more desert monsters. The angels laughed, and the sound of distant music began to drift over the maze to the balcony. It sounded like someone was playing the banjo, and there were excited whoops and cheers as the song sped up.
It sounds like the mortals are celebrating,
Syrah said with a small smile.
I can't remember the last time I heard anyone playing music.
We enjoyed the tune for a moment as we passed the bottle of wine back and forth. and we caught Nisha up on everything we had seen throughout the Nightlands. It felt strange to tell our story out loud and relive all the people we had met and challenges we had overcome. My mind wandered to my old life back on Earth, and I realized there wasn't a single thing I would truly miss. My whole purpose seemed to lie in Dracoria, and I knew I was exactly where I was meant to be. Everything I liked about my old life, I loved even more in this one. My abilities and talents were even stronger here, and I had been able to help so many people in such a meaningful way. As we sat and enjoyed the view, the moon began to slowly dull its light above us. It was bizarre to see the huge globe turn its brightness down like a nightlight, and the sky started to become darker again.
It's getting late.
The seer said as she stood up.
We should probably start to make a move.
I agree,
Nisha said.
It was so wonderful to hear the people of the Nightlands together once more. I want to bring that feeling to the whole of Dracoria.
We will. I grinned. Luckily, I have the perfect team assembled to bring down every demon who's dared to walk this world. Let's go and save some more angels. As we made our way back down and through the castle, I started to think about the next quest we had ahead of us. The Nightlands were filled with creatures I never could have dreamed of, and I had no doubt that the Waterlands would be similar in that way. It was daunting to think of the distance we would have to travel, and the number of battles we would have to win to actually free all of the throne angels of Dracoria. But I knew I could do it. Even when I was in my human form, I could feel my powers surging through every blood vessel. I was a fucking dragon now. And I had 2 amazing throne angels to guide me through this new world. A huge grin spread across my face as we strode out into the fresh night air. It was time to fulfill my destiny. It was time to save Dracoria. And who knew? Maybe I'd end up being the dragon in charge of it all. End of Book 1.
This has been Wrath of the Dragon by Eric Vall. Narrated by Jack Douglas and Maggie Langhorne. An Actors Everywhere production.